Which, like, fair. I get it. Like, okay, Dad, you win. Anyway, Twitch chat. It's time to say hi, YouTube. Because we're going to go play some of the old Dwarf Fort now. It's that time. Or hi, VOD, or whatever you want to say. But here's the thing, right, Chat, I have a question. What would you prefer? A thing being named something that is 100% practical, that is purely the thing that it is? Or would you prefer a name that's memorable, that you can pronounce for a piece of software? Because JJ in the YouTube chat is arguing that the annoying marketing people make catchy names and programmers call it what it is. I want to know what it is. Like, sure, put the non-catchy, like as an example, Dwarf Fortress is called Dwarf Fortress, right? If it was called Dwarf Fortress V51.01-beta 14, God of Blood, that would be much harder to remember. So, like, calling it Dwarf Fort is better. Just saying. What is Firebird? An email client. Oh, wait, sorry, what? I need to read what you just... Actually, making Windows UI less functional. No, they're making Windows UI less functional so that you can use their AI to navigate it. That's literally the only logical reason. I think Dwarf redemptions are up, so if you don't have a Dwarf, you can redeem a Dwarf. Unless somebody redeemed one, I super didn't see it. All right, so the named dwarfs in the forts are... Everybody is angry, and I'm trying to make them less angry, is the plan for today, by the way. A Devilish Potato, Alexa, Alien Slayer, Entronarch, Bastet, Bebin Sowers, Blunatic, Diamond got it. The first person to speak underneath Diamond Destruct gets a dwarf. Bonesaw, Boom Boom, Catan this is a dwarf who killed a demon. The Mole, Danny DeVito, Darius Cardin, Diamond Destruct, Devil Dawn, Elfie Bean, Freeways, Goto Mafia, Gazoom, Other Gazoom, Ilmirin, Jesse XV, and sorry, you're pissed. Wow. JJ, who isn't pissed, and K Nord, as well as Kagenara, Lanix, and Napalm Sideborns, Nodo Casa, the sequel, Pophead, as well as Radbug, Raging Cave, Reg the Wicked, also a Angel Killer, and Rolf the Horned Slayer, killed a Horned Slayer, and Ryder, and Raiklu, and Sergeant Donut, and Shadow Absorber, Snoop and Bosch Jam, Ravenoid, Buggy, Yvonne, and that's everybody. So Krampus gets a Dwarf Sis. Krampus, what kind of Dwarf Sis do you want, Sis? That is a Carl Sagan email. That is what that is. We have a dwarf that just made a glass terrarium. You've downloaded this game yesterday, but you don't understand a shit. Well, I took a shit this morning, and I didn't understand it either, but you know what? It felt good. So if you would like to understand a shit, I would recommend you go over to and watch my YouTube a shit. Just saying. There's lots of tutorials there, and if you need extra help about your a shit, please don't post pictures of it on my Discord, but feel free to jump onto my Discord while you're sitting on the toilet and ask questions about it, and we can help. I will stop this bit going. Somebody type it and put the word or the letter A in front of typing a statement, and I'm running with it for some reason. Just whatever you do, please don't post pictures of your shit on my Discord. I may have to ban you. This isn't like old school internet where ratemypoop.com exists. Although, that website might still exist. Don't Google that. Anyway, you want a fighter. Okay. You would like a fighter. Ranged or melee and beard or no beard, Krampus. My hand was in the wrong place on my keyboard, so I was hitting all of the wrong. A fucking what? I think you heard me. Beard, please, Ken. Beard melee. How about Odom? Not super pissed. I immediately lost him upon clicking on. Helps that there's only one in the fort. Okay, so this dwarf right here, you're wearing 3 rings. Ain't that snazzy? A llama wool earring, a green glass ring, a blue diamond ring. You need a new hood as well as a new cloak. But you want to be with family and be with friends, be creative and craft an object. You are a legendary observer, apparently. You're a novice hammer dwarf, apparently. I don't know what weapon you were using, but you are a skilled fighter, so you've been in the fort for quite some time. This dwarf arrived here in the year 317. Wow, impressive. This particular dwarf is a member of the Achur sect, which is a not super popular, or a former member of the Achur sect, which is a not super popular religion around here. Of course, you were a previous member of the Sealing of Twilight. It's when the sparkly vampires hang out on the roof. And you're a member of the Steel Mirrors and the Armored Company, which is the Glassmakers Guild here, as well as the Craftsdwarfs Guild and the Hot Sparks, which of course is this location's military. You, personality-wise, have an incredibly calm demeanor, exhibits a refined politeness, and is determined to keep the guiding rules of etiquette and decorum as if his life depended on it. He is swayed by the emotional appeals. I'd like to think that this dwarf would be, like, fighting demons because they're going to make a mess. You know? Like he's gonna be fighting demons because they're gonna make a mess, right? He is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, and he is bashful. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He enjoys the company of others, is somewhat quarrelsome, and is bothered by this. Since he values friendship, he has an active sense of humor, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He can handle stress and is moved by art and natural beauty. He can sometimes act with little determination, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He struggles against this tendency as he finds that such expression is offensive, and he tends to hang on to grievances, and he is slow to trust others. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. He personally likes marble, fine pewter, star sapphire, color clear glass, and snail leather. Shields, sealmen for their adorable pups, and the words of the Lark of Caverding and the sight of the poetry of mothers, and when possible prefers to consume buckwheat beer and absolutely can't stand blood gnats. And the dwarf is 33, and his mom is dead. I'm so sorry. Which means you, actually, if you're 33, you showed up as a child. This dwarf grew up here. It's kind of neat, actually. You ever tried to skin a snail? No, but I've squished many. Does that count? Well, welcome to the fort, dude. Hell of a place to grow up. Yeah, you would have been like 18 when you arrived, yeah. So you would have either like just become an adult or like, or were just about to become an adult. Why squish? Because I garden. There are 2 types of things that are not permitted in my garden. Well, 3, maybe more. Anything that eats my plants, snail, and slugs. Unless it's a banana slug, and if it's a banana slug, then I pick it up and carry it very far away and put it very far away. Sometimes if I'm feeling merciful, I will pick up snail and huck snail as far in the other direction as I possibly can, which probably kills them anyways. But yeah, no, I squish snails on sight. I am a bona fide snail murderer. Need a slug cannon. What is that, like a potato cannon? Please define slug cannon. I'd like to know more. Apparently you suffered a major injury at some point, which is why you have massive jagged scars on your legs. But fortunately it's healed up. So, something I need to check. I need to check the work orders. Okay, so we clearly need more robes and more hoods. So let's go cloth. Okay, so let's do cloth hood and cloth robe. Let's just do 150 of each. Cloth hood and cloth robe. 150 of each. Because up until recently, we were not making enough cloth at all. That's way more than... Take the snails to a French restaurant. We don't really have any of those around here. I'm going to full heal this dog because I feel bad for it. All right, so this is the demon ball. This is where the demons are multiplying. So do we want to do a count, chat? What do you think? Should I do a full count of the number of demons in the ball currently? Also, Megio Camo, hello! How you doing? Good to have you. And Foul G as well. If I haven't said hello to you yet, say hi and I'll say hi back. Sire, what's up, dude? Hey, sorry. Are you going to any video games conventions this year? I'm curious. We got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on this layer. Okay, there's also one Soot Brute. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63. 63 of them. No, these are red spirits. They are towering humanoid, which means they're almost as big as they can possibly get. I think enormous is bigger, but they're a towering humanoid composed of flame. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. So they shoot fire and they're made of fire and they can fly. Demon 64, and there's a hamster on top. There's just a hamster chilling, enjoying the warmth. Yeah. And if I click on any of them, this one is 2 years old and has 3 children. Look at its family tree. They've got half siblings. Let's check your aunt. How many does your aunt have? Auntie Red Spirity. Oh boy. Yeah. Am I planning on killing them at some point? Maybe? I think it would be really cool to end this fort by doing a hard save, completely separating it from all supports, and then just crashing it down, like dropping it. I think that would be an awesome way to end this fort. I don't know if I'm actually going to do it, though. I mean, I would need to actually defeat hell so I could get down here again, is one thing I would need to do. And also, sorry, I need to eat a bunch of badgers. Hold up. Okay, and also I just saw 2 ghosts. Asri and Digal. Have I done those yet? I think I may have. Nope. I have not. There's a slab engraved. Well, maybe somebody's constructing it. But you, D-E-G-A-L. The last name? E-N. Not memorialized, no slabs engraved. That one going. Okay, so that's that. My big project yesterday was this mist generator. There's just like, I love the fact that there's just a ghost hanging out in the fountain here. This visitor has come. Dot. Thank you, game. Is anybody constructing that? Probably. Where are we constructing? Well, not that. Maybe you are? I don't know. Possible. Ghost has great aesthetics lurking in the mist. It is great aesthetics, yes. Although no longer lurking in the mist is now floating around, tormenting people probably. Although, believe it or not, ghosts can actually make living friends, and sometimes dwarves get over seeing dead dwarves constantly. I'm just gonna make a new slab because this one is. I make 2 slabs for this dwarf. That's not the worst. But yeah. So the plan for today is to try and get these 2 numbers below 10 at all costs. One of the first things I'm gonna do actually is I'm gonna make a new burrow, and this is gonna be a double action burrow. It's going to be for 2 main purposes. The first of the 2 main purposes is for children. All of the children are going to be assigned to this burrow. The second of the 2 main purposes is parties. So all of the dwarves who are permitted to party whenever we do party events or a, what's it called? Seasonal celebrations. They will be allowed to, do the thing. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm putting all of the offices and all the areas that desperately need to be accessible into this, and none, like, bedrooms and such, but none of the workshop areas. So try as they might, they won't be able to actually do any work, which is great. So that is the plan. Also put this into here. So that's not an issue. Let's also put all of this into here so I can still memorialize stuff if I need to. The queen's quarters and all that jazz. The temples are fine as is because they don't really get used all that much. This area and that area right there. Canadian Pagan, thank you very much for the raid. What's up? It's a ton. How you doing? We need permits to party. No, but I do need to lock them out of areas where partying is like not really possible to party. So basically, I need to be able to stop them from trying to get to areas I don't want them to go to. So there's that, and then I'm also going to permit everything but the farm fields in here, which is, the idea of that. As well as dragons, so they can keep the dragon tamed. Maybe this as well. All right, so this is going to be the kids zone. So this is going to be kids/festival. If you guys don't know, Canadian Pagan plays a variety of interesting video games, has played Dwarf in the past, plays RimWorld, stuff like that. You should go give Canadian Pagan a follow. Raids us. You might actually be the most consistent person who rates us. That might. I wish I knew of an easy way to find that statistic. But thank you, seriously, for the raid. To those of you who don't know me, I'm blind. I play too much Dwarf Fortress, and sometimes chat lets me play other games. Is that the best solution for fulfilling unmet needs be with friends? Lock them in a tavern? Yes. Okay, so, but the problem is they need to make friends, right? And then this is just going to be underground/in fort. So children are all getting removed from here. And children are all getting moved over to here. And whenever we decide to have a festival, I'm going to remove all the dwarves from this one and move them down to this one. You love Pet Moss. I'm glad people like that emote. And I'm also glad that Suited Giraffe took the time to Photoshop out my hand and do some nonsense with it, so. You haven't installed DFhack. You are very new here, child. Chat, put 1 penny or biddy or bottle cap into the has somebody asked me why I'm not using DFhack yet today jar, if you have one. And if you don't have one, you should acquire one. Name that as a personal treasure. Right. Yes, I'm using DFhack. I just have the UI for it disabled because I don't find it useful. All right. Anyway, let's. You mean skyscraper? Yeah, totally. If I had $1 every time somebody asked me that, I'd make like an extra $6 a day. It'd be great. Lanix, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. Hey, Jim. And Elfie Bean and Isrander, thanks for the pay. Also, Isrander, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. How dare people play a video game slightly differently than the way the most people play it? Hey. Okay, so I think we're just going to let things run for a little bit. I'd swear I just saw one of these demons spit. What? Well, they're not fighting, so that's good. I mean, bad, I guess. Maybe we want them to fight. I don't know. Doing all right. Excited for gardening season. Oh, yeah, me too. I went and visited my tomatoes last night. They're not dead, so very, very relieved. I was getting kind of worried about them, but, you know. This animal dissector seems to really enjoy reading. What are you, career-wise? Mastering a skill, you disdain the law. I think I'm going to make Kib here into a scribe. This area, okay. Written objects, we have 30. Writing material, we have 0. Do I have sheet in the fort? No, I don't. Do I have quires? I do. So I can make book bindings and bind those books. Let's just make rock book binding. Sure, we'll do 15. And then I will... Actually, how many of those did I have? Quire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I will bind 5 books after that. Bind book. 5. Okay. We'll get those sorted. And then after that, what I think... Really build stairs going over this. Anyway, after that, what I think I'm going to do... Maybe start a paper industry. That'd be fun. Because I'd be making them... I'd be making them out of rope reed. Rope reed parchment. Mashed into a slurry at a quern/millstone and then pressed on a screw press. Okay. Well, I do have power now. I could actually do that pretty easily. How much power does this thing have? 500. Oh, wow, that's tons. Okay, so let's make a millstone, maybe. We'll just make 4 of them. 2 of them. And I think I've wanted to have like a workshop back here for a little bit, so I think we'll do something back here that'll connect to this area. This can be paper making, amongst other things. You don't get any adventurers in your fort, only pilgrims and prophets. It's been 50 years since the last Monster Hunter. Maybe they're all dead. I'm not joking. Maybe they're all dead. It is very possible that they are all just dead. Chad, I have a question. Am I too harsh on people who ask me why I don't use DF hack? Or is it like an amusing bit for those of you who watch the streams? If it's an amusing bit for you guys, it's fine. If you guys find it cringe, I should probably tone it down. I'm not harsh enough? Okay. It's kind of funny. I mean, at this point for me, it's like a reoccurring bit. Like it's become that. You're just sick and... Okay. For a second there, I thought there was a cave-in. I saw like what looked like a cave-in, but I think it was actually just like mist. But for a split second there, I thought we had a cave-in and I was about to panic. So I can build that, and I need to click this. Well, I mean, clearly the way I should have made my tutorials for Dwarf Fortress is literally just install DF hack and don't ask questions. Good luck. This base looks cool with all the glass. To me, what this fort looks like to me is chocolate mint ice cream. That's what it looks like to me. This whole fortress just looks like chocolate mint ice cream. That's what it looks like to me. That's what it makes me think of. That's what it looks like in almost every aspect. It looks like chocolate mint. It looks delicious. You know what? I like chocolate mint, so good there. Okay, so autumn next year is going to be the next festival. So chat room, remind me. Mint flavored DF hack. I just... chat, guess what just happened? Guess what someone in YouTube chat just asked. Rock, although they're probably just taking the piss at this point. Do that. For real. For real. They're probably, but like I said, they're probably just taking the piss. Another bit for the bucket. I mean, you don't need to do that, but thank you. Do I occasionally play the game with its original visuals? Not so much. Well, the thing is, like, I stream all my gameplay, right, Squid? And, like, if you mean the original visuals like this, not really. I mean, sometimes I will swap over just to show something, but, you know, the majority of the people who play Dwarf Fortress don't use these visuals, right? The majority of people who play Dwarf Fortress play with the tile set on. And back in the day, like, I streamed with an ASCII tile set, but it was still a tile set. Because I find that, just at a glance, even me as like is this... Okay, for a sec, I thought you were on fire. You're just unable to stand. That's fine. Because, like, back in the day, even experienced players would be like, it's hard for me to follow what's going on. So I do it occasionally just, like, as a view thing. I think if you are playing the game in ASCII, it's easy to follow. But watching it in ASCII, even for me as somebody who plays the game, especially with how zoomed out this is actually difficult. Older versions of the game, when I could zoom in more, I had an easier time with it. But honestly, these days, I don't really play with ASCII very much. Because while I could, if I was playing on my own and not streaming, my streams have to be watchable, right? So usually I'll swap over sometimes if there's, like, I don't know, a big cave-in or a ton of fire or something. Or sometimes I'll do, air quotes, instant replays where, like, we will reload an event or reload a fort right after a big calamity just happened, and we'll rewatch it in ASCII. But that's about it. I don't really play in ASCII these days now. Oh, no, I mean, like, I think ASCII looks better now than it ever has. Like, this, like, everything about this looks beautiful to me. I love the way ASCII looks. I will never not love the way ASCII looks. I think ASCII it's the reason it's in an this game's in an art museum, you know? Like, it is beautiful in a lot of ways, and, you know, allows you to see the game in a very different perspective than you would normally. And also, the underworld looks a hell of a lot cooler in ASCII than it does with the graphics turned on. But, like, it's too hard for a large portion of the player base to follow, especially, like, you have to remember that a large portion of my audience does come from brand new players who've only just started playing. And it's kind of redundant, right? At that point, more like underworlding. I mean, okay, so here's the thing. If the underworld is underwhelming, if we make it more underworlding, does that mean we get dual sword wielding sexy vampires? Because maybe maybe that would make the underworld better. I'm just those movies weren't terrible initially. I should rewatch Underworld. Does that movie age well, chat? I haven't seen it since it came out. Yeah, ASCII can be very overwhelming. I mean, I love ASCII, and I love ASCII games, but I think, like, if I'm going to stream a game in ASCII, I'm probably not going to stream Dwarf Fortress in ASCII. And the reason for that is Dwarf Fortress is intimidating for people who play games in ASCII frequently. Not even... correct, Ping, my dear. I think that, like, Dwarf Fortress is a game that intimidates Angband players, right? Like, it's a game that was so visually complex between its, like, the amount of shit going on screen combined with the what do you call it? Just with the amount of shit going on screen combined, I should do more constructions right near these fountains, so all these dwarves need to run back and forth like this, because it's actually probably really good for moods. But anyway, the combination of the amount of stuff going on screen and just the visual density of it all, if I'm going to play something in ASCII, I'm going to play something like Brogue. You know, like, if I'm going to stream an ASCII game in ASCII, I'm going to play something like Brogue, because it's very visually clear. It's super obvious. Like, if you've played a board game before, you can probably follow Brogue, right? So if I'm gonna stream a game in ASCII, which I'm not against, it would have to be a like single character game in ASCII. Also, we have a Brogue command, which just gives you a download link for Brogue. I should install Brogue on this computer, shouldn't I? Assuming that runs natively on Linux. So, yeah, anyway. Do I have a library? Yes, and I was about to show you, but now I can't. How do you play a shoe? By putting some, shoes on your desk, okay? And then you put your hands into the shoes, and you go smack, 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 or the keyboard. That's how you play shoe. Tabletop games, more or less. I mean, that's basically what roguelikes are, right? Like, proper traditional roguelikes, they're basically just, like, digital board games. Just solo-driven digital board games. Digital dungeon crawlers, yeah. I mean, like, D&D, basically, right? Digal, the ghostly merchant, has been put to rest. Good. Let's see, do I have one more tombstone? But yeah, I think at the end of the day, you need to remember that a large majority of the decisions I make about the gameplay of my stream, everything from me nerfing DF Hack into Oblivion, everything from nerfing DF Hack into Oblivion to, like, playing with the graphics on, it's for the audience primarily, because, you know, that's what I'm doing. Hello, Fujin. Leafwalker. Good to see you. How are you? Thank you for the manners. Your college buddies and I went in on NetHack for about a year trying to beat each other's scores. Oh, that's awesome. Sounds like a lot of fun. You know, certainly way more pleasant than playing, like, GoldenEye on the N64, because the difference between GoldenEye on the N64 and NetHack is actually, like, playable. GoldenEye, you know, I am a bona fide GoldenEye hater. I've played it at a friend's house, and we all kind of unanimously agreed at the time that while it looks really cool, and it was neat to play a FPS on a console, that it played so terribly that we just kind of agreed that we were going to stop playing it. It was like, ugh. Also poorly balanced. Odd job. Jesus Christ. What, did it sound? Did you ever, Neutron Dwarf, I don't know when you started playing Dwarf Fort, but did you watch any streams during, like, the launch window of Dwarf Fortress when it first released? Because during the launch window of Dwarf Fortress when it first released on Steam, almost everybody was using this Alerts Expanded mod, which literally just gave every single notification that pops up here that sound. And it literally made me want to have panic attacks. Just listening to it, like, I need to go. This is bad. I hated it so much. That had that and you hated it? Oh my god. Yeah, it's like it's the worst. It's the worst. And this is a world where bratwurst exists. And we're still worse than that somehow. I love bratwurst. Nothing against bratwurst. But Jesus Christ. You know, I still hear the beeping of the fry machine in my nightmares sometimes, so. Also need some more rock mechanisms. Okay, let's say 100 rock mechanisms. Deal. How are you doing here, Dwarf? Only after being away from family. And your only friend is dead. Oh, that sucks, dude. Started DF 2 years before launch on Steam, by the way. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, I can never keep track of who started playing when, and as you know, people start playing and they find my stream at very separate times usually, so. I guess you were probably in the Krug Smash, on one of the Krug Smash waves then. Trying to think who caused influxes to the game about 2 years before release. Probably the actual announcement itself too. Korea nobles are all asking for crowns. I mean, there's worse things. To be, I mean, what does that look like? Your average game of Team Fortress 2. That's what that looks like. Frog Smash Wave. Chat, when did you first start playing Dwarf, if I can ask? Or try. Like, I'm not saying you needed to do it successfully. 2009, 3 weeks ago. Well, welcome. Good to have you. (2017-ish) Steam. About a month after Steam launch. Also, JJ was reminding the YouTube folks to do the thing that you're supposed to do while watching a YouTube stream. If you like the YouTube stream, click the like button. There's 44 of you watching the YouTube stream, which is neat because people are the YouTube's actually kind of promoting the YouTube streams. But leave a like on the YouTube stream. It's very helpful. And also to those of you over here in the Twitch sphere, if you want to double help me, I do of course prefer that you just watch you know, the Twitch stream because that's the primary. But if you're watching on Twitch and would like to help out the YouTube side of things, just simply pop in there and leave a like, or maybe leave a lurk too, just to keep the two tabs open. If you get caught in an ad on Twitch, you can jump over to the YouTube because YouTube ads are easy to block. But I will respond to your, you know, comments way quicker here. Dual track streaming? Well, at least we're not 8-track streaming. Then it would be very short. Got a ghost I gotta memorialize. That's not interesting. While I'm in an ad, I'll do this. Twitch ads also blockable. They're just much harder to block. I mean, I blocked them the legitimate way, which is paying Twitch money. But, you know, you do you. The keyword there was easier. We're also making clothing. Dwarves of the Hotspots now have a few facts about giant fly training. We're learning how to train giant flies, chat. I don't want to breed giant flies. We started in 2020 before Steam launch, and it was fun, but you did not quite get into it. Tried again after Steam launch, and then started to play a lot. Gotcha. Well, you know that you didn't want to cross the TOS of Twitch. You do you. You live your lives. How do you get rid of ghosts? You have 2 in your fort, bodies in coffers or slabs. So bodies go into coffins, not coffers, coffins. And in order for them to work, they have to be designated as a tomb. And the tomb has to be assigned to the dwarf. Or you can make a slab and then go to what's it called? The Stoneworkers Workshop, and then go here and then click Engraver Memorial and type in the name of the dwarf and then memorialize them that way. Once you construct the slab, it will get rid of the dwarf's ghost. The problem that I have in this fort is so many dwarves have died, I can't keep up with it. So I'm just throwing the bodies into the volcano and like memorializing them manually with the exception of the nobles. That is not true, enemy. Coffins prevent ghosts. However, if not all parts of the dwarf is in the coffin, it doesn't prevent ghosts. So essentially, absolutely they prevent ghosts. But the issue is, a lot of the time, people, don't have coffins that take all of the body parts. So if there is an individual tooth in a tree on the other end of a map that they can't get to, it will come back as a ghost because the dwarf isn't properly memorialized. But if the entire dwarf's body burned up with the exception of a single arm, and that single arm goes into the coffin, that is enough to prevent the ghost. That's how I had a dwarf come back after a year after being murdered, even though their body was in a coffin, to possess a dwarf. And then during the possession of said dwarf, they forced them to walk up to the captain of the guard and admit the crime that they'd committed. That's why you always need to remove all of the trees from the land, or just don't let your dwarves die above ground. Or just make slabs. But remember, if you're making slabs and not burying the bodies and not getting rid of all of the bits and pieces of the bodies, then the other thing that can happen, which is a problem, is all of the dwarves who knew that dwarf, so all their family members, all of their friends, etc., all of those dwarves who knew that dwarf get a massive mood debuff because the resulting situation is they have to endure the decay of a friend or the decay of a relative. So if you bury, let's just say, it's their 2 arms and their torso and their head, but their neck is sitting on a wall somewhere, then the family of that dwarf will be like, oh, we had to endure the decay of a friend. Or if you only make the slab and the body, let's just say, is left up on the surface because they died in a haunted biome or something, or a Untamed Wilds biome, and there's scary big monsters everywhere, then they get the same, like, angry thoughts, basically. Caught another giant fly while we're trying to build this fucking thing. What are you doing up here, Toolball? Supposed to be in up here. No, I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. Oh, I see. You're not one of mine. No, you are. Well, then, I don't know what the heck you're doing out here. One side, you moron. Oh, I see. You're trying to fight with this fly. Good for you. Can you come down now, please? Wow, the dedication. I kind of gotta respect it. Can you climb down now, please? You did kill it. Are you gonna get down? No? Great. You've noticed that your dwarves' pets seem to love to gather in memorial halls. So pets want to be near the dwarf they like. That's a very normal trait for pets in Dwarfort. And the result of that is you end up with, well, very sad animals whenever a dwarf dies. went a little overboard. It is exactly normal. This is normal. This is normal Dwarf Fort. Do I think it went overboard? No, because this is normal Dwarf Fort. This is the way Dwarf Fort has always been. This is actually less intense than it used to be. So, no, I don't think it went overboard. So much vomit? Well, then allow your dwarves to go above ground. Like, if you don't want the vomit, allow them to go above ground. This fort, they don't get to go above ground very often because there's giant agitated flies everywhere. And giant agitated thrips. And giant agitated wrens. So whenever we do go above ground, yeah, they're going to puke because that's the reality. You need more than one. You need most of your fortress to be able to see the roof, but I'd say about 50% of these dwarves are cave adapted at any given time. But no, it's just normal dwarf fort. I finally get to play the video game the way it's intended. Vomit everywhere. Absolutely glorious. Yeah, exactly. Tom, I hate you. Please don't be mean. Didn't cats used to drink themselves to death? Oh my fucking god. You know, days where this bug comes up as a question. If I had $1 every time somebody asked me about cats doing that, I would be a very wealthy individual. No, it wasn't blood laced with vomit. So behind the scenes here, you don't see this. There's contaminations everywhere. 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 Dwarves, when they're singing or dancing, drop their cups and spill their cups, which puts small percentages of alcohol on every single one of these tiles inside of the tavern. And when they added cleaning, cats would clean contaminants off their body and ingest them. That's how cats deal with contaminants. So if a cat... and they ingest some of them, rather. And it's a very small percentage of the liquid that they ingest, but like if a cat's in a tavern, they're ingesting any contaminant that's on the ground. So what would happen, like see blissful after a bath, is because they just ate the contaminants that's on their body. Now, what caused it was dwarves would spill alcohol, which they do anyway. Cats would get contaminated with alcohol and then eat the alcohol, and that patch just happened to come out at the same time as poisons, and which allowed for alcohol poisoning and various different types of poisons. And so like they were all just dying of alcohol poisoning. It was nothing to do with vomit. It was literally just like they'd walk into the tavern and die. Like that's all it was. I mean, they'd be covered in their own vomit because they start vomiting due to alcohol poisoning and drunkenness, but like it wasn't dwarf vomit. It was how you came to know Dwarf Fortress? Yeah, but like people ask me if that's still a concern all the time. Like the problem with constantly reiterating old bugs, and I'm going to address this in a video. I have a video scripted, which I didn't end up making because I installed Linux instead, which is part 2 for the like history of Dwarf Fortress, which is going to be called the Bugs of Dwarf Fortress. The first one was the origins of Dwarf Fortress. This one's going to be the Bugs of Dwarf Fortress. And I know you did say used to, but like the constant reiterating of old bugs actually does damage to the game, as far as I can tell, because almost daily I have people asking me about old bugs and if they should still be concerned. Everything from like actual FPS death to like cats dying in taverns to, I know it's hilarious. I get it. It is. But people think it's real. Like they think it's still a going concern when it's not. Right? And that's the issue, is people think it's a going concern when it's not. And that is a negative for the game as a whole. Should you be worried about the 1918 Spanish influenza? I haven't been out in years. Yes. Nobody expects the Spanish influenza. We're all just waiting for COVID round 3. Urban myths of pretty much, yeah. Less FPS death with Linux. I've been streaming Dwarf Fortress with Linux for 2 days. Well, let me tell you this. FPS death has been a non-issue for about, I would say, since version 44. There has not been a situation where FPS death has been a going concern and ongoing genuine issue for the overall video game in a very, very, very long time. And it's not going to stop being a non-issue. The only reason people still think it's an issue is because people see, oh, look, game run better now. Okay, well, that means I turn up frame rate. I make thing bigger because game run better now. It's like game run better now, so let game run better. Stop like making game run bad. That's on you. Anyway, what the fuck am I gonna do with this body? Stupid dwarf. I was the one that got stuck in the tree. We did chop the tree down, but ended up on this wall instead. Well, what's your name again? Toolball. ARB. Anyway, I don't know. Anyway, bugs are funny until people think they're still active. Actually, the other reason I think that constantly reiterating bugs that are no longer a going concern is a problem is it makes people, instead of say, oh, I don't understand this mechanic, and try and figure out a mechanic. How the hell do I... Why am I constantly misspelling this name? T-O-B-U-L. I did spell it right. Yeah, okay, just name's not there yet. So you can clean contaminants. Dwarves clean contaminants. You don't need janitors. You could make a specific job for only cleaning, but like you could just do that. Like go here, create new work detail, edit work detail, scroll down, and then just say where's cleaning. It's down here. Yeah, they're right there. Boom, cleaning, and then just name it janitor, and then assign a bunch of people to it. Done. No, because that dwarf's dead. So, like, if you want janitors, just make janitors. What kind of dwarf do you want, Elray? I don't have any other dwarves in a tree that I'm aware of. Unless you want to be that dwarf that was in a tree, which is already dead, which means I thus can't name you. And I will refund that. But like, what kind of dwarf would you like? And also, beard or no beard? You were genuinely unaware. Well, now you are aware. Congratulations, you have become woke. FPS can still die in very specific circumstances, like soldiers stuck in trees or blocked in an area for a while. No, but here's the thing. Frame rate going to 0 does not equal FPS death. FPS death was an inevitable issue. Regardless of what you did as a player. Woodworker, got it. Beard or no beard. Regardless of what you did. So if you go back and play Dwarf Fortress from 2007, it does not matter how you play the game. Within 15 hours of gameplay, the frame rate will be below 5. Within another 15 hours of gameplay, it'll be at 0, locked, nothing will move, game broken. That's FPS death. It is an inevitability that you cannot avoid. Does this game have slowdowns? Absolutely. They're almost always fixable, either with DF hack, reverting to a save, or by simply sitting there and slowly waiting for the dwarves to go chop down that tree, or whatever. So that's why I insist that it is no longer a going concern, because it's always either 1, fixable, or 2, avoidable. So from my perspective, FPS death no longer exists in this game. Can the frames slow down? Absolutely. Does it remain playable? Vast majority of the time. If it's not playable, it's probably because you have an older PC and you've increased the population drastically, or haven't decreased the population because that's what your computer can run. To me, like, the population size, the map size, the density of the world, the size of the world is up to the player to adjust based on the speed and power of their computer. And if you set it to a level of that your computer can't handle and your game slows down to the point where it's unplayable, that is on you, not on the game. Just my opinion. Your current Ford is sitting at 41 FPS and you've been running at 54 dwarves for years. That's fine. That's perfectly playable. Dwarven creatures cavern creatures can also slow down a lot. Sure, but you can nerf them, right? Like, Remember how a second ago I said, adjust the game to what your computer can handle, right? All of those settings are surfaced and visible and accessible by the player, right? Scale well with modern hardware. Faster than CPU, faster game run. So yes. You can also turn them off, yeah. You could nerf them into oblivion like I do, or just turn them off. Both of those are an option. Mist generators don't affect my frames at all, but my computer's a beast, so. They used to on older versions of the game. If it does, it's negligible. L-Ray 7. You're now a Boyer, which is a woodworker. Anyway, sorry about the rambles, but it's something that I'm impassioned about. Okay, so you've had some acquaintances who've died. You've been in the fort since the year 330. You've been in the fortress for 2 years now. I'm decently happy or delighted after watching performance. You want to be able to practice the craft pretty bad. He has a low sense of self-esteem and cracks easily under pressure. Lacks confidence in his abilities and tries to get things done perfectly. Is slow to anger and tends to hang on to grievances. Does not mind wearing something special now and again. And he prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. Has a calm demeanor and tends to consider what others think of him. He often greets others with a hug and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill and he personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and does not care about art one way or another. And he likes mica, zinc, pink tourmaline, the color peach, hoods, amulets, and when possible prefers to consume giant beetle, yellow bullhead, and turnip wine, and absolutely hates fire snakes. Like, as a statement, like, this fortress currently running at like 60 frames a second, which is what I have it locked at. So it could go higher probably, right? Like sometimes it'll go down to 40 if I'm doing a lot of jobs. But we have 179 dwarves. The year before this game came out on Steam, before we had all of Putnam's performance increases, this number of dwarves in a fort this size with all this lava and liquid shit going on, I would probably not be above 10 frames a second. Anyway, likes mica, zinc, and pink tourmaline in the color peach, hoods and amulets, and when possible prefers to consume giant beetle, yellow bullhead, and turnip wine, and can't stand fire snakes. 60 nice years old and a member of the religion, the Competitive Order, which does have a temple here. And you have no kills. And you're recently euphoric due to inebriation, and you like watching performances. You, in fact, have a bedroom. Welcome to the fort. I prefer... I'm not a fan of the way the cavern creatures work. If they were like proper sieges or ambushes the way the elves work, where they come and go periodically, I'd like them a lot more. Or like if they had patrols the same way the demons do, where they just kind of patrol through the map and then leave the other side. Like I would like that too. But yeah, I'm not a fan of the mechanics of that. It's something that I really hope gets a good hard second look at some point. Which I'm sure it will. Not too worried about that. No, I completely agree, Steven, that should absolutely be reworked. But at the end of the day, I argue semantics with FPS death, because when people run around yelling about FPS death, all it does is it makes this game harder to market, right? And, you know, people can call me biased all they want, and at the end of the day, they're not entirely wrong, because it is, like, my success is directly connected to this game's marketability and accessibility for people, right? Just as somebody who makes content about the video game, like, that's a fact, right? I can't deny that. So the reality for me is, I always forget where screen press is. There it is. The reality for me is I need 2 mech. Actually, okay, get up. But the reality for me is talking about or referring to a game as, you know, being super prone to FPS death when that isn't entirely accurate at this point does nothing but damage the reputation of this game at this point. That being said, funny bugs just give me a headache, but don't actually damage the game. Like talking about cats dying from alcohol and whatnot. That's hysterical. I agree. But I do genuinely get the headache pretty frequently of people asking me, is that still something I should worry about? No. Getting stuck in trees? Yeah. You know, cats dying of alcohol poisoning? No. Not an issue. The one that I do think is genuinely hysterical, though, is noise pollution, where it's like, yeah, that was a mechanic in the game, like, oh, God, decades ago. It actually claimed that the biggest factor in determining a steady state of frame rate, no fires, no temp pathing issues is world size these days. Seems to have a larger impact than anything else for you. For me, world size has like no impact. Map size does. And flying enemy creatures does. Old clothes are super easy to dispose of. You just make a refuse pile and allow damaged clothing. Done. And they just get disposed of and go away instantly. Like literally, and then the remainder that they don't want to do that the dwarves like, you can sell. And every single dwarf that has a cabinet in their bedroom puts their used clothing in their cabinet, and once they're in a cabinet, they are not affecting your frame rate because they're not affected by temperature, and they are not affected by physics, which is why items can cause problems. If they're in a stockpile, they're also not affected unless water hits them, or lava hits them, obviously. It's because they're trying to leave your fort. So okay, so first off, I was talking with Putnam about this last night. When you become like, you know, a mountain home or whatever, the nobles all showing up like that, like this, kind of a not intended feature. I'm pretty sure. Like quite positive that is not intended. It's funny, but it's not intended. And so there's gonna be something changed with that. The reason they get stuck in your moat is if they make it onto the map, but don't make it into your fort, and your fort is locked, or if you don't have a public tavern or public place for them to go, then they just go stand somewhere. And that may or may not be in your moat. So, bug out. Have I had that happen? Yeah. Do they do it frequently? Do I wish that mechanic was different? Oh, very much. Very, very much so. No, that's totally fair. I mean, one thing does still cause noise pollution in Lark, which is, excuse me, which is mining. If you have a dwarf who's sleeping and you're mining close to that dwarf who's sleeping, they will get really pissed about noise pollution. When do I not sound like a madman, Rockcat? Let's be honest. When do I not sound like a madman? Although, fortunately, it won't last very long because people are bad at their job. The spanking continued until you improved your morale. Silic cats. Done. The Forgotten Beast, Rethi, has come. A huge blob composed of snow. Aw. It has a square shell and it scrims and fidgets. Well, good luck. You poor. Oh, and it's in hell. Oh, it's a snowball in hell. Well, a troglodyte could kill this. The demons in my ball. There's actually like 70 of them. We counted. Did something even hit it? I didn't see anything. Oh. The Banshee of Shadow pushed it, and it melted. Pushes the Forgotten Beast in the shell, and it sails off an arc. The Forgotten Beast misses. The Banshee of Shadow pushes it a second time, and it fell to pieces. It melted. That's both kind of adorable and also kind of sad. It's just a friendly little snowball. Let's also make a round of cloth trousers and cloth shoes. Cloth trousers. Cloth shoe. It's gonna make 100 of each. If he takes these snowball, we push them. Oh. Oh, that's the peasant that died to the fly a minute ago. Also, I'm just gonna jump up here and go to this and just be all like, for the love of dwarfs, don't stand here for any reason. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. We don't even stand there either. Well, at the very least, we're killing these giant lorikeets. There's so many of them. So many of them. Gorlaks are very... The problem with Gorlaks is they are considered a wild animal due to a code change from a long time ago. So in Fortress mode, not really. If they show up in the caverns as a wild animal, not really. In World Gen, they can. So if they've joined a religion or something, they can be your friend. But because in Fortress mode, they're considered wild animals, you can't really make friends with them, no, unfortunately, which sucks. It sucks. Pretty sure this screw press doesn't need power, but I'm gonna make it look like it's getting power anyway because it's cool. But Tarn has said many times that once he's finished with adventure mode, he's going to give Gorlaks some love because poor Gorlaks, they don't deserve it. Yeah, me too, Lennox. I want them to show up and make demands. And if you don't, like, give them their demands, then, like, be like, you're living on our land or something. And if you, like, give them their demands, then maybe some of them will join you. And if you don't give them their demands, then they'll attack you. I'd like that, even if it's, like, a slow thing. Workshops? But, oh, yeah, well. We need Gorlak friends? I mean, this world... No, not this world. The world I had before this one had a Gorlak queen. Had a Gorlak fighting a Hydra? That's kind of rad. You get so I have a plump helmet man in my traps right now, and I don't want to let him out, Steven. I'm scared he's gonna go die. I'm keeping him in there for his own safety. Oh boy. Received an email from my landlord saying that they're doing their annual inspection on the 11th. And it's the day after I get back from my trip, so it's good. But I have to respond to this email, so give me a sec.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
All right, like, email now. Sweet. Quick, hide the lettuce. They know about the lettuce. I do actually have to hide my bong, though. I'm not allowed to have a bong. What is happening? I was responding to an email from my landlord. But yeah, no, I agree. Gorlaks need more love. It is kind of a shame how Gorlaks are treated in Dwarf Fortress, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. I'm making a paper industry, for anybody wondering. Mush plant into slurry. And we'll say, do this when the amount of unrotten paper slurryable plants are above 10. Oh boy. Let's set that to 20 and say whenever it is above 21, which is fine. And then after that, pressed at a screw press. So press plant slurry into paper sheet. We'll do 20. When the amount of non-pressed paper slurry glob above 19, 20. Killing in the name of bum ba-dum ba-da-dum bum bum bum. You know, I saw some nonsensical moron on the internet once complaining about the reunion tour that they did for, you know, Rage Against the Machine. Because they were like, why'd they have to bring so much politics into their music? They weren't like this before. It's like, clearly you've never listened to Rage Against the Machine before. Like, have you never, like, listened to one of their songs? Do you think Killing in the Name of is a party song? Ba-dum-bum. And do it, she told ya. If you, they usually try to path back into the fort and die or get trapped again. Yeah, no, absolutely, Steven. It's because they're trying to get to the surface. A lot of those creatures are trying to get to the surface, so your best bet is try and let them out on the surface and then lock the door to the fort when you release them. Use like a lever or something to do it at a distance. What machine do you think they're... Oh, they're definitely raging against the laundromat. No question. The fucking dishwasher. I rage against my fucking dishwasher all the goddamn time, so... Anyway, then I need to go right here. I'm actually going to make a specific crafts dwarf shop right there. And I'm going to make a stockpile right here. This stockpile is going to specifically be for paper sheet. Laptop is pretty cool 99% of the time. 99% of the time? What happens the other 1% of the time? Does it get a little warm? Their PC is very hot. I actually wonder how hot is my PC right now. CPU is actually at idle speed, at idle temps, which is kind of nutty. 42C. So I'm going to set up a specific job on this crafts dwarf shop that is literally just going to make quires when they're available. When paper is available, they're going to make quires. That's the only thing this thing is going to do. You're making slurries. Also just going to make, it's probably just whip vine, right? Wait, hold on, let me check something. No, rope reed, right? Yeah, it would be rope reed and pigtail. So we're going to go to rope reed and pigtail. Those two in those two stockpiles. Gravestone is Ineth. Did I not memorialize Ineth? Thought I did. Last name. Oh, no slabs engraved. All right, got another Ineth, apparently. This is just like a constant thing in my life right now. More? Your laptop is still running Windows 7. Is there a particular reason why, or is it just laziness? I mean, the computer in front of me. So there's two desktop computers in front of me. One of them still has Windows 7 on it, but I haven't turned that computer on in like, I don't know, 5 years. The laptop's fans get kind of loud, but never gets hot. Well, that's good. At least it's got good fans, just like me. You know, like that's the one thing I truly love about my job is I have great fans. You know what I'm saying? Genuinely just have great fans. Gonna take them a little bit to mash all the slurry. So where the heck do the slurry go? Okay, so you are gonna go here, and you're gonna go here, and under no circumstances are you to go in here. This is half the reason I very rarely do a paper industry, because then I have to go back and like fix all of my other stockpiles everywhere in the fort usually. This one is just meat. Yep. How about this? Drink. All right, well, let's hope those go into the right place now to speed stuff up. It's barely wedged into the case because you bought one ages ago. Oh, that's... Has anybody here ever, like, seen a computer with a graphics card in it that's big enough that you can't attach the side panels, so they just didn't? I jury-rigged a computer together for somebody I worked with years ago, and we put a graphics card into it. But the thing that he didn't tell me until I got to his house is that the computer that we were jury-rigging together was an all-in-one, like, monitor PC. So it was built into a monitor running, I want to say Windows 7, because this was, like, 2012 or something. And we literally took a band or a circle saw, like a metal cut saw, and cut a hole in it, the shape of the graphics card, and just let the graphics card rest on it, sticking out of the back. I was like, well, there's one rule now. And he goes, what? I'm like, don't poke it. And he goes, why? I'm like, you might electrocute yourself and also blow your computer up. And he goes, oh, valid warning. Thank you. You like getting visitors to donate books? I mean, I like I very rarely ever actually get a situation where my dwarves write a book themselves, but it's fun to be able to make copies of books. Like you can make a little copy house. Now the question is, where are they putting it? I'm just gonna follow this to see what stockpile it ends up in. But your living room table is kind of the computer parts area. I saw a picture on Reddit relatively recently on PC Master Race, I think was the subreddit it was posted on. And it was literally a briefcase. And it said, this is my budget. And then it had quotations, laptop that I used in university. And it's literally a briefcase with like a 16-inch monitor in the top, and just like a desktop computer in the bottom with a Rubbermaid container plastic thing underneath it and on top of it so that it doesn't like catch fire or short circuit. And then he would just put the keyboard and mouse into the case or like into the thing, which is kind of awesome. I have massive amounts of respect for that level of nonsense. Totally not a bomb PC. Definitely looked like a bomb. Definitely, like you would not be able to take that onto an airplane. For sure. But like, I don't know. I respect it. I think that kind of shit's awesome. Stuff's cool as hell. All right, well, we got paper now. So this is going to get a specific job, which is make choir. And it's going to be make 10 choirs, or I don't know. Yeah, sure. Make 10 when there's 10. That's fine. When the amount of, no, not that. When the amount of sheet is greater than 10, make a choir. And I'm going to also queue up, well, not for all of them. Actually, just for this one specifically. Book. Make a rock book binding out of, I don't know, we'll just say obsidian. And we'll say make 10 when the amount of book bindings is less than 10, and bind book, we'll say 10, when the amount of written on choirs is greater than 10. Oh, we'll say greater than 11, actually. And then I'm going to assign a specific dwarf for this. I don't know if I actually have a bookbinder, but it would be kind of cool to have a professional bookbinder. No, actually... Okay. Lanix is a proficient bookbinder. We'll give it to you. I was going to say maybe Telenartho, but rest in peace, Telenartho. Okay, so Lanix. Hopping on mobile for a little bit. Enjoy your mobile. How tall have you made your walls for your animal farm? Oh, you mean like up here? They're, well, one layer and then it's, or 2 layers and then it's roofed off. So, pretty small. Like, very small. It's just, I built a roof, basically. They don't need super high walls. If I wanted to, like, actually chop down the trees that grow in there sometimes, then I would have needed to make it taller, but... I'm actually going to eat the geese, because I've got a lot of geese running around. Okay, well, I can't do that. Eat the baby duck, the baby geese then. You are now my full-time bookbinder. And also, yeah, you're now a full-time bookbinder. Currently, you are storing an owned item, specifically a very, very old robe. Oh, also, hold up. Cloth, loincloth. 180 of these. I thought to myself earlier, I should probably queue up some more of those, and then, like, just looked at your loincloth and was like, probably not great. But yeah, you are now a bookbinder. You bind books. Because you are a proficient bookbinder, and you're currently very rusty. But we're going to make you less rusty. You know what? I'm just going to make an obsidian stockpile right here. Chat, when you build crafting areas, do you make large open areas and then just fill them up with shops like this? Or do you like to make specific rooms with tiny little stockpiles to make sure everything has the proper materials in it? How do you make things? Depends. Mix. What do you do with old cloth? You sell it. Dwarves that own the items will put them into their coffers to keep them. They'll put them into cabinets and stuff to keep them. But when they die, they can be sold. And it is my #1 trade good. In all situations. Quite literally. It's my #1 trade good. The most commonly sold item. It's like the entirety of my Dwarf Fortress economy. Another thing I should probably just queue up is melt metal. Melt a metal. Okay, fine. Melt a metal object. It's great if the number of melt designated items are greater than 50. That. You generally build individual houses with workshops in the basement, like with the dwarves specifically assigned to the bedrooms, workshops in each basement, because that's pretty cool if you do. You recently wait, hold on, Elray, which one? Genuine question. Which one? Which hidden tech tree did you find? Are you talking about like the scholar research stuff? I feel like that would be a fun, like, themed fort for me to do at some point. It's like every dwarf needs their own workshop assigned to them in their basement. Topic one? Yeah, I mean, that stuff's neat. That stuff is really neat. I mean, supposedly, like, Tarn says he wants the dwarves to be able to discover magic using libraries once Myths and Magic is out. That would be really as well. There are more? Well, sort of. Like poetry is sort of one. Then there's the library research one, but there's also kind of a different one, which is like knowledge of the area. And there's also like animal training, which I guess is kind of a hidden tech tree. Every dwarf gets a house. I would love to see screenshots of that shit. I don't know if you've ever posted them, but Discord would probably love to see those. That kind of stuff is neat. We're making book bindings. Oh, another thing. I could make a stockpile for obsidian book bindings. That would be what? Finished goods? Nope. Nope. Are book bindings one of those things that are hiding mysteriously in the tools section that isn't really accessible? Great. Okay, well, we'll do this. It's not in furniture, already checked. It's a tool. Well, at least the beats will be intricate. And it'll be relatively fun to listen to. Oh, martial training. What religion follow? Faith of contesting. Actually, Puphead, where is your bedroom? Throne room right there. Could start putting some temples in down here. Puphead have one of these. Oh. Puphead. A new bedroom. Like, I realize you already have a great bedroom, but like, might as well give you a better one. Has great bedroom, also has great bedroom. Oh, right, this is your bedroom. Every single Baron has a bedroom. Well, let's be funny and just give that to my militia captain. And give this one to a child. Perfect, everybody wins. Chessboard rooms? They kind of do look like a chessboard, don't they? That wasn't really the intention to make them look that way, but the nobles' rooms do kind of look like a chessboard. Okay. And that right there is my papermaking industry. Bring a satisfying acquisition. I feel like we should just make green glass rings. Buttload of them. Can I not make green glass rings? I'm suddenly very confused. I mean, I can make scroll rollers. Should I make glass scroll rollers? Or glass books? Actually, here's another thing that we could do that could be fun. What do I have these set for? 20 play per sure, make 10 quiet. Let's do also scroll. Make scroll. And so we'll do 10 choirs and 10 scrolls. Although I think scrolls are just made here. Yes. That requires scroll rollers. Let's go here and say make scroll. If there's 10 sheets and the amount of scroll rollers are greater than 10. Except I'm going to set that down to 5 and 5 just for my own sanity. Make scroll 5. And then green glass scroll rollers. We'll say make 5, 10. And we'll just do this seasonally. So I'll have a bunch less scroll rollers, but we will also make scrolls. Let me check something. Yeah, I have scroll rollers in sheet. It satisfies that. And then that's a book binding. So I'm assuming that scrolls and scroll rollers are also a tool, so I will allow green glass. Board is looking good, thanks, Rickavel. Passed under 10 super pissed dwarves. Yay! We can start digging again when we hit those numbers. It only took half a season. And no, it's not because people are dying a ton, I don't think. Oh, that dwarf I just memorialized was murdered by a child. Cool. Wonder what Fath's kill count is now. Also, Fath is still kind of pissed. Desperately needs new hood. Definitely, desperately needs new shoes. At least you have a shirt. All right, well, let's make 180 hoods. Actually, what do I have for cloth? Hey, we're down to 9. What is currently available cloth-wise? We have a decent, okay, we have a decent amount of yarn. We're gonna make 150 yarn hoods. I'm thinking I maybe need more clothing shops as well. I think I'm gonna just put some clothing shops down here because I have this space. Save the game streamer, just give me a second. And unpause and quick save. You can see the value. I will say don't dedicate yourself too much to min-maxing the value of items. It'll drive you slightly insane. Or try not to. Try to resist the urge to, even. Also, chat, today is another sad day where I am the only person streaming Dwarf Fort. Oh boy. What a strange, unique situation. Now we're in an ad break. Terrible timing. Well, that's interesting. When a piece of software on Linux stops responding, it gives you a pop-up. Never seen that. Well. Before it does that when it saves sometimes. Porcelain statues are a great way to get value early, if you have access to it. Yeah, certainly. Same with glass. Yeah. Does anybody else remember the days when, like, one of the best early game things you could trade was menacing wooden spikes? Chop down 5 trees, make a carpenter's wood shop, and then just start making menacing spikes or spiky balls. Streamed DF yesterday, but you haven't tried logging in OBS to Twitch. Logging in OBS to Twitch yet? Logging in OBS to Twitch yet? I mean, gives you some things in OBS. You got a full screen pop-up for Windows 10 saying it'll stop being supported next year? Well, you should stop supporting Windows. Instead, support wall holes. Much better. Well, I mean, hope the current cadence I have for YouTube that I'm doing is I stream for the week and then I edit highlights for Monday, Wednesday, Friday over the weekend. And I try to do 1 or 2 other videos that are like a little bit bigger over the weekend. So this weekend I'm gonna try and get the Bugs of Dwarf Fortress video edited, and I'm also going to try and get the I'm gonna try and get the Bugs of Dwarf Fortress video edited, and I'm also going to try and get a what's it called? Blanking because brain slow currently. Try and get a video of me like swapping over to Linux uploaded because I did document a lot of the process. What is your favorite start? Go near a mountain and dig down, or just start out in the open and just go straight down? My favorite start is the opposite of what I did previously. I don't really like doing the same things constantly. Mint is what I'm using. Well, cinnamon. Virginia. I don't know, there's too many words. Years ago, and I mean years ago, I messed around with Ubuntu and Arch Linux, and this was like 2010, and I was like, this is more work than I'm willing to put in. I stopped pretty quick, but now it seems fine. Most stuff works out of the box. OBS has some weirdness, but I'm figuring out the quirks. I figured out why OBS kept getting stuck in a crash loop, by the way. It didn't like my backed up profile. I backed up a profile from my previous install on my old computer, and if I swap over to that profile, it gets stuck in a boot loop when I close it. So if I move to that profile and then close OBS, when I try to restart it, it just infinitely crashes it, so I had to completely remake my profile from the ground up, and it's a function now. It's nice. A little anxiety-inducing, but it's nice. At least it functions, you know, like it's half the problems cleared already. Oh shit. You ever just like completely miss that a game released that you were kind of low-key looking forward to or curious about? Oh, apparently that released this morning. I'm like low-key interested in this game because I played the demo and I thought it was great. Very old school RPG-ish thingy. I might give it a try at some point, but I need to track down key for it. You know, it's the one problem with being the guy that never covers new releases really is eventually people stop sending you information about new releases. Even if I do actually happen to be interested in them. Kind of annoying. You had Arch for about 3 months and then realized you were spending most of your time managing OS. I'm not gonna lie, I quite like managing computers. Like, to me, like, so far, the process of running Linux Mint for me has been, oh, it's like running Windows again, but with the training wheels off back in 1994. Or not 1994, but like back in 2004 or whatever. Like, it feels like making software work on Windows 98 again, which is fun. I don't mind it. It's just a completely different workflow that I'm gonna have to get used to. But you know, some people enjoy that process, right? Of managing stuff. I just kind of want to stare at this stuff until I see wires go into here. Because I want 10 writing material in here, and I don't think they've actually done the choirs just yet. Because I could make choirs, and I could also make a scroll. So maybe... Is there a time limit on this one? We need 10 sheets. Oh, you know what? Why don't we just speed this process up initially a little bit? Get this up to repeat. You're online 2025. Yeah, pretty much. It's like weirdly nostalgic in an odd way. Really fun for you too. It's been a long time in college. You loved trying different distros and learning about how the OS works. Yeah, I mean it's interesting. I mean it's certainly less user friendly, but it's been an interesting process so far. Also, as far as Raspberry Pi goes, because YouTube chat mentioned Raspberry Pi, I had a Pi hole for a while. Managing computers are like handling a severe case of food poisoning. Tom, are you okay, or are you just trying to be like awful? Like, seriously, what the fuck, dude? It's okay to not like things, but don't be a dick about it. I think that the dwarf here is sleeping. I need to wait for Lanix to come over here again. Aw, man, most depressed dwarves went back up to 10. We were down to 9 for a minute there. Game's chunking. There we go. Baroness of Cloister Clam is visiting. Oh, I know why. I love the fact that we're getting attacked by agitated peacocks. Never not going to be entertaining. Welcome back, Diamond. And, sorry. Well, welcome back, Neutron Dwarf. Not Diamond. Also, hi, Kage Nara. I'm not your dad. Lanix be equal book goblin? I mean, you is goblin all up all of the books. I'd actually say do this first. Make us a choir. Grab the rope read paper sheet. And let's also get you to bind a book. Once it's available. I'm also going to make sure that the rope read choir ends up in the right place. At least you're satisfied at work. You like your job. So this is our choir. I got attacked by a peacock in the zoo years ago. Like a little kid, I got attacked by a peacock. It was not the scariest thing that's ever happened to me, but it was up there. Although I think the scariest thing that ever happened to me as a small kid when it comes to birds was the time I got pecked by an emu. A family friend at the time had pet emus, and emu shows up, walks up to me, and they're like, yeah, he's friendly, you can pet him. I'm like, okay, so I'm like petting this emu, and then this emu like obviously was done with me petting him and like turned around and looked at me and just went bop to the face and knocked me over. And it was one of the 3 times in my life I've had a nosebleed. Literally, that emu made my nose bleed. They were worried very briefly that he broke my nose. He didn't, but it did fucking hurt. Thinking about making an above-ground fortress for the dwarves of the test run in a world that you made, which would hopefully make it until adventure mode is out of beta. I'll say this, if you do that, do not do it in a untamed wilds biome. How old was I? I have no idea. Like, not very old. Like, 10 at most. I was pretty young. What, I want to see your peacock, 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 peacock. I want to see your peacock. That song? Yeah. For whatever it's worth, I agree. Katy Perry has some bangers, but then there's I want to see your peacock. Huh? Do you now? Do you? How did this get played on the radio? Certified unplatinum. What is the opposite of platinum? Udil Craftsdorf has created Udiz Abrez, a green glass armor stand, and offers it to the Hot Sparks. I think I'm gonna put that right away into here with these 2 armor stands that must already be getting picked up to be moved. What? Did I reset? I'm used to military screen being up here, not down here. The heck did I do? Huh. I'm wondering if I resized Dwarf Fortress by a pixel or something. Weird to be cut off on the stream anywhere. Weird. Would platinum-based currency be good? I have no idea. I have to ask somebody who knows a thing or 3 about economics, and that ain't me. And it's completely flooded. I kind of like how crazy impractical the cavern layers can be. One of the things I do genuinely enjoy. All right, well, we finally hit the point where we have enough, you know, cloth of it or paper available. Let's go into here. This is probably also why everything is so thrown off for me. Make 2 more of those group presses. And I'm going to go into millstones. I just want these jobs to get done quickly, right? Make some more rock millstones. Although I should make them out of obsidian. Uh-oh. I just deleted something. Shit. Plant into slurry. Slurry into paper sheet. I think it was in between those two. No. All the steps are still there. I think it was one of the clothing ones. That's one feature I do like in DF Hack that I wish was in the vanilla game. Are you sure you would not like to make this? Necromancers spread evil biomes in World Gen, but not in the... In World Gen, but not once World Gen is done. And only when you retire and reclaim a fort after that. Okay, so are these choirs ending up in here? Yes, they are. Now the question is, are you gonna go copy books? Raikalu the glassmaker has been missing for a week. I'm gonna say, are you like right here and dead? I don't see you there. So, no idea. Rest in peace, Raikalu. A damn shame. I've saved you a couple times. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely saved me before back when I used to use it, but I don't know. I would rather complain about features that should be in the game, because Steam stats prove it, right? The majority of the people playing on Steam are not using DF Hack. So, like, at the end of the day, how many people are using DF Hack right now? 257 of 937, right? So... Goden the merchant was found dead. It's awkward. Probably because you walked by. Baron walked by. Goden, there's a Tekid, there's a Goden there, there's... Hey, you gotta love it. So like a third of the player base, approximately. I've seen it lower than that and I've seen it higher than that. But approximately like a third of the... Approximately a third of the player base is not using it, right? So I think it's more important that they try and mimic the most important features that DF Hack has. I know that the development team of Dwarf does feel that some of the features are kind of cheating. Like, they make the game too easy to get around and allow you to avoid certain mechanics that they think are important, such as like reading Dwarves descriptions and whatnot, right? Which is why the game doesn't expose exact numbers, is because they feel that it's better for you to see, they think that it's better for you to like read about your dwarves and learn a little bit about the world than it is to, you know, just go out of your way to for lack of a better term, avoid those mechanics. And I tend to agree with that as well. I think that the game is benefited by having mechanics that you have to interact with in order to play the game coherently. I think that that's important. You're never getting bored of it? Yeah, that's how you know it's a good soundtrack. Like, I got very bored of RimWorld eventually, but I never got bored of the soundtrack. I still like the soundtrack for RimWorld. Okay. These numbers going down, these numbers going up. Things is good. Kind of surprised we didn't get a migrant wave, though. Everybody has bedrooms. I can actually go down here and we can finish up these extras for the next migrant wave when we do get that. Demons in a fishbowl is so cool. I'm very happy that that stupid project worked. We named the fortress FireOrb as kind of a joke. And then, like, I got this really dumb idea around halfway through the fort. And then we made a FireOrb. And then I got a dumber idea and was like, well, what if we put demons in the FireOrb? And so we put demons in the FireOrb. And now it's just kind of funny. How are you doing, IR Stupid? It's good to see you, mate. Hope things have been well. No, FunOrb is a side project that Jagex attempted and then shut down later, and the only thing good about it was a free-to-play Worms clone where you played as wizards. It was an ad-supported, like, was it Flash? I think it was Flash, games website where you could get ad-free if you were a RuneScape member, but it got shut down eventually. You have no idea what I'm talking about? Google FunOrb. It's a thing. It's a website that I played video games on for a bit. Oh, there you go. Exactly, Kagenari. You got it. I swear it's a real thing. I'm not making this up. FunOrb did actually exist at one point. How's my audio volume, like my microphone sound? Is it peaking? Because it looks like it's peaking in OBS. Like, is there crackle or static on it? And how is the microphone volume compared to the game audio? Well balanced. Still making some pretty drastic changes to my setup in order to do this whole Linux thing. Oh, Sag. Looked over at YouTube and it's like, you've lost 5 subscribers. And I'm like, oh. What did I do to deserve that? No peeking or crackle. Yay! It's muting now and then. Okay, well that's actually something I can fix too. Excuse me, I have to do the thump test. Can you guys hear that? Okay. Well, how about this? Well, our house is a little loud. Well, I think we'll call it fine. Okay, well I can like knee the bottom of my desk pretty hard and you guys can't hear that. And that doesn't pop up on the little audio meter at all, so that's good. I'm testing a noise gate filter, that's all, for reference. If anybody's wondering why Blind is thwacking his desk, that's why. Because, like, if it's a wider noise gate, then it might pick up sounds from just in and around my building, which I don't really want it to do. But at the same time, I need it to, pick up something. You know, it would be a really fun way to make a fort. Just a weird, like, maybe like a Halloween-y challenge fort. It would kind of have to be an evil fort because of the way this theme would work. Every single dwarf in the entire fortress needs a bedroom and a tomb. and when the dwarf dies, and a tomb in their bedroom, and then when a dwarf dies, their bedroom is converted into a tomb and no longer accessible as a bedroom. I just think that would be really kind of a neat thematic thing to make. Let's do 20 of these. Not this fort. This fort's too well built already and too far along for that to really be an option. And also the speed at which things are dying outside would make that very much not fun. But in another fort, that would be a fun thing to do in the future. A massive pain. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Having to make a new set of bedrooms every couple of years would be a massive pain. It would have, in order for that to like be even playable, I think it would also have to be a relatively non-violent fort. Like obviously have violence, but it would be quite a difficult fort to manage, I guess is the easy way to put it. Dwarves that need bedrooms right now. No, okay, sweet. Her bedrooms became their tombs also after death. I mean, for me, it just reminds me of What Remains of Edith Finch. Okay, so for a child. Literally just kind of keeping an eye out, hoping that we'll get some books written. Actually, has the number of books in our thing gone up? It's gone down. Well, that's not what I wanted. But think about how the dwarf would feel such honor. Oh yeah, no, the dwarves would love it. Like, it would genuinely make the dwarves really happy. Kubok, the human, was found dead where? Jeez. Like, I don't even know. Okay, so for full clarity here. Visitors are disabled. Completely. I've completely disabled them in the game's options right now. I'm still getting visitors, and it's been annoying enough that I complained to Putnam the other day. Because, like, you're disabled and a visitor? Oh, boy. I'm very sorry for disabling you. I will be right back in a second, chat. I'm gonna go top off my coffee and drain my urination container because I must pee. BRB. 2 seconds. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to.
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel. Heal, damn it!
Let's take a lovely fruit, a tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Remember when this game was ASCII art? Oh yeah, I played it a lot back then. I mean, it still can be if you want it to be. Boom. Done. See? You know, it's funny. I don't like ketchup chips. They just kind of taste like sugar to me. Sweet chips do nothing for me. An elven caravan has arrived. Well, if they can make it into the fortress alive, we'll trade with them. You feel like you... Well, see, here's the thing, right? For dwarves, having a tomb it's kind of like the Egyptian pharaohs having a tomb, you know, like it's a sign of success. It's like being actually able to afford a house, you know? It's like, congratulations, you're wealthy enough that people give enough of a shit about you that they will make you a tomb before you're dead and you get to see it. And it guarantees that you're gonna have glory in the afterlife or whatever. I mean, that's what a dwarf having a tomb is like for a dwarf, right? So it's like a great badge of honor that you are an important enough character in this society that they've made you a tomb, right? So because it's kind of a massive luxury, it does actually improve their moods if they are assigned a tomb before they die. So it would actually be like good for dwarven happiness. Yeah, maybe that's what we should do for the next fort, chat, is just do a fort that's like pretty calm, like nothing super crazy. And the whole idea is that and we start with a pretty low population and work up pretty slowly, like start with like 30 and then bump it up to 50 and then bump it up to 80 or whatever. And just every single dwarf in the entire fort gets their own workshop, their own office, their own bedroom. You know, their own job, like their own little house, basically. We could do it like a cavern fort. That could be fun. Maybe that's what is that what we should do next, chat? What do you think? Because I'm either going to finish this fort this week or next week right before I go on my trip. So we'll either be starting a new fort next week or like right before I leave or this week. I'm just gonna set this as priority walk space. Like little clans? Sure, yeah, something like that. Tomb bedrooms. I wonder if I could call it table tomb. Is table a dwarven word? I know it's like a weird question to ask, but... I could call it stable... Ooh, we should call it stable tombs. Anyway, we'll workshop that. We will workshop that. Oh man, look at all these choirs we have. It's wonderful. Wonderful! Such choir. We'll make some more millstones. And what I'm going to do in here is I'm actually going to go into the make choir and just say check monthly, because this dwarf's going to get super overworked if they literally just sit here doing this the whole time. Tom brooms? Yeah, Tom brooms, it probably would be a brand of broom, right? Like that's what it would be, I would think. And I'm going to pop up here to the library and just, let's make 1 or 2 more scribes for the library. I'm going to make the Duke of FireOrb one, which, are you even one of my dwarves? Oh, wow, you are. Okay. I'm just going to say that... Worth noting, chat. Also, only stream in NL. Hello, what's up? Chat room. Just a heads up, Dwarven Redemptions are open. But also something else I would like to mention is, just as a reminder, also Baby Blueford, congratulations on that stream streak. Something that I would like to mention is we stream on Fridays now. So today is not the last day of my stream week, like it used to be, would have been previously in the past. Instead, I will be streaming tomorrow. And it's also worth noting that because I'm going on a little vacation, and also because it's my birthday, I will be streaming on June the 3rd, which is a Monday. So I will be streaming Friday and then Monday. I missed a dwarf redeem a little while ago. Did I? Oh shit. Deep sea fishing. Crap. Deep sea fishing. What dwarf redeem? What did I want? You know what I meant. Old Angie. Okay. Big beard. Boy Angie or Lady Angie? Which one you prefer? Ooh, actually, I've got a good one. Well, okay, so he's not super Angie, but still Angie. He's second most Angie instead of most Angie. How about the old tavern keeper? You have a date tomorrow? You know, honestly, if I had a date tomorrow, I would cancel my stream. Much rather go to a date than, like, you know, work. But, you know, you win, honestly. Why not blind stream and chill? I mean, you got a point there. Deep sea fishing. Deep sea, did you have a dwarf previously in this fort? I can't remember. Yes, you did? Okay. He has an incredibly calm demeanor, is very quick to anger, and he doesn't often feel envious of others, is very humble and has an active imagination, tends to think before acting, and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He likes to take it easy, and he is quick to form negative views about things, generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and tends to not reveal personal information. Prefers to present himself modestly, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Is repelled by the idea of honesty and lies without compunction. Believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. Sees power over others as something to strive for. Values eloquence and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and finds maintaining decorum is silly and fumbling, wasting time. Wait, what makes it an Aussie? He crafted a masterwork and his dream was realized. His lover, oh wow, that's interesting. You don't see that super often. This dwarf is gay. But also, his lover died, so that's a shame. And he does have several close friends, some of which are dead. And, based and unbased, yeah, right? How did your lover die? That's the question. Where did your lover die? Oh, so your lover died to, like, a tantrum, probably. Anyway, so that's probably why you're pissed, is because your lover died. I mean, I'd be pissed too, frankly. What's up, Scrollix? Or Skolix? Hate crime? I don't know who killed him, so maybe? Maybe not. You can't just ask that. Wait, what? Ask what? How did your lover die? I literally just did, though. Okay, well, here's the thing. Unib SARV. Okay, so he does have a tomb, so I'll make a slab for him. And we'll figure out how your lover died, because I'm actually curious. Maybe we could put a slab for your lover in your bedroom. Would that make you happier? What do you think? It's only a little morbid. Dwarf Fortress is only a little morbid, okay? Just in general. Like, it's kind of a constant. Greetings from the woodlands. We have much to discuss. I don't need any more giant animals, thanks, but I will bring you some gems. Large gem. It's made a statue of a dwarf's child's parents after they died and put it in the kids' room. Oh, God. I hate it. I hate it. That's awful. But, like, respect, man. I normally just kind of go, well, that sucks anyways. Move on. That's my normal, like, mode of operations. What are the plan for couples? 2 tombs, 1 bed, room. Bzz. Pre-built dwarf homes with their coffin next to the bathroom? Hold on a second. Bathroom? Elaborate? Well, how about this? Let's worry about that when we get there, Azazul. Let's worry about that when we get there. We're not there yet. I'm not going to start locking, you know... Okay, let's say 2 dwarves are married, right? Dwarf A dies and goes into the tomb. I'm not going to lock Dwarf B in the tomb with them until they starve to death. I'm not going to do that. We're not going to be that evil. Wait for Halloween. Not going to be that evil. Just making plans and brainstorming. Gotcha. So, something else I want to ask. This is unrelated to Dwarf Fort chat. Are people bored of watching Manor Lords yet? Or can I still stream Manor Lords? Because I kind of want to play some more Manor Lords. Not necessarily today, but I was thinking tomorrow night. What big animals did you bring? Did you bring anything fun? A normal-sized lorikeet, normal-sized barn owl, giant leopard, sold. What else do they have? A skink, jumping spider, sold. Oh wait, no, that's a tiny jumping spider. Never mind. I thought that was a giant jumping spider. I was excited for a second. Saltwater crocodile. Cody. Okay. Well, buying giant kitty. And, you know, I'll actually buy those loincloths. And let's say wood. Actually, logs. Did they bring logs? No log? God damn it. The one thing I actually need from you guys. Okay, fine. I'll give you the more expensive gem. There you go. Thank you, elves. But if I stream it, all right, well, maybe we'll do some of that tomorrow evening. Because, like, if I don't finish the fort today, I'm probably not going to finish it tomorrow. But we could try, because I will be streaming Monday, Tuesday, it'd be kind of fun to finish a fort on my birthday, you know what I'm saying? And then start a new fort right before I leave for a vacation. I think that would be a bit of fun. I turn up to see how you play games. You won't watch because you aren't playing DF. Well, here's the thing. I very much appreciate that, Leroy Majors. That isn't true for everybody who watches the stream. There are a good portion of this channel just immediately tunes out upon me not playing Dwarf Fort, which, you know, that's a tomb of my own making. I've done this to myself. It's what happens when you stream a lot of one game, but it's fine. Unless it's like an anticipated recent release. But yes, no. I mean, I am a niche streamer who plays a very niche game. Although that being said, you guys better grab your caps and hold your nuts. I don't know where I'm going with this analogy here. You better get ready because when Odd Realm comes out, there's gonna be like a solid week of Odd Realm streams, and I can't wait. Looking forward to playing a bunch of Odd Realm when that releases out of early access. Oh, certainly, SkullyX, but allow me to put this in like a slightly different perspective here. Imagine you run a grocery store. That is your business. You run a grocery store, okay? And then suddenly, or rather, let's say you go shopping at a grocery store. That's a better thing to say. You buy groceries at a grocery store, right? Like people tend to do. And then one day the grocery store that you shop at decides to stop being a grocery store, and instead of being a grocery store, they turn into a Pop Figures collectible store. Would you still shop there? That's why people don't tune in, is because they get used to going to one thing for a specific type of thing, and then if it's not that thing, then they don't go to the thing anymore, right? Which is, it's human nature, right? But it's something that you just need to, like, it's not even like a, it's not even me complaining. It's just, it's a fact. I have this, I would actually say this is a bad habit. I have a bad habit of talking about kind of inside baseball streaming shit too much. It's just because it's at the front of my brain a lot of the time, and I have the habit of just talking about whatever's at the front of my brain. It's a bad habit. I need to get better at it. I've gotten better about it, but I'm still not perfect. Nobody is, though. I don't try to be. Doop, doop, doop. Some people find it interesting, though, so I guess that's a benefit. Why is there a dead thing in the hallway? Oh, there's a dead cat. Dead cat, throw it in the volcano, please. Thank you. Wait, I am? Full tilt? You know, those are two things I've never been referred to as. Cute and a chick. Careful, I'll start balking at you. Choose Machines. Sorry, this is a really good name for a book. It's a finely crafted calcite-bound codex. The written portion consists of a one-page star chart entitled Choose Machines. Chat room, when I inevitably start a band that's never going to actually get started because it won't ever exist, I should call it Choose Machines. That is such a good name. Choose Machines, motherfucker. Damn AI supported dwarves. I mean, you know. Unironically, me and my friend Kevin have talked for years about how we should start a band. And it would be him on bass and me on a pile of synthesizers and weird microphones. Because I have weird synthesizers and a pile of microphones. I think I'm going to make a little room right here. This is going to be a dormitory connected to this tavern so that my visitors get less pissed and don't have to sleep on the floor. I do have visitors, they're just like entirely barons and nobles that are visiting. Enough to make a band. Yeah, we just need to recruit a drummer, and then we'd be good to go. And then we could just go make like weird electronic music. Because we've talked about it before, and we're like, yeah, if we started a band, it would be somewhere between like the band Health and I don't know, very bassy punk. Because that's the kind of stuff he likes to make or play, I guess, like Primus, stuff like that. Boom Boom, you are causing me some mental stress. What? I know that you were like stupidly injured. So you've lost the ability to grasp, but like all these job cancellations, man. I may just have to remove your bedroom too. Primus sucks, this is true. Primus sucks. Primus sucks. I want to see Primus again, it's been too long. I need to place the thing to find out. Where's your bedroom? Your bedroom is all the way over here. Placing the slab. Hopefully this gives us some information, not like, went missing. Although I think I can do... Find out the cause of death of a creature, select a corpse or a body part on the ground and death cause. Okay, hold on. I mean, that's something that we could check if it's not satisfactory. I would need to figure out which one of these tombs has his partner in it. So. Of Buckethead? Really? I mean, Buckethead is very different from Primus. Have I played Tibia before? Nope. I used to get ads for it all the time, though. I don't like MMOs. So I just kind of avoid them on principle. If I liked MMOs, maybe, but I don't. Yeah, Buckethead is a solo performer. He's played for bands. Buckethead actually filled in for Slash for Guns N' Roses for a bit. But yeah, he's like a solo performing artist. I mainly play God Sims. Well, people don't really make God Sims anymore. I play quality simulators, I guess, and proper roguelikes and city builders. That's my main shtick. That's what you want DF to look like? Hold on, let me Google Tibia and see what Tibia looks like. It's been a long time. Tibia, images. Okay, so I got the bone. I want the game? This kind of looks like Ultima to me. Like Ultima Online a little bit. Same kind of perspective. I mean, I'll tell you, if I could like snap my fingers and make Dwarf Fortress be a completely different art style that it's not, I would want it to look like this. And this is a game you should not buy, by the way. I would want it to look like this. I would want it to look like Ymir. Love the way that game looks. But, I mean, at the same time, I'm perfectly happy with the way Dwarf Fortress looks. The Forgotten Beast, Alas, has come. Alas. An enormous kangaroo with lidless eyes. It has 3 long straight tails, and it undulates rhythmically, like most kangaroos do. Its dark hair is long and shaggy. Beware its poison gas. It's kind of funny. It looks nothing like a kangaroo. Game, please. Child is throwing a tantrum. One of the nice things about forcing your kids to hang out in very specific areas of the fort, when they throw tantrums, they're significantly less problematic. Oh, that's fascinating. There's so many dwarves all of a sudden in here just reading books. So there's a dwarf coming over here to grab this. How many books do we have now? Okay, I think our books are actually getting copied, which is kind of cool. Let's see if we can see this happening. Randomly lose all their gears on missions fixed. Let me ask you a question. Did you send them out off duty? Because when they're set to off duty, they don't wear their gear, right? Do you send them out off duty? Because if you're sending them out off duty, when they come back, they will drop all of their gear at the edge of the map. If you send them out on duty, when they come back, they won't. They'll go back to training. So, have you checked the edge of the map for your gear? Because it's not a bug. There is a bug where they can get, or not really a bug, but they can get lost and defect and then not come back or come back later as migrants without their gear. But that's kind of a almost intended mechanic that just is very poorly explained right now. Smart dwarf equal happy dwarf, I suppose. Well, this scribe here is in fact writing books. So, oh man, this dwarf's husband went fucking crazy and started killing people. Like, actively was in prison for a long time. But, yeah, look at this. Explorations of Relics, which is a scroll that we have, a copy of a scroll that we have, is being copied, which is cool. I like it. I love to see it. So the count of books we have is going up. Some migrants have arrived for some stupid reason despite the danger. What do you think, chat? Will these migrants make it into the fortress? Yes or no? It was a while ago, though. My bet is you just had them set to off-duty. But here's the thing. Do remember that overusing DF hack can cause more problems than solutions. They're very lucky. They ended up close to the edge. So they're actually making it in. They're actually making it in. Hurry, shit. Dyer, Shearer, Metalcrafter. Wow. A Battle Baron? Killed a giant fly once? You in a military squad? Not mine. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, so if you're sending your squad, because like what can happen is they can drop it and it's almost always forbidden if you don't change your default settings too much. Because like if you go into standing orders and you go into sieges and forbidding, it's considered basically like an item dropped during combat, so they're automatically forbidden right here when they re-enter. So you can unforbid that upon them re-entering the map, but like yeah, it forbids it by default. So calling it a bug is maybe a bit disingenuous, I suppose. I wouldn't call it a bug. It's very much just a like poorly explained mechanic, I guess, which is the majority of the air quotes bugs in Dwarf Fortress anyways. Or not the majority, but I'm not saying there's no bugs in Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress definitely has bugs. But like it's more just a poorly explained mechanic. Well, I mean, most of Dwarf Fortress's mechanics are hidden, so. They also tend to dump their spoils at the map edge. Yeah, that too. Often I find they tend to bring back spoils that I don't have stockpiles set up for because I'm pretty picky about my stockpile setups and where stuff goes. So often if they do get spoils, they'll just get left at the edge of the map. Like if I go steal a bunch of books as an example, most of the time they won't make it into my fortress because the dwarves will... Uh-oh. Some diamonds burning. Shiny diamonds burning on the door floor. But one of the problems that I run into is that I tend to steal books before I have a library. And then they end up just being left at the edge of the map, and I can't find them. And if they stay there for a while, other things can come and pick them up and run off with them, which is a bit of a pain. So, you know, stuff like that. Like, there's all sorts of, like, weird oddities. The one that, like, I really wish would not... Okay. People love to ask me this question, so I'm just going to preemptively answer it. If I could add one mechanic to Dwarf Fort, right? If I could just snap my fingers and make a mechanic be added to this game. Down here, right here, there's a job called Messenger, right? The only thing that Messenger does right now in the game is it lets you send a dwarf to sites that you've already conquered or to hillixes and request workers from those sites. So if those sites have population, that dwarf can go to that place, ask people to come back to your fortress and join your fortress, basically. It's a useful mechanic, but very, very limited, and most forts will never need it. Now, I want the messenger to be basically a letter carrier, okay? Now, I don't give a fuck about romance and adventure mode. Actually, I feel like romance and adventure mode might be more annoying to me than a beneficial mechanic for me. But anyways, that's just me being annoying. Anyway, the reason I want that is because it would give me reasons to make paper aside from copying books, which is already like important because then dwarves could either go to an office or maybe a library or a dining hall and write letters and send them off to their family members if they have them that don't live in the fort. So it could help fill that need. They could have letters brought back, which could help with the acquisition need, as well as like being around family need. And the other thing I really, 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 really want it to do is if squads get lost, I want them to bring back rumors of what happened to the squad. Because sometimes you'll send out a squad and they'll just never come back, right? And sometimes it's because they defected, which can happen. If like the squad leader is corrupted by somebody from the enemy's side, they can just go join them. Like I've seen that happen before. I've looked at Legends later and it's like, oh yeah, they just left and joined the other side, right? And it's like, well, that squad never came back. Never really figured out why. Well, it's because they got corrupted by something. And it happens like often enough that like most people have had it happen at least a couple times. So it's like, I want letter carriers that can go do rounds, send and receive letters, and bring back rumors that aren't just like, oh, they brought rumors back from abroad. I want like actual details of what happened, you know? Like I want a little printout that's just like, oh, well, this squad left and they ran into this thing and then so-and-so bribed them and they agreed and then they joined this militia gang and are now going to invade you later. Like I want to know that, right? Like I think that would be super cool. But, you know, maybe one day. I know Tarn has said that he thinks that that's a really neat idea. The library looks nice. It's kind of just half and half. What's the word? It's kind of half and half a tavern, but okay, so I have a giant leopard now, which I can put here. Well, actually, no, let's put the giant leopard up here. Giant Leo. You go up there. And did I just lose the dwarf? Oh, we found Raikalu. Holy shit, I feel bad. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Raikalu went to prison for some reason and was put into a prison cell that was just outside of the burrow and died of thirst. All right, well, put that onto list number 1 fuck up of the day. I feel so bad. You poor fucking dwarf. Ugh. You just had a dwarf become a student of another? I think they have to be in the library, don't they, to become students? Made a modern reading cafe? Basically. Well, I mean, it's like if I zoom out here, this half is the library, this half is the tavern, and then this is dining rooms connected to the tavern. Although actually, I don't think this dining hall should be connected to the tavern. This one should be connected to the library. Yeah. So that they have more spaces to read.
Whoa.
Whoa. Thanks for the 5th month, dude. And also thanks for the first notification of money in 2 hours and 14 minutes. Appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive with Prime. Remember, if you have Primes, use them before June 3rd. Because as of June 3rd, they get regional pricing, which means most places, including the US, they're going to be worth slightly less. These clowns? Oh, yeah. They're all just chilling here. They're fine. They're probably bored, but they're fine. They have no thoughts, head empty. This one's injured even. It's missing an arm. Also, chat room, can I get a round of beers for Stingray? Keeping that sub alive for a 5th month. They can't be bored, they're fucking... True, it is literally a gigantic demonic orgy. Like an inbreeding giant demonic fire-powered orgy. Hello, best boy. What's up, dude? And Power Tools and Beer, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Bobtron, hi. I don't think I said hi to you yet. Only Rafts as well. Hi, what's up? They're fucking themselves limbless. Well, that one is. That's for sure. Combat Lark? Game's hitching. Probably flying animals. You don't mean demons actually reproduce, right? I literally just showed you their family tree where they were literally making babies and had cousins and uncles and family members, distant family members and whatnot. And then you're like, wait, they don't actually do that. No, they literally do. Like this one has 5 children. This one right here has a child. This one has 10 children and is only 4 years old. Has nieces and nephews, see? Eldest son, eldest daughter, second eldest son, second eldest daughter, third eldest son, third eldest daughter. Okay, so did the dragon decide to set somebody on fire? Or is it the pangolin? It's certainly it's probably like I don't know, a Cannibal Corpse album cover basically, except probably needs more corpses in it. It's a bunch of well, okay, maybe more of a Chad. What band would have an album cover that is a giant glass sphere filled with winged flaming demons fucking? Guar, nailed it, done. Big ol' Mountain Dew. How's your stream? Thanks for the raid. 2 days in a row, I think. Hey, cheers. Means a lot. Hope your stream was good. What were you up to today? More painting or something else? Rest in peace, Black Delilah Murder. I saw them twice, both times unintentionally, because I really wanted to see the opener. I feel bad for this dwarf. They can't stand and can't grasp, and they have bad nerve damage. But, cookie. Oh, were you baking? Baking stream? True. Well, no. Aphex Twin wouldn't have a giant demonic orgy on a cover. As somebody who owns 5 Aphex Twin albums on record, I have to say that I don't think it would be a giant demonic orgy. It would just be the face of the demon mid orgy. It's a Sepultura. True. Sepultura, maybe. You baked what kind of cookies? Double chocolate cookies? Ooh. Was this like white chocolate chips? Was it like dark chocolate cookie, or like a milk chocolate cookie with like dark chocolate chips, or was it like what was the combination of the chips? I like how my chat's talking about demon orgies, and they come in and they're like, yeah, cookies, yay! But what's up, Biff and other raiders? Welcome. Hi, I play too much Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes chat lets me play other things. I have demons in a giant fish bowl. That's what this is. And there was 6 of them. Now there's like 70. This one's 2 years old and has no children. This one is 4 years old and has, 5 children? This one has no children. This one has 3 children and is 3 years old. Yeah. So, they're also made of fire? Well, they're breeding themselves. There's nothing I could do with them aside from that they're there. They're messing around a lot. What are you talking about? So yeah, there's a bit of a demon orgy happening. So yeah, this one is 220 years old and has 10 children. Never feels the slightest bit cheerful about anything and never feels discouraged. Has incredibly calm demeanor, is impervious to the effects of stress, and is avaricious as they come. Geek to Games, thanks for the 16th month. Welcome back, dude. What's up? Appreciate you, man. Smart demon music, yeah. I need to pour some water in there so they can be steamy. But, you know. Game's a little laggy right now, and I'm blaming the flying bugs. Here's the thing. They're demons. Please don't make it weird, secret person. Just please don't. Like, many people ruin many fun bits because people drag reality into it. This isn't reality. And they're demons, right? So just like, don't even, please. For like the sake of all of our sanity. Meanwhile, this is Esotus Spugglecock, whatever that is. It's a crushing metal longsword. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It's a holy sword. And then that's a demon. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket, and it's shooting dust. What is it? So, oh, it's a crew devil, which I haven't seen before. It's a very large feathered iguanodon. The iguanodon don't do this at all, ever. It has a very long curving horn, and it has a bloated body. Its crew feathers are long and sparse. Beware, it's deadly. Dust. It's dust do be very deadly. And right here, I'm trying to make this into a puddle so that we can put this fire out. I could probably dig through this. Apparently, the next person to post something in the YouTube chat gets a free dwarf, courtesy of Devildon. So if you're watching on YouTube, post something in the chat. Purple! Thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. Kaiser Nike, what kind of dwarf, male or female dwarf? Do you want beard or no beard? I see demons every day. Well, maybe not every day. I used to see a demon every day, and she used to live with me. She was lovely until she moved out. Beard. Okay, so Id the Glassmaker is the dwarf you be getting. Kaiser Nike, who's somebody I mostly knew through Twitter, except I don't post on Twitter anymore. Always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations, a strengthening after becoming apparent in 331. He only rarely feels strong cravings or urges and actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. I still need to look up that dwarf's partner. Anyway, he can handle stress and he is often cheerful. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He is assertive and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He's often nervous and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will naturally be the one that comes to pass. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, tries to keep his things orderly, and is somewhat quarrelsome, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. When he's thinking, his body becomes very still. He lowers his eyes when he's nervous, and when he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally views competition as a crucial driving force in the world, sees competition as a low ideal and not worthy of any respect, and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. And values a harmonious existence, likes rhyolite, coal, gold, topaz, gems, mail shirts, and the words of the pantomime of tweeting, and when possible prefers to consume blueberry wine and absolutely hates mosquitoes. You have a wife and an only son, and some friends. You're, of course, a member of the Hot Sparks, a member of the Order of Brilliance, which is a religion, and welcome to the fort. I like the little designs the hoods have because it makes them kind of look like a wizard. All right, so this dwarf. This is a superior quality obsidian memorial to Unib Serveshabok. The slab reads, in the memory of Unib Serveshabok, born in 243, suffocated, slain by the dwarf Antimata. Oh, great. In the year 322. That was a pretty big, tavern brawl that we had. Was the Baron of Rim... Wow. Can I just say it's really funny that a gay dwarf is the Baron of Rim Muscles? Sorry. It was the Baron of Rim Muscles from 278 to 320. Devoted father and husband. That's very funny. If only it was called Rim Bottom, then we could have just, died a little bit. Good God almighty, yeah. Oh, boy. Well, it is an exaggeration, but there will be 90 by the time it's done. We counted, it was 68 of them, 67 of them or something. But I mean, if I actually go here and just type in exterminate, this is every single one on the map, not just the ones in the orb, but there's currently 78 fire demons on the map. So, but like there's one right here, right? So they're not necessarily all in there. Although this one's really sad because this one isn't able to take part in the demonic orgy that's happening in the fireball. In the fireball. FireOrb? Yes. Is there somebody filling a pond? Rakust is. Congratulations on your streak. I'm kind of thinking that the finale of this fortress should be us caving in. I think that the finale of this fortress should be us caving in what's the word? The orb and basically making it explode. Trying to just geld all my dogs and let's go. Cat searching doesn't work. I'm just going to tell Putnam this directly. Here's ball drop. That's kind of what I was thinking. Like, seal the whole thing off and then just drop it onto the surface and just, like, retire the fort would be a great way to end it. But maybe do a hard save first so I can send it to people if they want it. I mean, I could, Salty, but that would take a very, 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 very long time. It also isn't positioned that way because I didn't think about it. Are all the cats named? No, I mean, like, okay, so here's the thing. If I scroll through here, there are tons of stray cats and kittens that are not named in this fortress. Like, stray cat, right? If I type in stray cat, it works. If I type in dog, it gives me all of the dogs. If I type in cat, which obviously you can't see because my camera's in front of me. If I type in cat like this, it does this, right? So everything's still on here, regardless of if they're named. But as an example, if I type in bull, it gives me bulls, right? It is bizarre, yeah. Speaking of, I'm gonna eat all my bulls. Gonna eat a bunch of the cows. Eat all of the unnamed pigs. Gonna eat the one boar we have. Space cat. See, that still is dumb, though. That's not the way that should work, right? Like, I think this should be fixed. Like, if you want to, like, people ask me about bugs all the time, right? That's something that should be fixed, right? Like, I should be able to type in cat the same way I'm able to type in literally any other type of creature. If there's a workaround? Sure, but workarounds are not a solution. It's a workaround. Let's go yak, actually. Yeah, okay. Alpaca. We're gonna go all but 2, basically. Including the babies. Do not care. Okay, so we'll do 1, 2. Because of the issue that happened around them? No. Well, I mean, cats have a completely different type of AI than any other animal in the game. But no, that is a search formatting issue. It's got nothing to do with their AI. Absolutely nothing to do with how they work as creatures in the game. I don't care about your guys' justifications. It's bad UI. Like, so usually I feel like I'm the one justifying UI, but no, like this is just bad UI. Like the UI should just be better. Like you guys can like justify it all you want, but like that is bad design. Period. Because like the search function is a recent addition, and if there is a blatant, obvious issue with a search function, then they should fix it. Trying to find out why it's breaking? Who cares why it's breaking? They need to fix it. Is this fort efficient? None of my forts are efficient. Like, the search functionality was a very recently added feature for, like, fort mode. It was added not long ago at all. And it needs to be fixed. And also, you need to remember that that bug that everybody loves to talk about where cats, you know, died to alcohol was 2015, guys. That was almost 10 years ago. It's not relevant to almost any mechanic in this game at this point. Just saying. It was a long time ago. You don't like that 2015 was 10 years ago? Neither do I, man. Neither do I. But it's true. It was. Yeah, which is why I'm telling the person who wrote that part of the code that it's breaking. Well, I mean, there's a lot of things about the search right now in the game, search functions, that are worse than the search functions used to be. As an example of this, I used to be able to go to this screen in the work orders right here and just type in ball ass. And ball ass would give me ballista arrow. Or rather, assemble ballista arrow. But now I have to type in assemble ball. Sorry, assemble steel ballista arrow, right? So like the search functionality, like you have to type the words in the right order. Like I used to be able to just type in ash, but now you have to type in make ash. So stuff like that. Like the search functionality used to be a lot better, and they had to completely re-index everything for this version of the game because of like old code. This is not a useful search. It used to be a useful search. I mean, it still is a useful search. It's good that we have it. It's better than nothing, but if you type in ash with a space, it works. Sure, but that's not my point. My point is it used to be better, mate. What did you not hear anything I said like 15 minutes ago, not even, about how workarounds are not a solution? Like, I'm aware that there are workarounds. I've found plenty over the years. My point is that the functionality used to be better and more flexible and allow you to do more easier. That's my point. Yeah, you literally have to use give and take stockpiles to make jewelers encrust specific things. Sort of like what Enemy just said. Anyway, we're just taking the piss now. I get it. It's all just jokes here. It's fine. But seriously, I really wish that, like, the new search functionality is great. Don't get me wrong. Like, it genuinely is great. It's really nice that we have search functionality now for so much more of the game. The issue with it is, well, the old search functionality used to be better. So... But I will remind you that some of the issues I've had you said workaround was good and no need to bug Putnam. You have me laughing here. Here's the thing, right? I'm not a stable human being. And I'm very unstable right now. So I don't remember what I said 45 minutes ago. And you gotta give me some slack. I apologize for being a terrible, imperfect human being. I usually just go into here and just type in cage. Which is a good way to filter out a bunch of stuff, but, you know. I'll say that I agree with you, Celesty. Like, if there's any major inconsistency with my opinions and takes, you need to remember this. I'm on pills. My brain works very differently than it did 6 months ago. Very differently. Like, incredibly differently. And it's for the best, but you just have to remember that. Even in my dark, I seem familiar. I mean, I'm pretty much permanently in this, where is this thing? Permanently in the dark. Wow, I can fade off into the blackness. That's kind of wild, actually. Uh-oh, that seems bad. What's beeping at me? What? Huh, well, that dust is deadly indeed, damn. Okay, so, wow. Okay, so let's get these dwarves out of here. Where's Cybrek at? Oh, damn. Okay, so it's like spontaneous massive amounts of bleeding dust. That's dangerous. Okay. What I'm gonna do is drop a wall on him. Okay, so you are right there. It's easy enough. Oh yeah, no. I mean that's the stuff that killed like what was it? Like a third, if not more, of that was the stuff that kept reinfecting my glacier fort that I did. That's close the door. It's their spire now level of danger. Yeah, my dwarves didn't even get to fire bolts. What? Still close. The glassmaker's been found dead. Pfft, there goes another one. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go down here and we're just gonna forbid everything in here. Just do not go within proximity to those dwarves to danger. What are you? Okay, you're cleaning. Skin melting dust? It's just like spontaneously bleed out of every single hole in your body dust, basically. The reason they died is because they tried to go build this pillar, right? Using materials that were close by. Ay, ay, ay. At least I can lock it off pretty easily. Death by blood thinner. Death by shitting out all of the blood that was once in your body. It's like sandpaper, but with less paper and more gore. Yeah, it's like sandpaper, but you die at the end. Just like sandpaper. Okay, so I need this dwarf to build this, and these dwarves to do this. And an ad is going to run in 1 minute and 40 seconds. So I'm actually going to go get my sandwich, because my tummy keeps grumbling. And I would like my sandwich. So I'm going to run the 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads a little bit early. I'm going to go get my sandwich. And when I get back, we can, finish this up. And that'll be fun, I hope.
Sandwich!
I hope. Sandwich, indeed. You guys can follow this dwarf who's pushing a wheelbarrow. This is actually the queen. You guys are going to go for a drive with the queen. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. I should be back in, like, under 2 minutes.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
It's a Unix system. I know this.
NANI?! Heal, damn it!
Primeval's up, you fuck.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
That's not interesting.
Gobble, 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 gobble. You fucking donkey!
It's a Unix system. I know this.
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Cheese for everyone!
Alright, well, I didn't beat the ad, but I tried. I tried. I really, truly did try. Okay, so kid has fallen into depression. Relatable. That's built. Let's go down here and link lever. Link this up to here. Also, thanks for the likes on the YouTube stream, by the way, YouTube viewers. Here's the thing. Nobody has submitted a fort in years. At this point, not years, but months. Sodorak, if you're still watching on the YouTube stream. So because people haven't sent them in, I stopped doing them. And it was a combination of people stopped watching them and people stopped doing them. So if nobody's watching a certain type of content that takes a lot of time to produce, there's no reason to produce the content. It's just the reality of creating entertainment. So because people stopped watching it, I stopped producing it. And because I stopped producing it, people stopped sending them in. And because people stopped sending them in, I stopped making it. It just kind of is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Kind of sucks, but is what it is. So it's like, it's a thing that people need to participate in if they want it to happen, and people stopped participating in it a long time ago. All right. I'm gonna eat my sandwich. I mean, sometimes they do, but it's not for the purpose of that. And like, I'll be completely honest with you guys, I really wanted to bring that series back when Adventure Mode came out, but the excitement around Adventure Mode, because of the unfinished nature of it, dwindled extremely quick, and there's literally, I didn't get a single submission, so whatever. I have been making other videos though. Like, it's not like I've stopped producing YouTube content, but people do need to remember that I'm very much a streamer, primarily. YouTube has always been a side gig for me. I think that's the problem with the series, UGDPY, is it started off as a series where, oh, you know, oh jeez, screw this up. It started off as a series where people could just, you know, send in something, and then other people could watch it, right? Or look at it. But very quickly it turned into a kind of a maximalist design contest. And if you've seen one extremely over-designed massive fortress, you've probably seen them all. And because of that, people just stopped watching, right? And because nobody would send in their forts until they were done, it turned into a very small group of people that were sending in forts that were extremely over-designed and engineered. And a lot of people lost interest because if you've seen one extremely over-designed, over-engineered massive fortress, you've seen them all. And then the people that would send in unfinished forts would send in an unfinished fort, and I'd look at it, and I'd talk about it. And then they'd send the same fort in again 3 weeks later and be like, can you look at it again? And I'd look at it, and I'd be like, you added like 3 rooms and paved some floors. I'm not going to re-review the same thing because that's just not good content. So like, I don't know. It was never a series I wanted to make to begin with. And it just kind of got worse to produce as it went along. And people lost interest. So like, my YouTube channel has lost a lot of traction since the initial launch of Dwarf Fortress, obviously. But that series slowed down the fastest. Out of everything that I do, it was the one that people lost interest in first. It was the one that had the worst retention, the worst viewership, the worst click-through rates, the worst ad rates, the worst everything. Like, I could make a highlight from one of my streams and it would get 5 times the view count in half the time. And it's like, and that's still the case. So I don't know. I mean, there is literally 100 of them, so, you know, there's a lot of them. It's like, if it's content you want to see, there's a huge backlog. The problem I've been getting recently, though, is I didn't back any of them up because they're not small saves, usually. And we've got a artifact that's getting started. A possession! They're not small saves, right? So the most recent issue is becoming... Oh, nobody's doing that? What? Is now people are watching those old VODs and being like, does this save still exist? Because, like, I don't know, they, for whatever reason, put it on their, let's just say, Google Drive, right? Oh, it got canceled or something. Let's say it got put on their Google Drive. Once it was put onto their Google Drive, after 6 months, they deleted it, or whatever, or the drive got closed. And now, a lot of these, I'm getting, like, pretty, not consistent, but, like, maybe once or twice a month, I'll get a comment from somebody saying, is this save still available anywhere? And I'll have to respond and be like, no, I mean, if they deleted it, right? So that's becoming a major pain in the dick. Sure, but nobody really uses that. I mean, once in a blue moon, somebody would, UGDPY, but nobody outside of that really does. People don't want that. They want the Steam Workshop, which sucks. And I never went through the time because I didn't think about it at the time. Seems 7 Gorlax died. You don't see more coming. Let's up to 7 original Dwarf. who witnessed this massacre will become strong enough to avenge them. Or maybe you should make statues of do the Gorlaks have names? Because if they are, you should make statues of them. Or just make statues of Gorlaks and a Hydra. Like, you should theme the whole fort around it. You learned about it when you wanted to submit a bug report? Yeah, no, totally. I mean, people want Steam Workshop, right? People don't care about, like, external websites, and it's kind of a shame. Like, the platform monopoly has really, like, made a lot... Like, there was a genuine concern when Dwarf Fortress first launched on Steam that the Dwarf Fortress forums were going to crash and explode because they do not have the capacity for thousands of concurrent users, right? Like, the servers for the Dwarf Fortress forums are actually pretty small. And so there was a genuine concern about that, and they actually upgraded the servers. And, like, there was a very slight uptick, but it was, like, in the tens, not in, like, the thousands. And most of that slight uptick, from what I can tell, is actually from my YouTube videos where I tell people to go sign up for the Dwarf DF forums to, or rather, I should leave this on pause. When I tell people to go sign up to the DF forums to, like, submit for the Future of the Fortress posts, right? So, like... That's definitely the same for the Bay 12, or not the Bay 12, the Dwarf Fortress File Depot. It's a community-run thing. It's a fan-run thing. It's very small. It's very low-key. Not a lot of people know about it. And even if they did, I doubt they'd use it. But yeah, it sucks a lot of those forts never got backed up anywhere. Although to me, the coolest thing about the Community Fort series is here. Liam's a little laggy. I'm gonna pause it for a sec. Figure it out. But to me, the coolest thing about the Community Fort series is if you go to Dwarf Fortress on Steam, this is one of the first forts I featured. Steel Walls was one of the first forts on that series. This was a fort from that series. This wasn't. But these screenshots were all forts from that series. So that's really cool to me that there's a bunch of screenshots that are there because of that series. Like, it was me that went and asked old creators who made some of the really cool forts and asked them if they could use those saves. But the issue that I ran into was a lot of people had either, one, deleted the saves, or two, just never responded or got back to me. I would actually blame Reddit for replacing forums, GGDPY. More than Discord. I mean, Discord is more like IRC replacement, or like Ventrilo or TeamSpeak. That's kind of the direction that monopoly went from my knowledge. I could be wrong, but okay. So like, what item are we going for? Okay, so I'm gonna do a thing real quick. I'm gonna go up here. I'm just gonna go forbid everything. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna go to the very top of the map and just go forbid everything. Right down to here. Okay. And then I'm gonna go to this. Let's say unforbid everything in here. Unforbid everything here. Unforbid everything here. Unforbid everything along here. And I think that should be everything, because I don't want any more of that bloody item not available spam. Also, I need empty bags. Let's make 30 cloth bags. Are we still making clothes? Yes, we are. How are we doing on cloth? Pretty decent. Yeah, let's just do 50 cloth bags. Because they're selling all of the data that you post on Reddit to OpenAI. That's a reason to not use it. Oh, this is kind of cool. It's an 84-page manual entitled The True Animals and the Climate, authored by Osimi Lulupeve. It concerns the ways that creatures are suited to the climates in which they live. The writing is reasonably serious and forceful, and it is forceful. Overall, prose is masterful. Well, I mean, everything on Reddit, right? And it's like, it's a concern for all of the creative writing subreddits, mostly, is the biggest concern for it. But why not use it? Because it destroys small communities. Like, I've been an avid Redditor for a large part of my life. I barely use Reddit at all anymore. And it makes me really angry that Reddit, it's not unusable, but the reasons to use Reddit have gotten worse. It's no longer oh look, this is a nice place where all of the forum communities that I'm a part of are now all in one. And instead of that, it's oh cool, it's the place that kills all the forum communities that I used to go to because they all just get conglomerated into this big amalgamous blob. And it's getting harder to search for because Google sucks now. It's getting harder to actually find good information because, unlike forums, people are deleting their accounts because Reddit is becoming worse. And if you delete your accounts, then the posts become dead links. So even if you can find a useful post through Google or another search engine and you end up on Reddit, like a third of the time, it's deleted. And it sucks. Whereas forums can be archived. And if the forum goes down, the Internet Archive usually archives it. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, what Jeremy B on YouTube chat is saying about my biggest issue with Reddit is it's a big platform for bots and private entities being used. I mean, like, sure, but that's literally all social media right now. I don't know if that's what destroyed everything, but it certainly didn't help. I think like you can change the layout of a website and it still remains usable. I don't think the layout of the website is the worst part of it. Okay, so Sergeant Donut pulls the lever, which destroys this, which makes this fall, which goes straight down through all of this and goes smack and crushes this. Now that that's done, we're gonna go down here and smooth this. And I'm going to unforbid this, go up to here and go boop, 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 all the way down to here. And that's been opened. And there's miasma. Because someone's rotten. It's Thykut. Thikut, Thykut. Yeah, totally. And like, because it's so ephemeral, especially like Reddit used to be a lot less ephemeral. It used to be a lot more permanent. Because it's so ephemeral now, it's very difficult to, like, yeah, there are good subreddits out there, right? And like the Dwarf Fortress subreddit is one of the good ones, right? But for every good subreddit, there's 5 dead forum communities, as far as I'm concerned. And you know, to a degree, I think social media and Reddit as well. Cybrek, Sibrekam. I think to a degree, at least for me, it's very much been like, you know, the toad in boiling water analogy for a while with social media, where it's like, oh, this is like actually a better solution to, you know, forums going away problem or whatever. And there's one major thing that happened for me that made that switch flip in the opposite direction in my brain. And that was Elon Musk buying Twitter. Like, all you need is some moron with no brain cells to buy a thing and it's fucked. It's that simple. No, Reddit is currently in the middle of self-suiciding, right? And if Reddit dies, hopefully forum communities come back. I don't even want a replacement for it. It's like, I realize that there's like a bunch of like activity pub alternatives to Reddit now. There's like Lemmy and Kabin and another one. But I don't even really think of those as solutions. Logan the Glassmaker has created Nishunthilseg, a green glass bucket. Sorry, and offers it to the hot sparks. I'm actually just going to make that into a well, because I have a well right here, which I'm going to deconstruct and make a better well out of. Oh, totally, it's dirt cheap, but that doesn't mean people will use it, right? You know, there's part of me right now that is looking at the state of the internet. And this is like, you know, I just moved over to Linux, right? That's something that I did very recently. The next step post me moving to Linux is me making a ghost, which I know sounds weird when I just say that out loud, is me making a ghost. And what I want to do is, how many ash bars do I have? 90. Okay, so let's make potash from ash, 90. Soap from tallow, 90. The next thing I want to do is make a ghost. For those of you who don't know what ghost is, it's like a newsletter / Patreon / blogging platform thing that you can self-host or pay them to host. It's open source, and you own it, and you own all the data on it. I want to make one of those and use it as not a promoted alternative to Patreon, but just a thing to have alongside of my Patreon. That's my plan. That's a plan that I have. That is something I want to do. And the reason I want to do that is if I am able to own that, then going forward, it's my future like success possibilities are more likely. And that is something that's becoming more and more important to me as the internet collapses and social media collapses. All we need at this point is we need buckets. All we need is the wider internet and marketing companies around the wider internet to realize that, oh, the internet is mostly bots. We need all sponsors to just, or not sponsors, but people like, you know, funding the internet to just vanish, and then the internet collapses, and then there's nothing left, right? And then my business model goes out the window. A lot of really cool creators and creative types cease to exist. And if you're not self-funded and self-hosted, you're fucked. Mind, thanks for the 56th month. Hope you're doing well, dude. So, I don't know. Sorry for, like, the weird fear-mongering nonsense, but... Why can't I haul this? Like, build a well out of this? I need to wait a little bit. Okay, we'll just wait. Late to the raid, Paw Sheep. Welcome. Oh god, your level of cholesterol, Jesus Christ. Eat less butter. I mean, that's terrifying. Are you still in hospital, or have you been released? Or cortisol, not cholesterol. I can read. But that's terrifying. Like, major case of panic attack. No, I haven't. I tend to not read articles on the subject unless they're like really important, I guess, because they just kind of make me mad. Usually, anyway. But why? Home and trying to unwind? Sounds like you need a vacation. Well, I hope that you're able to sort out the stress. Yeah, it's the least important one, though, enemy. Because this is just the Stormy Daniels trial, correct? Like, none of the other ones. Which are the more serious allegations. Or crimes, rather, that he's committed. It's not even, most of them aren't even allegations at this point. Really sad 40K is one of your hobbies. You love to convert your own models. There used to be a bunch of websites run by hobbyists who would post guides on how they do converted models, and almost all of them are gone now. Yeah, probably just replaced by Reddit, right? I interviewed Brian Becklew, and he didn't seem to understand anything he said to them. Well, I mean, Brian Becklew is probably one of the most, like, AI-aware game developers I've encountered. Purely because, one, his game kind of had a language model in it before those things became, like, popular fads, I suppose. I don't know what terms to use these days, generally. So, there's that. And also, he uses all that stuff constantly just in a hobby capacity to mess around with it and learn how it works. And, yeah, he's got some interesting things to say about this stuff. But maybe I'll have to look into that. You're an idiot? Why? What'd you do? Oh, totally. Like, I'm not worried about the long term of the internet, but what I am worried about is the creator economy, and that goes from everything from people on OnlyFans showing ass for bucks to people like me streaming, right? Like, I'm genuinely worried about the creator economy. Like, because hosting live streamed content and hosting video content is expensive. And I'm pretty certain that Twitch ain't going anywhere. Pretty certain. Asterisk. And I hope it ain't gonna go anywhere, because I would like this website to still exist in 5 years. But I'm also, like, pretty certain, asterisk, that YouTube isn't going anywhere, right? But you feel like more and more generations will be aware of what things will not be aware of what things used to be like. I mean, we live in a world right now where younger kids don't even know how to use computers because they never had one, right? So in order to be interested in this kind of internet, you have to have experienced this kind of internet before. I think the closest that you get now is, well, I mean, actually, streaming video on your own and hosting it isn't expensive. Streaming video to an audience bigger than like 3 is very expensive. You notice captchas are getting harder for you to figure out you've failed like 4 and 1? Blind Brute. Oh, didn't we kill one of these earlier? It's a large eyeless lizard twisted into humanoid form. It undulates rhythmically, and its dark peach scales are blocky and close set. Beware its noxious secretions. That's pretty cool. This one I can probably just shoot to death with my Mark Dwarves, so we'll send them down here. Although it can sort of fight back. But here's the thing, Eurus McDwarf. You are a young person who never experienced that type of internet. However, you're also watching a Dwarf Fortress stream, so I would say that you are definitely in the minority. Especially, like, I'll say this. If you are under the age of 25 and watching this stream, congratulations, you're in the 5% of my audience. The only percentile that is lower is 65 plus. Oh, no, absolutely. Like, it always kind of bothers me a little bit whenever I see people saying, oh, you don't like the state of console gaming? Go buy a PC. It's like, fuck, have you seen how expensive computers are? Real Player? I don't want Real Player to make a comeback. To hell with Real Player. Just use VLC. You're old enough to remember pre-CAPTCHA internet? Yeah, me too. In some cases, it's cheaper to build your own PC than to buy pre-made. Oh, totally, but it's still not cheap, right? And that's the whole point. Like, just because it's cheaper to build your own PC than it is to buy one pre-made, that's not the point, right? You know, if let's say buying a PC is $2,000 and building your own PC is $1,200 to $1,400, that's not cheap for a lot of people who are living paycheck to paycheck, right? Like, that is a non-trivial amount of money. Right? And that's what you need to remember is that's a lot of money. Also, I'm gonna get hit by an ad in 15 seconds, so if you see an ad, don't worry, I will pause. You remember when the internet didn't have ads? I remember hearing stories about websites like GameSpot paying or getting paid $10,000 for a single ad slot per day on the front page of their website when their website was getting hundreds of thousands of clicks per day. You don't really even get that now. Unless you're like an influencer. Excuse me while I throw up on the floor. It's the universe that lends itself to a Deadpool and Taco Bell commercials. And Colgate. We are just slowly, well, maybe not even slowly, rapidly becoming Demolition Man. I mean, my graphics card, which isn't even like top of the line, nor is it even the most recent variant, cost me $800. A PlayStation is like $600. So, you know. What was GameSpot doing? The ads just ended? Oh, GameSpot was getting paid $10,000 per day to have a banner ad on the front page of their website. Mo, thank you very much for the Prime for the 5th month. I'm just going to take another time to remind people that if you happen to have Amazon Prime, which you should probably just cancel at this point, let's be real. But if you happen to have Amazon Prime and you are watching my stream, you should give that Prime subscription to somebody. It doesn't have to be me, it could be anybody. And the reason I say you should give it to somebody is because as of June the 3rd, which unfortunately is my birthday, the value of Prime subscriptions is going to drop for just about everybody in the world because they are getting regional pricing. So keep that in mind. So if you happen to have it, use it before next week if you can. Let's say cloth sock. Do 200 of them because I'm seeing dwarves with bad socks. Oh. I was like, why my manager not doing Gerb? Well, Bastet, who happens to be my manager, is in prison right now. Probably was embezzling the manager's funds. Outpost liaison, you can go be manager for a bit, okay? Oh, here's the thing. I'm not worried about the kids. The kids will be fine. In Brazil, that drove a lot of streamers away from Twitch. You know, I'm going to generalize a lot here. Everything drives streamers in Brazil away from Twitch. literally everything. It doesn't matter what they change, when they change it, how they change it, whether it's money related or not, doesn't matter. If Twitch changes anything, it drives Brazilian streamers away from the platform. And you want to know why? Because for literally everybody in every single region on Twitch, if something financially is changed about the platform, people leave. Doesn't matter what it is. So when Twitch removed reruns, people left the platform. When Twitch changed the split for high-end streamers and then added the Partner Plus program, which I'm on the highest level of, people left the platform. When Twitch changed how ad revenue worked, people left the platform. Like, literally, if you change anything money-related on a platform, a lot of people leave and they make a really big stink, and it's always a very small number of people in the grand scheme of things, and people replace them. Just because you need a new business model. If you are on a platform like Twitch and depending the vast majority of your income on one specific feature of the platform, you fucked up. You are an idiot and you should not do that. That is my 2 cents. Like if all of your income is depending on one specific feature, just stop. Like, wasn't it Total Biscuit who said if you don't have 9 sources of income as a content creator, you're an idiot? There's a lot. Trump guilty X34. Neat. So now what? Does he still get to run for president? Or can they just, like, you know, take his keyboard away so he can stop drunk posting at 2 in the morning? How do you encrust a specific item? You have to put it into a stockpile and link that stockpile to the place doing the encrusting. I'm a little bit worried about doing this, but let's send them down. Can you just go fight this thing, please? No bolts. All right, well, let's see what this does. Okay, so it's now injured, so it got hit by something. Got hit by a bronze bolt, which hit it in the tongue. Ow! Ow. Ow. Just got shot in the mouth. Was it you who fired it? Yeah, it was you who fired it. It's lodged in the wound. That's funny. Look at you, stuck in tongue. Free tongue piercing. I realize that this is just becoming a politics chat now, but in my opinion, if he's still allowed to run for president, the actual him getting convicted doesn't fucking matter. Like, genuinely, that's my take. Like, it's cathartic, but it doesn't fucking matter. Okay, a flying llama bone bolt strikes it, tearing the muscle. Okay, so I'm also gonna jump up to here. Which will take them a little bit to get down here. Okay, well, you're firing some bolts, that's good. It says, I laugh in the face of death. After missing him, and then missing him, and then missing him. Good for you. You missed 3 times as you're laughing in the face of death. He's like, I laugh in the face of death, and then just is constantly missing. Cowbone bolt hits it. Bruising it. Bronze bolt hits it, tearing it. Creature has fallen over. Is now seriously injured. Yeah, we've killed these ones before. These ones aren't too hard to kill. We're still firing at it, and it's dead. Rest in peace, you stupid, 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 stupid demon. Although I'm going to make a pretty major small change. These squads. And instead of keeping them off duty, I'm going to set them to on duty. The amount of shit posting right there. Post sheep. I really hope that's ironic. If it's not ironic, you're not going to be in the chat very long. It's not ironic. Bye. Whoop. Sorry, guys. Stop typing. I may ban the wrong person. All right, there we go. I mean, they had one chance, right? They had one chance. I almost hit Travenoid with that. I would have unbanned you if I had hit you. Sorry. Your country is based upon pretending Finland is worse than Sweden? How are they doing? Working a lot. That's all I really know about Putnam currently. Is they are busy waking. Waking. More Norway? You generally love Finland? Okay, fair enough. Because talking to any Finn or all of the Finns I know are like, just constantly annoyed with Sweden for like various things. It kind of sounds like the way Canada is constantly annoyed with the US for like Canadians getting mistaken as like American citizens and whatnot. Kind of like a similar vibe, but I don't know, maybe I'm just off. Like, you know, friendly competitors, you know what I'm saying? What's up, Rad Dog? How are you? There's actually kind of a lot of people from Brazil watch this channel. I mean, the vast majority of people who tune into my stream for the first time presume that I'm American. Cavern Dwellers, send them to the darkness. We're okay. Trying to get down to Adamantine. Trying. It's based off of mountains and a dislike of going too far north. Hey, I like mountains. Mountains are good. Mountains pretty A+. Can't confirm. Big fan of mountains. Okay, so I'm going to need to pump the lava out of down here, because there's a lot of it. Or I could pump water into there, but the problem with that is then demons could come in, which is not great. We have unleashed an echo of forgotten divine retribution. Doc Soldier Swordsman. Okay, Doc, what are you? Humanoid composed of steam, Lamau. It has an enormous shell and it is very sturdy looking. It was created by the dwarven god Doc and is part with chaos, fortresses, and war. What's it wielding? Curved pale metal blade. Ooh. Why are you following so many Canadians? Because we're awesome! Obvious? I don't know. Why are you? It's a good question. I'm gonna go right here. I'm gonna dig this up. Well, at least they're still able to get up and out, even though they're seeing scary things. Let's actually see. How many choirs do I have? So all of these choirs that we have in this menu, that say copy next to them with books, these are all books that my dwarves have copied, which is cool. Give Me the Tower is the name of a book. That's pretty good. Okay, so we got 29 codexes, and how about scrolls? Decent-ish number of scrolls that need to be written on. And all of these dwarves are reading these copies of these books. The militia captain's getting ready to come down. I wonder. One of them's too busy organizing glass-making demonstrations. Shamed after wearing old clothing. Oh shit, gloves. Oh crap, wasn't I gonna... Yeah, I was going to. Glove, cloth glove, make cloth glove. Let's just make 200 cloth gloves. 200 pairs of cloth gloves. And I was going to go over here and expand my clothing making area, but I never did.
Good news.
Good news?
Thanks to a pay rise, I can afford this Twitch sub.
Oh shit!
Bad news. My bills are going up in the foreseeable future.
Sag.
Crypt blank.
Well, I do greatly appreciate the Twitch sub. Even if it's temporary, Prismatic Flux, it's good to see you, mate. I hope you've been good. Thanks for the 32nd month. For whatever it's worth, my bills are going up too. My rent goes up in 2 months. Looking forward. Not. It's fine. I'll live. As long as I can keep spending the building's money on my hobbies, I'm okay with my rent going up. My hobbies being gardening, and I'm gardening for the building, and everybody in the building gets part of the spoils of said gardening. So honestly, I think it's a win-win-win-win-win-win-win-win-win-win-win scenario. Be crap the stream? Be crap the stream. What do you mean? ECS? Over in the YouTube chat. I know I'm not the only one, and yeah, I can just keep the sub going. Well, do what you gotta do, man. And if you do have to drop the sub, it's totally fine. Did I heard socialized farms? For my community, or for my building, the thing that I'm doing around my building is we've bought 3 giant, like, 6 feet long, 3 feet wide, 3 feet deep, raised garden beds made of galvanized steel. And we've built 2 of them and cleared space for all 3 of them. And one of them has dirt in it. And we are making 2 spice gardens and a summertime veggie garden. And it's there. We've put up signs in the lobby saying, hey, anybody can take from this. So if you happen to live in my building, which I hope you don't, because that would be weird, you can go get free, like, I don't know, thyme or onions or whatever. You know. Hell yeah, Steel. I'm glad you didn't go with Bismuth Bronze garden beds. It's okay, Blind. I technically don't live in your building. Uh-oh. Spooky. Heads up if you live in Brian's building. You know, if somebody does end up living in my building, they'd probably figure out who I am pretty quickly because I'm outside smoking most evenings. Or outside doing something or chatting with people, like my neighbors, so. Blind didn't raise his hand. Wait, yeah, I guess I should raise my hand that I live in my building. I do definitely live in this building. I can confirm this. Factual. Also going to expand this stockpile because it got kind of full. And also because I stream with the face cam. You know, for whatever it's worth, I've never once been recognized outside of conventions. So, and I've been streaming for 10 years. Like, if I go to TwitchCon, I'll just be like walking around in the city around the convention, and randomly I'll hear my name shouted, and it'll be like, what? All right, cool. Anyway, you could just walk up to me and say hello. It'd be nice if you introduced yourself. Like, there was a guy that walked up to me in the line for TwitchCon last year, and he walked right up to me and he goes, I know you. I'm like, oh, cool. What's your Twitch name? And he says it, and I'm like, I don't recognize that. And he goes, well, I never speak. I'm a lurk. I'm like, okay, well, hi. It's good to see you. And he goes, anyway, bye. And he just walked away. I'm like, okay, well, fucking fine. You just moved into the building in the Greater Vancouver area. Here's the thing. There is a lot of building in the Greater Vancouver area, so good luck. You lived in a share house and you set up a community garden, and some woman down the road came over with a wheelbarrow and dug up the entire garden and took it home. Yeah, well, fortunately we have like cameras and shit, and if somebody does that, well, you know, we'll mock them. Name and shame. Probably won't do that, but definitely we'll find them and then replace it. Yeah, quite literally, Rafts. Yeah. The Forgotten Beast, Itavid, has come. An enormous skinless alligator. It has a broad horn and a gaunt appearance. Beware its poison vapors. Although it is worth noting I won't be going to TwitchCon this year for a massive variety of reasons. I'm doing quite a bit of traveling this year because this is the first year of my life outside of last year, second year of my life, I guess, where I can actually afford to travel for my own enjoyment. And you know what? This might seem crazy, but I'm taking advantage of it. So this fucking God knows how long I'll actually be able to do this for. Basically from, I don't know, 2011 until the 2022, I didn't take a single vacation. Outside of like very short staycations. I didn't travel once in that entire period of time. So, outside of like going to work events. And I don't find work events to be particularly helpful for me anyway. I mean, I was homeless for a few months once, and I'm quite insane, but I wouldn't go digging up somebody's entire garden. Just guard the garden? I mean, I'm guarding the garden. Sounds like a fun gig. Okay, so this is gonna let this guy down into here. Then I can tell my soldiers to go try and kill it. Actually, hold on. Elfie Bean, do you want a bigger sword? What squad are you in? You're in the Absolute Boats, which is a great name for a squad. The Absolute Boats. Elfie Bean, equip, details, sure, get rid of that. New weapon, specific weapon. Yes, that. Confirm. Which I guess got moved. But anyway, you can go get it. Yeah, she's going to go get it. Well, now we're just waiting for a dwarf to show up down here. It is an odd experience, yeah. I mean, it's happened at almost every single convention I've ever been to. Although one that I thought was really funny was at PAX West this past year. There was I had the Dwarf Fortress shirt on. No, I had the Dwarf Fortress hoodie on, actually. Which apparently they released more merch the other day. Anyway, I had the Dwarf Fortress hoodie on, and this person randomly shouted from behind me, I love Dwarf Fortress! And then I turned around, and I was like, me too! And they were like, I love your tutorials! And then just kept walking, and I was like, some random game developer, which is very funny. Didn't see the guy again for the rest of PAX. Okay, so you have sensory nerve damage. I think I'm gonna remove Krampus from the military, actually. I don't know when you got this said sensory nerve damage, but it seems bad. But yeah, trust me, I will report to you guys if we get thefts around my garden. I will let you guys know. Ilmirin is the first one to dive in. Chat, Lanix is trying to dwarf Mind. Does Mind get a dwarf? Yes or no? Ilmirin dives in, and I'm seeing blood, and then Ilmirin drops their spear on the ground. Ilmirin is now bleeding very heavily. The militia command captain stabs Doc's soldier with an adamantine spear, breaking away a piece of the tissue. I'm going to drop down to here and take every single one of these station squads, both of them, all 2 of them, and tell them to go kill the thing. We're now going to wait a few turns, and I see Ilmirin fly forwards, and what just happened? The militia captain strikes the swordsman with her bronze shield and in the right upper arm, and the severed part sails off in an arc. And where is it? Okay, so Ilmirin is currently directly above the creature, bleeding heavily, quite hungry, and probably about to fall down. Just did. Is now right next to the creature. The dwarves are hopefully going to start coming down. She's probably just whacking with her shield, right? Yep, she's whacking in the upper leg, breaking away the tissue from the fabrics from its skirt, attacks it, but it jumps away. It stabs the militia captain in the foot with a pale metal blade, tearing apart the muscle. Is a blade technically a knife or a sword, chat, in Dwarf Fortress? I don't actually know. So your foot is cut open, but like you're not dead yet. You are lying down though. Another dwarf jumps down into the hole right on top of it. It's Darius Cardin, who's about to run up to the creature probably, and it appears the creature has already died. It's in fact turned into water because it was made of water and it has now become a puddle, and it is laced with Ilmirin's blood. And Ilmirin probably got the kill, right? It does look like it. They did. Congratulations, Ilmirin, on the glorious kill. Absolute glory to you, my dwarf. And we are going to melt down all of its stuff. And now that the dwarves are free, we're all running away, and it appears that Ilmirin is being carried away by Darius Cardin? No, by Zaphon, the other militia captain, who is now recovering the wounded. So shoutouts to Zaphon. Some quite sinister people trying to steal specific servers to get credit card details on them. Oh boy. Or why they put them in really remote places, right? All right, so chat room, because Mind has been nominated as a dwarf. What kind of dwarf does Mind get? Mind, would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf with no beard? Do you want a boy or a girl? The real world isn't Mr. Robot. The thing is, it has happened. It's just not a prolific thing, right? Well, if you want a girl with a beard, you're going to have to watch a different stream because I don't mod my game that way. You think that they keep coming across clients? It's literally illegal in many countries to store credit card details without full security. But yeah, I mean, it is illegal everywhere that I know of. But so chat, what kind of dwarf does Mine get? It's fun to read about, that's for sure. Shadow Observer. All right, we'll just go with we'll let Mind choose because chat's too distracted with data leaks and crime. Mind, what kind of dwarf do you want? What kind of dwarf do you want? Here's the thing, Mega Mo. That's not your place to choose, right? You can't just be like they're getting the opposite thing of the one thing I let them request, right? So you want a bearded glassmaker? Okay, I'll give you a happy bearded glassmaker. I'm sorry. In order for chat to get the right to name to decide what kind of dwarf they get, they have to like decide. You can't just be like the opposite of the one thing they want. And nobody shouted Gelder, and it's not overwhelming. So I'm sorry, you guys don't get to choose. You lost that right. Mind. Don't mind, is what it is. Is content after putting on a superior item. That superior item is probably those new socks. Thought you just acquired. He cannot tolerate difference in culture, lifestyle, or appearance. Ooh. Is ruled by resisting cravings and urges and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Is a friendly individual. Bullshit. Based on what you just said. And doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly and has a tendency to try and doesn't try to get things done correctly, and has little interest in joking around, and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and I can't read when the thing's moving. He is stubborn and is often cheerful and is quite polite. Often lowers his eyes when he's thinking. And he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. And he is stubborn, and he is often cheerful, and he is quite polite. He often lowers his eyes when he's thinking, and his hands jump all over the place when he's excited. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally believes that peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, sees power over others as something to strive for, and values family and values independence. He likes andesite, silver, pink tourmaline, common snapping turtle shell, gems, bolts, gauntlets, anvils, and giant harp seals for their adorable pups. And the words of the adorable monk and the sight of the umber skirt, and when possible prefers to consume wine, walnuts, and hates snails. And he's currently hauling rotten alpaca bits because I'm trying to cull my animal population. He has no family in the fort, but does have some friends. Some of them are dead, some of them are alive still, and he apparently is creative and has high willpower, intolerant, intemperate, but likes harmony and power, and wants martial training, and wants to be with a family, but he doesn't have one. So maybe one day. I am of the opinion, and I don't think this is a weird opinion, that every single country has many systems that are completely fucked. It's just kind of a fact of living on this planet. Doesn't matter where you live, something's fucked up about it. I don't think there's much for me to read, so I may actually just refund that. Yeah, there's not much for me to read. I'm just gonna refund and disable that redemption for the rest of today, because in order for it to be, what I'm going to do is I'm going to refund it, but I'm going to also make it a way longer redemption time, maybe once a stream, because the reality is it's not worth it for the vast majority of people the vast majority of the time. I don't want you to waste your tickets. Or your channel points, rather. Channel points, manage rewards, close this, shush. Currently on a 3-hour cooldown, or 2-hour cooldown. I'm going to limit it to 1 redemption per stream. Save. I mean, see, here's the sad reality, right? Shaney O'Neill? Is the US has so much influence over a lot of Western countries that they fuck something up and then they continue to fuck it up, and they continue to fuck it up long enough that eventually other countries start to fuck it up in exactly the same way. Like, it happens, it's happened many times, and will continue to happen, and it's kind of obnoxious. I've just accepted that I'm never going to retire, so my entire goal as an adult, and I'm very lucky that I'm in any kind of position to be able to do this. I beg your pardon? Why is there suddenly blood everywhere? Was there combat there? What's your name? Lytast? Nope. Well, that's slightly concerning. I mean, I didn't get any combat logs about a ghost. Nor tantrums. So yeah, I'm not sure. Odd. What was this dwarf's name? Lytast? Nishlogan? Green glass, red dog. But yeah, I've accepted that I'm never going to be able to retire, so my entire goal in life has been to make my working life feel like retirement, and I've... Sorry to humble brag here, champ, but I think I did it. Like, to a degree, I'm pretty sure I've done it at this point. With some exceptions. Except for when there's major updates to Dwarf for it. Then I don't feel retired at all. Then I feel like I work way too much, but... I thought China was the wealthiest country in the world at this point. Here's the thing. If Canada gets rid of universal healthcare, I would probably go bankrupt, or at the very least have to move back in with my parents and not be able to afford rent anymore. Just because of type 1 diabetes. Flat. Because I don't have any health insurance. if we got rid of universal healthcare, I'd be moving somewhere that has universal healthcare. ASAP. But yes, thankfully everybody tells them to shut the fuck up generally. It's nice to live in Finland. Yeah, it's nice to live in Canada too. The only reason I wouldn't live in Finland is I don't feel like learning the Finnish language. Too many vowels. I'm convinced that Finland's form of being a Viking was just to steal all of the vowels from every other like nation that they invaded, and then used it to play Scrabble all winter, and just wanted to invent longer words to impress their friends. That's my theory of the history of Finland, and if you disagree, that's fine. I'm not taking any questions. Nor corrections. It's true, but Estonia has more. Sure, yeah, I will accept that. That is accurate. Your daughter lives in Finland now because she hates the U.S.? I'll say this. Although on the topic of countries with absurdly hard languages to learn, I have actually thought about moving to Iceland before. Because I like everything about Iceland's climate more than where I live, but it's also like a cost thing. Pretty convinced I can't actually afford it, so. Okay, well I can probably mine one layer into this. I don't think lava's gonna come pouring out of there. It might, but. What's gardening like in Iceland? Doesn't matter, really. Doesn't really matter, Don. That's an impressive username, by the way. I do very much like volcanoes, yes. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Legitimate statement, game. Like I said, that's an impressive username. Whenever I say something is an impressive username, what I'm referring to is I'm amazed Twitch hasn't banned you for it. But good luck. I'm not a cop, so have fun. Because every single time I see it, I go, wow. Still impressed. Oh, hey, look, water. Neat. I mean, yeah, like, what is gardening like in a certain country isn't really a concern of mine. It's not. I mean, I can, as a gardener, it just takes some research and you can make it work. Reminds me of looking at car insurance in another day since I eventually need that in a zip code here. Oh boy, that's gone. Also, you live in California, so you have a fair few hiking areas. Well, California's not a bad place to live. Worst place you could be. It's doing that. It's just providing protection and safety. Okay, so let's get this lava out of here. Fortunately, there ain't too much of it. Got suspended. Let's unsuspend that. I love this quiver. This is the coolest quiver in the fort. It's a pitchback black metal quiver. Such a cool quiver. Wow, that's a lot of lava. For some reason, I was expecting there to be way less in there. Well, there goes that those loincloth and that sock. And maybe this diamond may catch fire in a moment. That one definitely did. Well, that's annoying. It's also a really annoying spot to put it out. Well, that sucks. At least that one's doable. Let's get rid of this one. Although I'll be honest with you, a large part of the reason why I wouldn't move to a lot of countries, the gardening doesn't actually matter, and this is the case for Iceland. If weed's not legal, I kind of don't want to live there. So it's like insulin has to be free and weed has to be legal, or I don't want to move to your country. And if you can't like at least manage most of that, I don't really want to live there. All right, here. Oh, speaking of insulin, actually, we did a fundraiser earlier in the year for we did a fundraiser earlier in the year for juvenile diabetes, JDRF, and I actually got a letter in the mail the other day from a kid in New York who has type 1 diabetes and sent a thank you note to, and was apparently assigned to send a thank you note to one streamer. And he says that his favorite game is Minecraft. So definitely a real kid. Shout outs to the kid who sent me a letter. I'm not going to say his name, but kind of made my day, actually. I literally received a letter in the mail that wasn't from a direct family member for the first time in like most of my life. Okay, so game is hitching really heavily right now. It's not paused, but it's stopped, so. Which means maybe the dragon is melting somebody? That or the smoke blocked the stairway for a second, which is definitely possible. Having paper handy is always nice. Yes, I'm keeping that letter. Actually, I'm going to show my parents and then probably put it in with a collection of letters that I have from my grandmother. Oh, it's because this dwarf is stuck back here, that's why. That's why the frame rate went bye-bye for a second. It's okay, we'll come back. I could just destroy these 2 diamonds. We traveled away to cool off. I mean, that is the correct answer. We left. I'm just gonna save us all the headache here, chat, and just do this. Instead of waiting for them to deal with these, I'm just gonna lose the value of the items and then just go clear smoke. Oh, whoops, I missed one. There we go. Now I just have a dwarf that's stuck here, which actually I didn't think about all that much. Although you should be able to path around now. Oh, no, you can't. Where's the actual stairs? Right there. There's like nowhere I could actually use to path up. No, I could use this, but then you wouldn't be able to get up anyway. I could tell you to mine through this, and this would speed the process up, but it wouldn't fix it. What are you trying to do currently? There you go. Now you can leave. Or at least go around. Forgotten Beast Batsan Simulblob has come. A huge blob composed of fire. It has a long, straight tail and a bloated body. Where it be? Oh, well, it's right next to another creature, which is this Iquol, whatever that is, who's killed a crocodile and a troll. And I don't think this fight's going to be very long. This one is not a blob. This is a quadruped composed of flame. Oh, so they're both composed of flame. Okay, well, that ended pretty quickly. Did you kick it? Forgotten Beast kicks the Forgotten Beast in the upper body. There you go. I was worried they weren't going to be able to damage. At least it would. If you have, by the way, if you have two blobs composed of flame, they literally can't damage each other. And the fight could go for literally ever. Which I think is kind of hysterical, but also really super duper sucks. Let's see. Are you going to release a demon? We checked for heat. What devilry is this? It's fine. This seems to be water, so we'll dig through this. Literally just waiting for that to go away. Or actually, I could go up to here, get rid of this, go over to here, get rid of this, and let's go here and just build another stairwell. There we go. Get some water into here. Seal that off. Get some water down into here. Seal that off. Get some water over to here. No more water. That's a shame. Can they build up? Can what build up? It's one of the reasons I like living here so much is because it is the Pacific, so we have the like nice cool ocean weather, but you know, rent is high because of that. It's one thing that's also another thing I like living about living here is if for some reason I needed to, I have the full okay go for my parents to move back in with them. Like, they live close, and if I, like, ended up in a situation where I was completely fucked, I could just move back in with my parents. Although, to be completely honest, I really don't. I really would not want to. Which I think is a fair desire for any adult. I can get to the coast in about a 40-minute bike ride. That's all. We uncovered what ooh. Whoa. Sorry, I'm sweating. Jesus. Okay, so I'm not going to use that, but I am going to put it... And the reason I'm not going to use that is I'm going to put it somewhere very easy to find for me so that I can give it to an adventurer in the future. Divine Whip. Yeah, motherfucker. Fucking So whips are practically lightsabers if wielded by a skilled wielder. And that's a divine whip. It's literally like a god metal whip. It is a clear blue metal whip, meaning a god made it. And divine whips are, let's just say very, 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 very powerful. That's all. Must look awesome being cracked. It probably like makes blue streaks go through the sky or something. Even looks like it's a bendy lightsaber. Yeah. Oh god. Rough blue diamonds. That's rough. Trying to slowly lower the water levels. Oh. The lag hath returneth. It's because it's blocking this stairway. Or maybe it's because we're getting attacked by giant thrips. I'm not actually sure. Okay, so we're into late summer, which means it's almost trading season. When we are done trading, the dwarves will be ordered to go on vacation for the majority of a season, which means I'm going to lock all of the dwarves in the burrow that the kids occupy. Man, that is cool. I think that is the biggest... Is it? Is that the biggest sub-bomb today? Hold on, let me double check. Okay, yeah, no, that is the largest gift sub-bomb of the day. Thank you very much, Devil Dawn. The 5-pack. Previously, we had a 4-pack, but thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subscriptions. Congratulations to everybody who got one, and thank you very much. Like, seriously, it means a lot. It goes a very long way. Thank you very much for helping keep this channel funded. We should be able to mine more adamantine today, though, so that's good news. Because we're getting real close to it. Yeah, it's right here. So it's 2 layers down. So I basically just need to get this lava out of here. So I'm going to, I think, get rid of this ramp. Once this ramp here is gone, I'm going to build a pump. And then that pump, there's blood there. Why is there blood there? There's blood there. Why is there blood there? There's blood there. Why is there? It's dog blood? Okay. When there's... Once I have this pump down here, I can then expand this kind of back area right here, and we can pump this lava out of here. So let's just start digging into here. Then once this lava's pumped out, we can then just dig through here, and we're in adamantine. We get a whole layer to dig out, and then we can dig around this layer, and around this layer, and around this layer, and get a bunch more adamantine into the fort. But we are almost into fall, which means it's almost time for us to take a break. And honestly, I think these dwarves have earned it at this point. Also, to the person who said that they're switching to Twitch chat, what's your username on Twitch? Out of curiosity. So I know who it is. What's the fastest one can get to adamantine? It used to be a lot quicker, but they did a very good job of making it extremely time-consuming and relatively tedious with the update where the game came to Steam, which is, you know, good and bad, right? It's good because it's probably more balanced now, or it's a harder goal to achieve, which is why it's good. It's bad because now it's a really annoying goal to achieve. Okay, cool. At least you have a similar thing in your name. Makes it easy for me. Wait, also Jezza with the 45 stream streak. I missed that, but at least I can see the thingy. How was it easier? Okay, number one, Dwarf Fortress is a horrifically bad game for speedrunning, and I've talked about this extensively, and I don't feel like doing it again. But there used to be no... Okay, so it used to just be raw adamantine, praise the miners, and it was just adamantine. There was no gems, there was no lava, there was no water around it, there was no monsters that would come out of it, there was no gold, like golden stuff in it. I played Dwarf Fortress for like almost 10 years on and off before the Steam version came out, and I didn't see a single diamond in Dwarf Fortress until this version came out. When this version came out, like, there's diamonds everywhere now. So diamonds used to actually be rare and hard to get, and none of these gems or any of this stuff was here. This was a mechanic that was added in at last minute to give the game what the developers describe as a more satisfying end game before the premium release. So how did it used to be easier? It was literally just the adamantine, so you just go dig out adamantine. Well, I mean, it was like this size of adamantine, but it would go up to about here usually, and you just dig into it. I liked it a lot more because it made people dig too deeply and greedily accidentally way more often, which is way more fun in my opinion. But because like people will dig into the gems, find one demon or one angel and think I dug too deep and then call it, right? And that kind of sucks, right? Unless you actually find hell, this, you didn't dig too deep. And that blows, in my opinion. The humans have arrived and are laying siege to the fort. Kinda deep? Kinda. Just a little bit. All right, so this should go without saying, but I'm not gonna. I'm absolutely not going to fight with them. But what I am going to do is something I should have done a long time ago. But first, I just have to find a place I can actually put it. This is a place I can put it. Trying to spot a area that goes up and down smoothly. That'll work right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up to here, basically. And up here, I'm going to do this. Also, I just realized I screwed up in here pretty bad, but that's okay. This also means we're not going to be able to trade, which isn't optimal, but... Also need to expand this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's quite annoying. I beg your pardon? Oh, because that's not okay. I get it. I'm gonna go here. I realize this is kind of a sudden shift, but tis what it needs to be, unfortunately. Okay. I'm gonna pause the game for a minute. The lava pockets do make it tedious in this version to dig too deep. Yep. Yeah, and I'm not a huge fan. If you want a world that already has clear access to the underworld on Discord, I can get you a save of one of your forts that has a very established building down there. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I know. I'm glad that one still exists. We're talking about the backups of those saves. Will siege weapons shoot down? No. No, they will not. The siege weapons are flat only. If you want to shoot down, you have to use Mark's Dwarves. Mark's Dwarves will shoot down. Yeah, I'm assuming that's the one that you're referring to, because we were talking about it the other day. You know, I'm not gonna lie. The new Dwarf Fortress like merch is pretty good. Man. Shit's so expensive. That's all I have to say. Shit's so expensive. Holy shit. No, I'm not lying. That's why I'm being honest. Enormous steel corkscrews. Okay, so I need green tubes and green pipes. And corkscrews. See, now that I would buy. I would have bought the other one, but they sent it to me without me having to pay for it, so. How much have they sent? So who here knows what I'm doing already? You're thinking a giant chute going to the glowing pit? Uh-huh. No. I mean, I've got this army over here that's kind of a concern for me, so it's going to be a way of defeating this army. And then this is all in the barrel. Yep, it is. This is not. So now we wait. An orb of fire. I'm making an automatic geyser dispenser. because they always show up in exactly the same place. This is the third siege from these humans, and they've always shown up right there. And if I just have a way of spouting lava into their faces, they will go away much quicker, and I won't actually have to fight them. And then we can just potentially go out and collect the lava, or, you know, just not worry about it. Which are two perfectly good options as far as I'm concerned. You have a good night, UGDPY. We'll see you when we see you, dude. I have a feeling there's agitated birds pathing towards them right now. Hence the lag. Or somebody's stuck behind something that's burning. One of the two. This fort is a little on the laggy side, but I personally think it's completely acceptable for it to be a little bit laggy based on all of the stuff on this map. It just sucks that we're not going to be able to trade this year. And after this construction is complete, we can then, you know. Once this construction is complete, we can have our proper festival. But yeah, I'm making a lava geyser, is what I'm doing. Well, actually, let's still put flooring there. So is this area not in the burrow? It's not in the burrow, that makes sense. Otherwise, they would have started digging that. Okay, digging this out. Oh. How the fuck did you get in here? There's a giant fly in my fortress, chat. That's probably not helping the frames. Imagine dying to a giant fly. I don't want to. So. Alright. I also don't really want my dwarves to die to the giant fly by flying off the edge, but, you know, dumber things have happened, and it would be pretty funny. Okay, wait, where did it go, though? Where'd it go, though? Giant fly is fighting. Takes a bismuth bronze bolt to the wing. Maybe it just is dead? Or flew up? I'm gonna go with dead. It says that they're still in conflict. I just realized that digging this out this way is a really bad idea. Section has collapsed. Like I said, this is a really bad idea. It's because of the way that they're digging it out. Uh-oh. Gazoom, you're just unconscious, you're stunned, you're fine, okay. Whew. That could have gone bad, but it didn't, fortunately. And actually, something else I'm going to do is once we hit here, I'm actually going to do this. Actually, this isn't the easiest way to do this. I'm going to do this. This is going to be a priority number 2, dig. It's going to go all the way down to here. That's as far down as it can go. In fact, not even down that far. One layer up. And then down on this layer, we're going to do priority number 1. I'm just going to start from here and go all the way up. And this is going to give us a fuckload of extra pressure. So what we're going to do is you are going to dig all the way over to here. Oh, shit. Those aren't stairs. These need to be stairs. All right, stairs. Except one of these on this side needs to be that so they can enter and exit. Same for this side. Except this side isn't going to start from here. It's actually going to go all the way down to here. Which is then going to go up to here and go over this way. And let's see, am I going to collide with my throne room or something silly? Probably. Yes. So we're going to go up from here. To right there. And the funny part is I should be able to finish this whole siege before the season is over. It won't actually take me that long to build it in dwarf time, but in real time it'll take kind of a while. Okay. Now that I've done that, I can go down to here and get rid of all this. Boom. Sweet. All right, so let's let them dig. Let them dig, dwarfs. Let them dig. It's been exactly a year since you joined Discord. Man, I'm such an old person on Discord. Like, that shit makes me feel old, dude. I am such an aged, elderly Discord user. It's kind of not even funny. Because I've been on Discord since Discord was in beta. It feels so long ago now. Oh, shit. Well, that explains why things are getting in. Crap. How can I fix this? I can fix this by simply putting a wall here. And deconstructing this. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, maybe building a stair up and down right here as well. Slightly less than optimal, but it's fine. I don't think TeamSpeak will ever come back unless it gets a full redesign. I mean, at the very least, it explains where the flies were coming from. Neutron Dwarf, what kind of dwarf would you like? Please give a dwarf to the first person on YouTube capable of naming our beloved. Our queen is already named. So unfortunately, I cannot give something away that's already been given. Alien Slayer got the queen a long time ago. Same with every other noble, pretty much. So we could go for somebody else, Neutron Dwarf, though. But unfortunately, that name has already been given. Where's the giant fly? Okay, well, it's fine. They're no longer up here. That's an improvement. Kashmir, thank you very much for the 7th month on a 7th month streak. First person. Okay, next person in the YouTube chat to say, "Gimme Dwarf." Gets a dwarf, courtesy of Neutron Dwarf here in chat. So if you're in the YouTube chat and you say, "Gimme Dwarf," and you're not a regular in the Twitch chat, I will give you a dwarf. Kujitsu, what kind of dwarf would you like? Any preference of job, and would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? That is up to you. Okay, Tony Meatballs. It's okay. Don't worry. You're not getting one because somebody else already called it. We shouldn't have changed to Twitch. I mean, there will be more opportunities where that came from. You committed to learning the Steam version from all your advice, getting used to it? Hell yeah, Pizza Frank. Happy to help in your indoctrination into the superior version of the game. Oh, this is gonna be fun. And Gazoom is trying to gift a dwarf to Ildari of Karelia, who came over from the YouTube chat not too long ago and just commented on Blast. I should have stuck to the YouTube. So, Twitch chat, does that deserveth of a nameth? Does this person get a name? It's up to you guys. Stonecutter, you say? Would you Stonecutter with a beard? Do I have a stonecutter with a beard? I don't have a single stoneworker in the fort. We mostly have glassmakers. I do have farmers and some brewers and many a military dwarf and a couple armor smiths, metalworkers, but I do not, in fact, have that. You watch on TV, YouTube, and chat on Twitch on phone. Yeah, I mean, that's what a lot of people do, right? And no preference? Okay, so we'll give you a armor with a beard, if that works for you. So this is KU Jitsu. KU Jitsu. Never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. All right, Twitch chat, you guys get to choose what Ildari of Karelia gets as a dwarf. Hey, Ranger Rick, how are you? And Ildari, if you could let me know if you want a beard or not, that'd be great. Never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. Lives at a slow-going leisurely pace. Often doesn't feel envious of others, and is often nervous. Tends to feel envious of others, and is doesn't handle stress well. Tends to avoid any physical confrontations. Works to square his natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. And has a sense of duty. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and personally he values eloquence. He likes chromite steel and green tourmaline and donkey leather cabochons and crossbows. He worships Oh No and is best friends with Melville. And he's a member of the Kind Doctrine, never killed anybody, and feels wonder after incompetently performing rites to his god. And is relieved after being near a waterfall and moved in 331. Priest or artist? Jeez. I mean, Danny DeVito's the priest there. I could give you the sacred tournament of this church. It's a lady dwarf. All of these ones are named. So yeah, would you like to be the sacred tournament named Etir? What's up with the dwarves that don't really care about anything anymore? It means they've seen some shit. Is what it means. Like, you know that when a cat comes home after spending some time out and about, and they like maybe brought home a giant rat or something, and they've obviously had a very, very, very traumatic experience fighting a creature that fights back, and they just like are skittish for a while. That's a dwarf that doesn't really care about anything anymore. Anyway, this dwarf never feels hatred towards anyone or anything after seeing Zas die in 329. Does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations, works to square its natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. She is very ambitious, always looking for a way to better her situation. She can get caught up in internal deliberation when action is necessary, almost never feels discouraged, and is often nervous. Likes a little excitement now and again, and is conflicted by this since she considers tranquility to be preferable to tumult conceptually. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She doesn't often feel envious of others, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind, and tends to not be swayed by by emotional appeals. Generally acts with an air focus on the current activity, is very humble, and is a friendly individual. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. Personally, views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and doesn't care about art one way or another. Welcome to the fort. And, why did I do this to myself? I have this annoying habit, chat room, of making things significantly more complicated than they need to be. Okay, well, I don't really want to cause mud to go everywhere. Just looking for holes. I don't see any. Wait, who could apply for management with that kind of attitude? Like I missed something here. There you go, Quizatipa. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, so let's go up to here and do this. Okay, so the way to do this is to dig in right here, deconstruct this sucker. Actually, you know what? I don't even need to do that. I can literally just do this. Yeah, I can just do that. Easy peasy. Don't need this top one. Convenient. That is convenient. Because I'm making things needlessly complicated? No, because I don't think ahead. And I build stuff, and then I think later, man, what if I, like, built this a layer further down? Or what if I made this, like, slightly wider? You know, all of the usual things. I'm actually going to pull the lever and close this bridge. All right. was gonna say, have I literally been queuing stuff up for that long? I guess so. Jeez. Okay, you guys can watch them dig this. I'm going to go check on my plants outside real quick. I will be right back. Also, I can make this way quicker if I just go right there instead of making you loop back around for some dumb reason. Back in a sec. Oh, also, chat room. Thanks for continuing to watch this channel. I get this job because you guys watch and subscribe. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this job. Kirby. I have returned to the very slow-moving miner. I'm actually curious, what are the majority of dwarves doing currently? A lot of storing items, making scrolls, got a lot of reading. This dwarf who's pissed is filling a water skin. What squad are you in? Coastal Feats. Coastal Post. Oh, this one. I think I'm gonna remove you. Replace you as somebody else. Give other dwarves a chance to be in the military. The very bright side, our weapons supply is getting way better. What's our bars looking like? 73 iron. Hell yes. Okay, so let's make gauntlets. Let's just make 40 gauntlets. Iron gauntlet. Let's make 40 of them. Considering all of that, none of that is coming from iron deposits. That's us collecting it from sieges and other places. Like enemies, basically. We've had to fight for our metal. No god medals currently, which is a shame. What's up, Joker? Long time. How you been? Greg the streamer can apply for management with the attitude and make things more complicated than they need to be. I'm already in management for myself, which is why I'm a terrible boss, and I wouldn't want to be anybody else's boss. Just period ever. But sure, fair. I understand the point now. Been doing decent? Good to hear, dude. Krampus has been possessed and has claimed a glass furnace and is running around grabbing whatever the heck they need. They've claimed 2 pieces of raw green glass thus far. Also going to jump back down to the bottom of this and quietly tell the dwarves to go and pave up all this. It is actually kind of nice to have distractions when trying to dig too deep like this, because a lot of the time you're just sitting there waiting for green glass to, or like lava to disperse and whatnot, and it's like, like it just kind of takes a while. Lots of positive things, lots of negative things. That's how I felt about most of last year, to be honest. So I understand that feeling. It's like, yesterday was the best year of my life in a lot of ways, and the worst year of my life in almost as many ways. Very mixed feels, you know? Doesn't necessarily mean that it's like the worst year ever, but man, it could have been a lot better, let me tell you. You feel that every year? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, last year was the best year of my life because, I mean, it was the year that, like, Dwarf Fortress had released just before that, and it was the first year of my life that I was financially stable. Like, actually financially stable and not just, like, you know, paying bills barely. So that was huge for me, but on the flip side, it was like, well, everything else sucked. It's like I lost both my grandmothers. Like, you know, shit was tough, dude. Okay, well, this does not need to be here. And I can actually get rid of this stairwell. I do not need to finish this job. That can just go away. I can build this. I can go all the way down to here and build these. Oops, nope, not that. Is that here? I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. I think it hit my parents harder than it hit me in a lot of ways, but also a lot of other like crappy personal family things happened that year. Not just like losing my grandmothers. Losing my grandmothers was just like the final piece in the shit sandwich. It was like mentally the worst year of my life, but financially and career-wise the best year of my life. I guess is the way I would put it. Okay, so this is just 7 logs. It's producing 500 power, so we should be good. And an ad break. Hold on. In the context of the recent generation, 2020 was the race year. I mean, this is going to sound weird. 2020 wasn't that bad of a year for me. 2020 was actually a pretty okay year for me. The reason 2020 was a pretty okay year for me is literally everybody and their mother had nothing to do with all this free time that they suddenly had because they were all locked inside. So everybody went and watched live streams. My rent went down because I lost a chunk of my income from my other like side gig that's very, very, very part-time, which at the time was a much larger portion of my income. So I got a rent subsidy and I just worked and my numbers doubled on Twitch. Like it was actually like 2020 was a weirdly good year for me. I mean, it was boring as all hell, but I feel bad for anybody who was in school during that time. I feel bad for anybody raising a kid at that time. I feel bad for a lot of people in that time, but for me personally, it was kind of fine. I wouldn't say that nothing changed. I mean, for me, I definitely have like an outdoor social life. Like I go to concerts pretty frequently. A lot of my social outlets became inaccessible for like a year or two, so that eventually like started to crush me. But the initial like starting phase of the pandemic was like pretty good for me. Ironically, I was supposed to get married in July of 2020, but that obviously never happened. 3 funerals in 2020, fuck COVID. No, I completely agree. Like, and then people started dying, but like, it last year was worse for me than COVID, than 2020. But yeah. Hello, Hobo. How are you? Fucking 1 week, dude. Yeet. I get on a plane in 1 week. In 1 week, there's going to be photos of me and Hobo on Discord, probably. Probably, or not, a week and 1 day. One more day for Hobo. Those ads are annoying? Yep. I wish I could disable them. I'm sure chat can help you block them if you really want to. Okay, Krampus has begun a mysterious construction. Many goods today? Many goods. What's that mean? Shit!
Kashmir Zero it cheered. X1000. Happy birthday, mate. It is strange parasocial way.
I mean, my birthday's on June 3rd. Not currently. But thank you for the early birthday wishes. But I appreciate you, man. I'm turning 30, so that's gonna be fun. It's okay, my back already hurts and I have more gray hair than most 30-year-olds, so I already look the part. Dirty 30? What's so dirty about it? I shower. What the heck? That's one thing I never understood about Dirty 30. It's like, I don't know, I shower daily. What? But, yep. Allegedly, Ranger Rick. What? Hold on a second. Number one, what does that have to do with homo? You're allowed to tell a human being that they look good without, like, hitting on them. Saying no homo makes it objectively weirder. Krampus the Glassmaker has created Zeke Linen, a green glass bed, and offers it to the Hot Sparks. Ooh. Where's your bedroom, Krampus? I'll give you your bed. You can have the bed that you made. I feel like everyone 30 feel old. Oh, like everybody starts to feel old at 30. I mean, I started, I'll be honest with you, I skipped being a kid and I started feeling old at like 20. Because like most 20-year-olds at the time, like hadn't had a job yet, barely had finished school, still lived with their parents, and I'd already been living on my own. Like I'd been moved out for 2 years already at that point, so it was like, I don't know. Oh, I don't care about my age, pretty much, at this point. I realize I'm going to be chronically single and lonely for the rest of my life, so I might as well enjoy being chronically single and lonely for the rest of my life. Wait till I hit 40? I don't need to wait. It'll happen eventually. It's an inevitability, friend. Assuming I make it till 40. Let's just plop that down. It's okay. Actually, I don't want to wait until I'm 40, because I'll probably be, like... My eyes will be significantly worse than that by then, and they're already bad enough. I don't need them to be worse. And I'm rapidly flying towards that. Okay, so we are building this pump system, and this pump system is going to give us the ability to cause lava geysers to appear, assuming I can get it done before the humans decide to invade me. Okay, so all these are done except for this one. That's fine. Probably because of your sister. That's okay. I mean, cool. If this is a bragging contest of who started feeling old the youngest, I guess you win. No contest. The social pressure lets up at 30. I don't have any social pressure because everybody just thinks I'm way older than I am already. Everybody's shocked when they hear how young I am. Like, that's the general response I get, is people just in a state of shock. Like, really? I thought you were so much old. That's why I feel old. It's got nothing to do with, like, how I physically feel. I mean, I feel broken and disabled because I kind of am. And I feel a lot of pain every day because of chronic pain. But it's like, it's mostly... for me at this point, inflicted by other people on me. And it's just happened so much, so consistently that, like, I don't know. I don't even know what to feel anymore. See, I don't live or like really associate with traditionalist Christian values, so nobody has, literally in my entire life, I've never once had somebody ask me, when are you getting married and having kids? So you and me live in very different cultures, I think. In fact, it's been a known fact amongst my entire extended family ever since I was about 15 that I have zero interest in ever having kids. My genetics are too fucked. I wouldn't want to curse a child with my genetics. The only way I would end up with kids now is if I got together with somebody who already had a kid. I don't even know what that means, Kashmir. You know, it's really funny that it's kind of a funny thing to me, Jeremy B, that people are just like, oh yeah, like there's a lot of stats proving that like a lot of people meet at workplaces. Like, yeah, that's true, absolutely. It's also one of the reasons why I will be chronically single for the rest of my life. I don't go to a workplace. All right, so I'm going to have an on-off switch for this thing just because it's easy. Okay, so I can just get rid of these stairs. These don't need to be here. Ah, okay, cool. So like my aunt and uncle then. Onage Prime, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Oddly fitting name. After COVID, you exclusively work from home. You know, it's really funny because during COVID, everybody got to experience a little bit of what it's like to be me because so many people worked from home for a bit. And it's like, I know people who love it and I know people who went insane. And I've been working from home pretty much full time since 2016. So I almost don't remember what it's like to be in an office or like any kind of workplace because it's been so long. It has been so long, I've almost forgotten what it's like. Which is kind of a crazy thought to have. Okay, so how's the digging going? They seem to have dug pretty much to the end of this. Just about. I'll bet you this just isn't in the burrow. It is not! Well, that makes sense. You know, Amber, let me tell you this. That's like telling somebody who's depressed to stop being depressed. Telling somebody who doesn't want to be single to stop worrying about being single. It's got nothing to do with worry. It's got everything to do with being chronically lonely. Feeling not wanted in life. Feeling like nobody cares. Having a hard time convincing yourself that you are valued or wanted. That's the problem with being single. So telling somebody to stop worrying about being single is one of the meanest, harshest, most brutally horrible things you can do to somebody who doesn't like being single. Just for what it's worth. Oh, I know you do, but that doesn't matter because that's not how my brain works, right, Neutron Dwarf? That doesn't matter. Like, as much as an audience like I have is awesome, you need to realize the format that I interact with you. I'm talking to my computer monitor. So the result is, by the end of the day, I'm socially drained, mentally drained, exhausted, and I don't really want to talk to people. And yeah, I've been talking to people all day, but I don't know any of you. I know Hobo. I know a few of you. But 99.9% of you, I don't know. Right? And you need to realize that there is a big difference there. Like, while streaming and being in content can absolutely be a social outlet, it almost always has been for me, it's not a replacement for actual social contact. So just realize that. And like, I appreciate the sentiment. It means a lot. But at the same time, it's not the same. It's not even close. Oh, there is no mindfuck. The only people who make it a mindfuck are the people who make it weird. And most people don't make it weird because most people are generally pretty sane. So no, the parasocial aspect is a non-issue for me. It never has been an issue. The time where it becomes an issue is when people make it an issue. For me, it doesn't matter. But it's not a replacement for social interactions. It can be a nice, like, stopgap. But it's not a replacement. You've been appreciating my DF videos and you started maybe 5 years ago and you just got back into it. Well, welcome back. Good to have you. Glad you're enjoying the videos. Actually, I don't need to do this because I haven't dug through that yet, so it's fine. Okay, so this right here is going to need to be blocked. I think I'll just put a door there. And just wall it off. I don't know your real name. I don't know what you look like. I don't know how old you are. I don't know what your education is. I don't know anything about you. Right? And that's I guess the parasocial side of it, right? Is I don't know any of you, really. But you guys know a fuckload about me. That's where the parasocial nature of it comes in. Work orders and proper dumping. Sure. Okay. Yeah, that. None of those are too difficult to learn. Absolutely doable. Some forgotten beast has shown up, and I don't care. All right. I should have done this earlier, but I'm gonna go down here. Connect this to here. We're starting to run low on time, so I gotta get this done. We usually have about 3 months, 4 months-ish before the siege starts anyways, so I probably have about a month before they come at me. Oh, it's mindfucky to you. I'm used to it. I've been doing this so long, it's just I just have to explain to people why I have no social connection to any of you. It's like, unless I've shaken your hand and gone for lunch, I don't know who you are. And even then, I probably still don't. Here's the thing. Please don't go start spewing your personal information into my chat for the sake of this discussion. You don't need to do that. Also, you're not the only Yvonne to watch the stream. Found a nice spot. A stream turns into a river. They found a nice spot. A stream turns into a river mid-fort, and there's a big waterfall. They're going to make a huge staircase there and pump it full of water in emergency. Ooh. Just make sure you don't get attacked by zombies. They don't care so much about water. Not gonna lie, holy shit, so many baby animals. It's gonna keep eating and gelding. Okay. As an adult, and it got really weird having a lot of 12 to 14-year-old followers. That's why people go to prison. But yeah, no, I can completely understand that. I mean, that's one of the things that I've always actually really valued about the games that I stream, and one of the reasons that, like, I've never really wanted to even make a switch into streaming more mainstream stuff is, honestly, it's kind of nice knowing that my audience is roughly the same age as me. It's kind of nice, guys. Kind of nice. Okay, so I need a grate. Do I have grates? But only if their name is Inigo Montoya. So your name has to be Inigo Montoya for you to tell them that they killed your Faza. Prepare to die. It's part of the full. You can't do the thing without doing the whole thing, okay? It's defeating the point of the thing. God damn it. It's impossible for him to have killed your father, and you cannot tell him to prepare to die unless your name also happens to be Inigo Montoya. Okay? Come on. Do it right. No half Inigo Montoya-ing. You have to you can't partially Inigo Montoya. You gotta fully Inigo Montoya, you know what I'm saying? I know a guy who on Edge Prime who streams with his kids mostly, and they used to play a bunch of what's it called, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, PUBG, and then they switched to Fortnite, and he went from being the cool dad who helps his kids play cool video games to being the weird old guy playing the kids video game, and like immediately, which is kind of funny to me. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this requires an extra 52 power. That's okay, that's plenty of power. Plenty of power to spare. What? Oh, right, duh. I was worried for a second there because it looked like they weren't powered. But they are, in fact, powered. Okay, so now I just need to do this, and then this. Once both of these have been dug out, and that wall is there, then I can turn this on. Let's put a grate here, which is probably ready to go. Nope. Let's put a door here. I'm gonna go down here and start forbidding these boulders that are in here. Because I don't have time to haul all this crap out, and I'd rather not kill dwarves in here. Okay, so you jump up to here, and I'm gonna do this. Moment of truth, chat. You guys ready to set some humans on fire? Congrats, Big Bang, on the 3-stream streak. You think you found out why your streakers are shedding? If you click on the button that shows your streak, if a streak is available, you have to claim it right away. If I come back later in the day and try to claim it, the streak will reset back to 0. Oh, that's bizarre. Okay, well. Gotta click the button to keep the streak, I suppose. Gotta show the engagement! Or the engagement gods will say you are not engaged enough to be valued as engagement data. I don't know where I'm going with this. Okay, so let's pause for okay, actually. It's probably you, right? Yes. We'll see if any other dwarves are in here during this. Flood the world. Not the world, just where the siege is. This dwarf seems to be oh, that's why you're walking slowly. This dwarf's feet are really badly burned. Ugh. So they're walking kind of slow. It'd be really funny if we made a bunch of soap right now and made a bunch of fly soap. It's like, does the soap fly though? And then pull this lever. Then I just need this slow-ass Dwarf to get out of here. Good candidate for a job requiring speed. I mean, yeah. Yeah, maybe I should remove them from this gig. Go store your item in a bin and go glass make or something. Here's the thing. If anybody here doesn't actually know what I'm doing right now, you're about to be in for a treat. If kitty cat, get the do I care about this cat, chat? I'm asking you, do I care about this cat?
Bring out today.
I take that as a no. Burn the cat. Has to go away for a bit. We don't care about the cat. Okay. Apologies in advance, kitty, and anybody who likes kitties in the chat. But that kitty ain't coming back. Right here, I'm going to do this, and we're going to put a floor grate right there. Do it for Darwin. And before it wrecks my... here it comes. Okay, do I let the cat out? The cat wants out. Or back in. Do I let the cat in? The cat wants back in. Let's see. I will unlock the door and see if kitty leaves. There you go, kitty. No kitty death for you today. Just waiting for a dwarf to come here and pull that lever. And also a dwarf to mine that out. All right, so what this is going to do is it's going to pump lava into here. That's what this is going to do. This dwarf's probably coming to pull the lever, right? Yeah, there we go. It's going to pump a bunch of lava into here, right? The lava is going to go all the way down to here very quickly. Then what's going to happen is it's going to fill this whole thing up all the way up to here, right? Then what's going to happen is it's going to flow all the way over to here and fill this entire tube up. Once both of these tubes are filled, I think kitty lost it that life. That kitty lost one of its lives. One of its 9 lives are now gone forever. It's never getting them back. But it got a good story to tell. Anyway, so it's going to fill all the way up to here. And this is going to build artificial pressure on the lava. So what we're going to be able to do is... when, you know, we, let's just say, end up in a situation where there's enemies standing around the exit, if I pull the lever to open the drawbridge at the end, it will literally cause a geyser of lava to shoot into the sky. That's what I'm doing. Another cat went in. Well, oh well. That's kind of hysterical, actually. I feel bad at laughing at dead cats, but it is pretty funny, admittedly. Because I know a lot of people love cats. I don't have anything necessarily against cats. That's just funny. The cats will laugh at the dead us. True. I think the cats are constantly laughing at me. Although, ironically, now that I think about it, if the cat's still in the tunnel, it... okay, well... You know, you can't fix stupid. These are 2 nobles that are stuck outside of the fort. Let's see if I can save them. Let's see if I can save them. We're going to go over here, and I'm going to open this lever. And do that. Which I probably can. I just will have to lock the door pretty quick afterwards. Ruh-roh, exactly. All right, Dorfy Swaggins, you getting out of here? Swaghammer, go the other way. The other way. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so once they both get inside, I'll pull the lever and close this. The funny thing, I did not need to save them here. It's the survival of the dumbest. is how I like to think of it. Okay, here comes first visitor. I don't even know where the second visitor is, so you know what? Oi, 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 wait, where, when, where, why? Who, wait, what, when, where, why? Boink, boink. Okay, and there you go. And then a cat runs out that way. Of course it does. Okay, so now we just let this fill. So this all the way down is gonna fill, and it's gonna fill pretty quick. I mean, look at how quickly this is filling. And then what this is gonna do once this is filled to the top is it's going to force the lava up this stairwell right here, all the way up to here. And then once this right here is 7 of 7 full, because the lava tries to level out with the top of it, right? So I'm filling this up, and so this would be the top of it, right? Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 Z levels above ground level. So it's going to try and match 4 Z levels above ground level. That's what the lava is going to attempt to match. And that is going to allow me to try and fire lava that high up above ground. And all of this down here is just to get extra ammunition. They're just pussied about everything? Got it. It's like a fountain. Yeah, it's like a fountain, but with a lot of burning. And now that I've built one of these, I can very easily add more onto it. Because it's super easy to get rid of the pressure on these by just simply opening the end and turning off the pumps. We're in an ad break, which is why I have this up. Also, can I just, I'm sorry to talk about dating all the fucking time, but Jeremy, if Tinder actually works for you, congratulations, you're one of the lucky ones. When someone's just like, Tinder hookups fill the need, it's like, oh, okay, so you're like the 5% of human males that it actually works for. Awesome. Look, I'm very happy for you. 4 years on Tinder and nothing. I got ghosted twice. That's what I got out of Tinder. Waste of fucking time. You'll probably finish this giant sword in about 10 days. Joker, when you finish that sword, post pictures of it and post art in my Discord. I'd love to see it. That's fucking cool. Okay, let's scroll. Have you done? Well, just remember that the things that you say like that don't really, you know what? I'm actually just gonna cease talking with you about this. I'm just gonna cease talking with you about this. It's not worth the energy. But sincerely, fuck you. I'm glad it works for you, but fuck you. Just fuck you. All right, so then it fills up like this pretty quickly and consistently. Just bubbles up like this. See, done. And done. 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 All right, so now we wait like 10 seconds. You guys ready to see a lava, guys or chat? I get the opposite terminal wetness. Well, you can't because the game decided to save. So just keep the big wall of lava going in the chat. We'll do that. Script lava is what you have to type in, Nagrim. Then we get a lava fountain, which is ironic because probably this save right here is probably the month where they're going to attack me. PAX West badges are on sale now. So if anybody's going to PAX West, holla once I get my media application badge through. Where is PAX? Seattle, Washington. All right, so I'm just going to let that fill for a second. I'm just tapping over to PAX West to go apply for a media badge. As soon as I'm finished filling this out, we will pull the lever and drop this thing. Just got one other thing I gotta fill out. And that's annoying. Why would they make me do that? Whatever. Do you agree to follow security and safety and wellness rules at PAX West? And it defaults to no. I have to click yes. That's funny. All right, done. I've sent in a media badge request for PAX West. All right, so now that I've done that, let's pull this lever. So now it's just a matter of getting Kronk to pull the lever. And this should fill up pretty quick. Opt-in civility, all right. Why did someone just die? What? And Doc, the Swords Dwarf has been found dead. Well, I don't think that was mine, but anyway, I was totally correct. Now is when they're attacking me, which means we may be too late. Ain't that fucking ironic? Please walk back over here. I need you guys to walk back over here in order for my plan to be a massive success. But they've gone and walked away now, which is quite annoying. Come back, you stupid fucks. Sorry, I'm gonna have to, you know, let this sit for a while now. Very much right lever, but in the nick of time, if you will. God damn it. Maybe they'll get hit by trees. I mean, there's five. I mean, one of them already got hit. They may like walk back towards it and regroup, but they did kill a dwarf, which I think was one of mine. I don't really want to fight them. There's so many of them. You know, here's the thing, Mandevil. So Mandevil on YouTube says, someday we will have NPCs in video games that are smart enough to figure out what's about to happen to them. Does that equal fun game to play, though? I don't think it does. Like, I really don't think it does. I think that's kind of the opposite, actually. I think that's the opposite of fun game to play. I want fun game to play. I don't want smart enemy. It's very easy to make incredibly smart AI that's unfair to play against. But it's very hard to make AI that's fun to play against. In order for games to be fair, the enemy has to miss like 80% of the time in a first-person shooter. So like, how do you make games fun? Not by having infinitely smart AI. I'm just gonna be blunt with you, Crassus Clay. Even milsims have to nerf their AI. Because, like, you know, you've heard of aimbots, right? The enemy armies in milsims are quite literally... Whoa! Oh, boy. This merchant just went berserk. Did you just bite a dog? Wasn't one of my dwarves, so why did you do that? Anyway, the biting the dog, like, pissed off the other dwarves, and then they beat the crap out of Melville. Got what you deserved, I suppose. Yep, I also can't even bury it, which is just proves it wasn't one of mine. It's always fun. How many books do I have in my library now, I wonder? Oh boy. We've got a big ass fight breaking out in the fort chat room. That's happening again. This dwarf back here got unlifed. Also, we got 52 books in here. Hell yeah. At least something is good about this whole thing. You guys actively fighting still? Okay, Attis, Atir. I haven't actually lost a citizen in my fort just yet. Everybody who's died so far are not members of my fort. I think it might be my war dogs. One of my scribes is fighting. Although they're probably just vomiting at this point. That's literally why there's so many demons in here, yes. Like, as an example, let's click on a random demon. This one has 2 children, 3 children. But not all of them do. Some of them are asexual, and the ones that are asexual don't. Basically, if they're gendered, if they have a symbol, then they can do that. Can we just not Joker of Spades? That'd be lovely. If people honestly think that that's a good thing for video games, then they don't really like video games. What they want is a social life, and video games can never give you that. Or they just want to fuck a robotic girlfriend. And you know what? I get it. I do too. But, like, that's... Unfortunately, we can't have nice things. You know, whenever I see people talking smack about AI in games like Civ, it's always a, well, you try and make one. An AI for a game like Civ. Yeah, I still haven't lost a single dwarf that belongs to my fort. It's just visitors that have died. But so far, it's Melville. And yeah, I can't memorialize you. Attis. Can't memorialize you. Atir. Yeah, can't memorialize you. Zephon, can't memorialize you. Cyberic, that one also wasn't one of mine. Make the hospital public. Let anybody go in there if they need to, but geez. Yeah, so we got this out too late, so we're just gonna have to deal with a siege for a year, I guess. Well, that's a shame. I think what I'm going to do is I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna claim all these bodies, and I'm just gonna dump everything. So let's just go here and go to body parts, dump, and I'm gonna go to corpses. I'm just gonna say dump. I'm not gonna unforbid. I'm just gonna say get rid of them. And then once that's done, we're gonna have a festival. Let the dwarves go relax for a bit, because honestly, I think they've earned it. You know, it's very obvious that you live in Seattle with your weird obsession with machine learning. It's very clear that you live in Seattle. You should wake up and remember that there are other places in the world that don't necessarily want the same things you want. That cannot be too good, otherwise it would beat any player and the game wouldn't be any fun. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Force an online social life? You know, I will never stop disagreeing with that statement. It doesn't matter how long people state that MMOs are a replacement for a social life. I'm not going to stop disagreeing. It's like a Band-Aid. It's like a temporary fix, but it's not a social life. Not even close to a social life. It's not. I mean, yeah, people, like my older sister got married to somebody she met on World of Warcraft. But she got married after she met him in person and had a social life with him. You can meet people in video games, but that's not a social life. It could theoretically lead to a social life, but that doesn't equate to the same thing. Once again, Man Devil, we literally already have that. Have you ever heard of a thing called a Drivatar? Google it. It's got nothing to do with like fancy, high-end, modern AI nonsense. We've had this shit for years. If you want an AI that learns from the players, that's existed for a very long time. It's got nothing to do with new tech. Why is there a demon outside of the orb just now? Because it's underneath the orb. They had to get in there somehow, and there are plenty that are not actually inside of the orb and are underneath it. How's the game going? Pretty okay. How's your day going, Jack Narek? It's good to see you, dude. What's up, Delwith? Having an okay day. No problems. Let me tell you this. As somebody who has had almost exclusively online social life for the last 10 years, up until the last 2, I can tell you for a fact it's not a replacement. And anybody who thinks it is hasn't actually had one. I just have to say that the YouTube chat is making me lose brain cells right now, so I'm just going to stop looking at it. Enjoy your babbles, guys. Cliche 420XX69 something or another. Thanks for subscribing at tier 1 for 6 months in advance. That's the most 2001 username I've seen in a minute. Cheers, dude. And more 2005. Maybe the most like mid-era Call of Duty username I've seen in a minute. Username's sick as fuck, brah. Yeah, pretty much. My thoughts, not exactly, but yeah, my thoughts. Oh my god, they're just exterminating nobles on the surface. I'm just gonna close this because there's no reason to have this running and like dumping lava everywhere. But it'll be usable next siege. I'm just gonna wait this one out. The moods are already bad enough without fighting them directly. Credited to play Halo on the original Xbox and you found your PC your PC gaming handle. I'm amazed that it's stuck. Like, I'm amazed that you've stuck to it. Because, like, I had some pretty, like, not quite XX69 cliche 420XX, but I did have usernames that were same levels of, like, cliche when I was younger. And I've abandoned those a long time ago. So that's impressive to me. No, absolutely, Shay O'Neill. I mean, like having online interactions with people can absolutely be a way to fill a need if you don't have any alternatives. But it's not a one size fits all alternative. Like it's not. It never will be. Which is why when I see big companies like Apple pushing things like the Apple Vision Pro, my brain melts a little bit and I want to cry because it's like, dear Mark Zuckerberg, have you never seen another human being in person that you actually felt a meaningful connection to? Clearly not. Now anyways, stop trying to control people's lives, you fucking weirdo. Your inner monologue still thought that we were in late teens, including up to saying stuff like, behave, there are adults. I mean, I still refer to myself as a kid. Pierre wants me to quick save. I will. Let's try and get to that adamantine. True. You make a valid point, Travenoid. Chat, I'm just sitting here slowly, Twitch chat, I'm sitting here slowly shaking my head. You should see the amount of nonsense being uttered in the in the YouTube chat right now. It's really funny, like, Twitch chat's generally, like, pretty on topic. And, like, sometimes we go and, like, veer off in weird directions. And then every now and again, YouTube chat just goes full fucking chaotic evil, and it's... Cliche 42069 quadruple X. Thank you very much for gifting a sub directly to Drid. He was a good dude. The heck? So that must have been like directly pointed. I've been gifted a sub in his chat before too, so you know. Yes, now we're even finally. Shoutouts to Drid. I really need that door to get built. Is it actually online right now? Yeah, we have almost exactly the same stream schedule. I'm trying so hard to not just complain at YouTube chat right now. So, chat, I need something to talk about that isn't the shit the YouTube chat's talking about. Give me literally any topic. Distract me with something, please. I need to not be spewing about why games should be made by people and balanced by people for people and not machines for machines to be balanced by machines for machines. Clowns? What about them? You know, I genuinely can't remember the last time I saw an actual, like, street performance clown. It's been a long time. How long have I played this? I first installed it in 2009. Hilarious or terrifying? Meh. Can I say meh? Like, they don't particularly scare me and they're not particularly funny. They just kind of exist. Like, inoffensive and indifferent? Was incidental stumbling into Rule 34. Okay. Sure. Mm-hmm. It would be cool if you'd stop, Jeremy. But you're not going to, so it's okay. You can continue being an incompetent twit and making chat unreadable for the rest of us normal people. It's fine. I understand that you have a fetish for computers building everything. It's perfectly natural, but like one day you'll learn that life is better when humans make things. You're glad you switched to Twitch? Welcome to Twitch, the realm of the sane people. Well, it's not that YouTube. We love the YouTube. We do. We're grateful for YouTube's existence, but I roll my eyes. All right, so down here, right over here, I'm going to bring this over. Dwarf me, stop talking to YouTube. So I'm dwarfing Cashmere Goat then? Chat room, does Cashmere Goat deserve a dwarf? Yes or no? Did I just insult you? I insult people all the time. It's up to you to be offended or not. If you're a big kid, you won't be offended. And you're over there preaching and fetishizing over the existence of LLMs, which is actively destroying the internet. And you want more of it? Awesome. Fuck you. Honestly. You prefer that the center of the map edges, do you prefer the center or of the map or edges when you're starting a build? It highly depends on the structure of the rest of the map. My answers to those kinds of questions are almost always going to be universally unsatisfactory because my response is almost always going to be, it depends. Only if you're above ground. Ildari. Twitch chat, I have to just state about how adorable this is. Jeremy B says, oh my fucking God, are you literally pissed at a guy in your chat and mocking my maturity? Like, are you being completely serious right now? Whew. I mean, you're the one watching Twitch. Or rather, YouTube. I'm just saying. I want to talk. Which leg of your pants do you put on first? I stand in the middle and pull. Cashmere, what kind of dwarf would you like? Oh, you think he's important? Exactly. All right. How are you speechless? You keep talking. If you were speechless, you would have stopped talking a while ago and my life would be much better. Jeremy B says, I'm literally speechless. Where did this even come from? You continued talking about LLMs and I asked you very candidly to stop a couple times. And you're clearly too mentally incompetent to realize that you're being told to please stop. Beard? Just beard? Okay. This is the third Cashmere thing, right? Our board. Legendary Mace Dwarf. It's okay. I will just fix everybody's life right now. Just remove user from channel. See you later, Jeremy. Here's the thing. I support work and art made by humans. I support video games designed by humans. And I support writing and literacy written by humans. If all you give a shit is a wanking off on your server infrastructure and the inability for it to create coherent sentences, then frankly, I don't need your nonsensical stupidity brain rot in my chats, either of them, Twitch or YouTube. I do not fucking care. Like, just go away. If you genuinely obsess over that and want that, that's yeah, just go elsewhere. If you're willing and capable to have a intellectual discussion about the positives and the negatives of interesting tech, you're welcome to stick around. But if all you're doing is saying this would be better if that, fuck off. Just fuck off. Just get the fuck out of my chat. And it's got nothing to do with, like... It's got literally nothing to do with me being angry or upset with you. It's just you are incapable of reading the fucking room. Which means one of two things. You're mentally incompetent or intentionally obnoxious. And I don't want either of those things in my chats. Okay? Anyway, moving on. He never fails to seek out the most stressful or even dangerous situations. He is impervious to the effects of stress and intellectually stubborn, just like the person that I banned from the chat. He rarely is changing his mind during a debate, regardless of its merits, and is extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills. Generally, he acts unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and he has a calm demeanor. I'm sorry, Kashmir. I'm very sorry. He is quite polite, and he is... That's not true about that guy. Anyway, his trouble about this dignified, as he finds dignified society to be stifling and silly when properly considered. He is curious and eager to learn, takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful, is assertive and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He is conflicted by this since he values harmony and is an intellectual concept, and he has a greedy streak. He exhales sharply when he's exasperated, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill, and personally, this dream was realized, and he personally believes that war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. He has the highest regard for loyalty, believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and respects the skill at arms and sees those that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and respects power and dreams of mastering a skill. And this dream was realized, obviously. He likes brass, wax opal, leech leather, pangolin tooth, and phantom spider silk. The color aquamarine, and bolts and figurines and coins, and the words of the adorable monk, and the sound of the ivory diamond, and the sight of the luxury of trading, and when possible prefers to consume kakapo and barley wine, and absolutely hates snails. And you have an iron mace, which is strapped to your body. Pretty decent clothing, good number of rings, as well as some gear and armor. You're a legendary glassmaker and a talented but rusty carpenter. And you're a member of the Armored Company and a member of the Hall of Barricading, 2 guilds. Welcome to the fort. Values can change over time. Things can lose value as they degrade. How's it going in the temples? So we kind of missed the vacation because I spent the vacation building this thing and then didn't even get it done in time, which is kind of sad, but it is what it is. So currently I'm just digging. And then right when I was going to put them into the temples, I had a fight break out and a bunch of dwarves died. So, or not a bunch of dwarves, but some dwarves died. So then I had to clean up the bodies. And right now I'm just digging because I want to get this digging project done, but we're going to put them on break pretty soon. I just want to get this thing done down here. And I also want to get this stuff out of here. This thin pale metal mace and this out of here. Although it's deep enough now so I can actually just hit that one in the butt and get you out of here. A few other areas I'd like to smooth over to. And then we're going to put the dwarves on vacation for a bit. Sounds like you have 2 tabs of the same stream open and unmuted. Bone Dolphin. Also, is your Dwarf still alive, Bone Dolphin? Can't remember. Yeah, you are. Look at that. Look at that. We were down to 6 angry dwarves, though, so I don't know. It got worse again. YouTube chat gets trashed, and Twitch chatters migrate over to fill the void. Yeah, it's funny. You love to see the ban hammer when it's not slammed on you. I would never ban a fellow Greg. That's not true. If a fellow Greg said something shitty, I would have to ban the fellow Greg. But I would also like have to have a moment of silence for my fellow Greg. Okay, so something is probably burning right now. Actually, it's probably just what they're fighting with. Someone's stuck behind some smoke or something, if I had to bet. There were 10 angry dwarves when you tuned in. See, exactly! My point made. Well, it's picking back up now, so. Yeah, it had to have been the flying creatures, the giant thrips that just attacked the enemy army. You know, I'm not really one to just take other people's shticks, chat room. But I really, really, really like a shtick that a fellow streamer friend of mine, Excessive Profanity, has. Which is, I'm opinionated. If we disagree on things, keep your mouth shut and we'll get along just fine. And when it comes to AI, I'm very much that way. Very much that way. Can someone tell me if the third cavern layer is filled with water or if it's the second cavern thing? So it's random. It depends on the amount of, what's the word? It depends on the amount of condensation and erosion on the surface and the amount of rain, and can vary from world to world. And this dwarf just caught fire. Well, that's unfortunate. Sorry, Bombwreck. I kind of want to just extinguish you, but yeah, about that. Are you just like diving into the volcano? What? Okay. Cool. Something collapsed on the, oh, that's probably trees, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm a little worried that trees are gonna burn over top of my fort somewhere and then cave in. And cause like holes to appear, like this shit. Look, like there's just there are enemy soldiers on top of my greenhouse. That's mildly terrifying. Ay, ay, ay. No, not really, because while they do cave in, they don't actually destroy the tree themselves. What's the limit for demon babies? I'm pretty sure it's just like invading units, probably. Because I think you can have up to 200 monsters on the map at any given time. I'm pretty sure I can adjust that. If it becomes an FPS time bomb, I will just, like, nuke them. It's fine. All right, it is party time for my dwarfs, I think. All right, dwarves, go to the tavern. Go party. We're gonna party until spring. The only areas they are allowed in is the library, the places where the food is acquired, the places to train the important and necessary animals that need training, and lastly, and most importantly, the bedrooms. So now if I go up to here, well, of course there's a dwarf starving. Actually, hold on. I need to double check that I can give them water. I can now. And I also need to double... Well, actually, no, they have access to the wells, so they should be good. Some migrants arrived despite the danger. Oh, is the enemy siege left? That's lovely. And you right here. What are you hauling? Let's go pull the lever, open this door. No, most of the recent lag was probably the CPU is the limit. Most of the recent lag was actually caused by the enemy soldiers more than anything. And also flying creatures entering the map and leaving the map. And things only cause FPS issues if they're all trying to path somewhere specific, and these guys can't actually path anywhere, right? If I were to open these drawbridges, then all of the demons down here could path out, and that would be crazy for FPS, probably do a lot of damage to it, but right now it's kind of fine. How are the kid dwarfs doing? I mean, I'm just gonna wait until the migrants are all inside, clearly. But we're not quite there just yet. Also, where is the... Because I did just get a migrant wave, so... Gave you some ideas. Your current project is a dining hall and individual bedrooms for your barracks, so thanks for revealing the concept to you. It's strangely absent from the wiki. What's funny is a lot of people don't believe me. So I actually had to go back to older versions of and confirm that I wasn't like Mandela affecting myself, but I was convinced for quite some time that older versions of Dwarf Fortress had that feature, and I had multiple people tell me for a while that, oh, it never had the feature. Like that exists, that's new for this version. Like it never existed before. 1000% was in older versions of the game. 1000% was. And I find that really funny. Like linking zones has been in Dwarf Fortress for quite a while now. Okay, so if I scroll down here, you can see glass making demonstrations. You can see a lot of praying. This dwarf over here. How do you feel? You're bored, uneasy after experiencing trauma. Sorry, I heard somebody shouting outside. They're calling a dog's name. Okay. You know, we've got dwarves that are making books and working on the books. How many books are we up to, actually? We're up to 53 books, including copies, which means we've written quite a few, or maybe not written quite a few, but we've copied quite a few books, which is good because dwarves can read more efficiently. It's actually good to have a good couple copies of each book because then more dwarves can read. I'm actually going to go into here and tell them to, because you can tell them the total number of copies to make for each book. So I'm gonna say we're gonna make 4 copies of each book. Bomrak, no, not Bomrak. Vukar has been taken by a Faymid. What's your last name? Thi. Okay, so I'm just going to sit here and hope for a second that everybody's in the fort. I'm gonna pull this lever, and then I'm gonna remove that dwarf from the burrow so that they can go do their thing. I'm actually gonna go here. Okay, what's your name? Bucar. You're a shearer. I'm gonna remove everybody from this zone. Vucar. This one. So they're gonna go do their thing. But yeah, checking chat. The in-game limit for demon babies is literally the number of animals that you can have on the map because they're considered wild animals. Which I think is 200 by default. Enjoy your lurks, cliche. Thanks for the gifts and everything. Did one say meditate on suicide? Dwarves can worship some pretty dark gods. And as a fan of black metal, I support this message. I have to say this is probably my favorite area in this whole fort. It's so nice looking. I'm also aware that I haven't finished building this yet. This is going to be a dormitory. It's so nice, dude. It's fucking rad looking. Like, they all hang out down here and meditate to their various gods. These ones are singing songs and reciting poetry to the various gods. These dwarves up here are all hanging out, socializing. So I dwarf recite my friend Yor at the FireOrb, and I feel some delight. If I go to the children, actually, let's just go to the most angry. Who's the most pissed off dwarf in the fort? Right now it's you, and you're just standing. Okay. What do you really want to do? You want to wander and be with family. Here's the thing. Don't apologize if you think a question has been answered already, because I guarantee you it has. So yes, but you need in order for dwarves to write something, they need to be a scholar. And what scholars do is scholars hang out and they ponder, which is normal activity for scholars. Do I have any scholars pondering? Not currently. But what they do is they go to the library and they ponder. And when they ponder, they think about like the context and the ideas of that topic. And if they discover the topic, meaning they successfully ponder the topic enough that they can learn enough about the topic that they're an expert at it, basically, then from there, it goes into their discovered things section of their brain, and then they can write books about it. And then after that, they can then write books about writing that book. And then after that, they can write basically a biography. And it's a pretty quick acceleration from there. I'm just gonna do this. Extinguish all. -ALL. It's gonna stop that blipping and probably speed the frame rate up quite a bit. You've just never been lucky enough to see it. Well, the thing is, pro tip here. There is a limited amount of knowledge in every world, right? And that limited knowledge is like all of the items that have been discovered, all of the discoveries that have been made within that world. Now, if you want to write a lot of books, start a young world, because young worlds have no discoveries made yet. So if you start a young world, then when you get around to the time that, I'm singing songs. When they get around to the time where it's time for them to try and write a book, there's a lot more topics left for them to discover. So if you make a world that's like 5 years old, right? There is maybe, I actually don't know the total number of things they can discover, but let's say 30 things have been discovered and there's 1,000 for them to discover. It's a lot more different things that they could get. It was fire burning the surface from lava that I shot onto the surface that was causing trees to collapse. Let's see what songs they're playing. They're playing the Zephyr of Glimmers, which is music used for entertainment originating in the still mirrors. I haven't seen that one too much. Interesting that a bunch of them know the songs. See what the dwarves are saying about it. I mean, I think they're saying it's party time. They're delighted after watching a performance. Must be a decent song. You have any friends? Nope. Well, here's your opportunity to make some. Hey, Chad, it's time to grab your favorite party emotes and post them in my chat. Or whichever chat. Oh, they can and they will. It's Ildari. Hell yeah. First time I've heard that song this stream. Gotta love it. I love how there's some, like, sometimes we'll have forts where there's just constantly people partying and singing that song, and then sometimes it's just never. This dwarf is eating a superiorly prepared chopped lorikeet liver roast. Sounds pretty good. What about you? A chopped lorikeet liver roast. Also sounds pretty good. It was the ice fort that we did, where it was like every couple minutes like it would go off. Yeah, Sunburst. That was the name of it. Sunburst. I can never remember the names of the forts, but I can remember the layouts. The Baroness Zulbon of Cloister Clam has shared many tales. Oh wow, I haven't seen that in a while. Any news? Looks like the humans are actively at war with the elves. Assuming that's humans. Yeah, the symmetric realms, the humans that are also attacking us, are at war with the elves. Unfortunately, you know, these elves are lovely. We're peaceful with them, so. There's also a lot of news from down here on the other side in the Still Mirrors, like the fact that the Istral Forest Feeds became the high chance of the competitive order replacing Kubok Roughmatch. No news from too far out, though. Simon has written a lot of really good music for Dwarf Fort. Very much so. What, Sunbirths? Lokar the Spinner has created Bekdar Tonem Sibosfidjem, a green glass statue of Zephon's splattered whips, and offers it to the Hot Sparks. Hold on. Is that how I think it is? Please tell me. Ah, no, it's Machine Tender. Although Zephon Machine Tender is also a really good name. I was like, man, if that is Zephon, my militia captain, that is badass, but... Boot Shakes is also pretty good. Not you. Dented Fountains, also pretty good. The Diagnoser? Trumpet Romance is also very good. Well, alright. Since it's a statue, I think that gets placed. Chat, Queen's Quarters or Tavern? That's in the Dwarf language. Dwarf Fortress has its own language. It's not very complete, but it does have its own language. Where do you think, chat? In the Queen, in the like throne room area, tavern area, or under or by the mist generator? Where do you think we put it? Thanks, David and Kaiser. Chat's saying throne room? Throne room? Okay. Although it's technically going in a temple next to the throne room, but you know. All right, I have to quick save because chat demands it. So we will leave them in this zone until the end of Obsidian, probably. No, it's green glass. There isn't a lot of space in the throne room. Here's the thing. I can embiggen the throne room if need. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers? Because CCJ used to be rich. It's good to have you around, CCJ. Thanks for sticking with us. You know, chat room, you guys want to, chat rooms, actually, can you guys do me a huge favor real quick? I realize many people, myself included, are allergic to YouTube Shorts quite anaphylactically. I don't think that's a word. But could you guys go upvote this one? Go give it a like, please, because it's actually doing kind of okay right now. And it would be really neat if one of Fogg's animations could get a bunch of views. And the way YouTube decides to promote shorts is if the like to dislike ratio is above a certain amount and it gets a bunch of repeats. So if you could just like let it run like 3 or 4 times, that'd be pretty rad if you could do that for me. And we do have a bunch of people watching these 2 streams. We have like 200 people between the 2 channels, which is pretty cool. It's actually about 210, I think. If we could get that like 30 likes, that would be incredible. Incredible. Path the Dwarven child is tantruming. We should check the kids, actually. That's something. Because the kids definitely are not all right in this fort. All right, so Edam's Sodal. Let's check Sodal. I love how they're allowed to, like, you know, go do whatever anywhere in the fort, and this child is just, like, alone in a bedroom. Okay, well, your mom and dad are alive. You do desperately need a new cloak, which we can queue up for later. You're 8 years old. You are stressed. Oh, you got haunted by the dead. Okay, I don't blame you. I would be a pissed off child too if I got haunted by the dead. This one is just trying to attend a meeting. Question is, a meeting with whomst? You can always rely on your family when everything else falls away. And your mother and father are still around, and your dad is Kaiser Nike. This child is quite upset, Votok. He's not the most upset child in the fort, but he is not happy. He's following a dwarf right here, who's just a herbalist. I'm not entirely sure who this dwarf is trying to go hang out with. That you have the tab muted? Oh, probably. Especially if you're using Chrome. Chrome's a big old tattletale. I mean, on the bright side, we are getting tons of very fancy food made. What else do we have? Who else is upset? Danny DeVito. Sorry. It will forever be funny to me that Danny DeVito is in my fort. Danny DeVito is heading to go conduct a meeting. Do you not have an office? Are you a... Can I give Danny DeVito an office? I think I can. I have to have it. Yeah, I do. Danny DeVito, you want an office? Here, I'll give you an office. Because Danny DeVito is a religious figure in this fort and seems very upset for a lot of reasons. And if we give him an office, at the very least, he'll be able to conduct his meetings there. And that'll probably help Danny DeVito's old mood, you know? The old DeVito. Because I have a feeling he's going to be upset about having to conduct a meeting in a bad setting. He also wants to practice a martial art real bad, which is really funny, the concept of Danny DeVito practicing a martial art. I mean, he is. Chat named him, I didn't. He's going to go serve river spirits. That may also not be helping his happiness levels. But he does feel empathy after being yelled at by an unhappy citizen. He's a bartender and also the holy ancient of the past sect, which is a religion that worships the god Okang. Isn't there's a recent science regarding Dwarf and children socializing? Pretty much they make friends through adults as proxies. I'm not sure about that. I mean, someone was talking about it in chat the other day, but I don't know anything about it, so I need to look into it a little bit more. Metals and Beyond. What a book name, though. It's a one-page manual entitled Metals and Beyond by Alath. Wait. That was one of my dwarves. It concerns the mixture of metals and that to produce alloys, and the writing is excessively ornate. The prose is not awful, but not very good either. Is this a unique written here book? It's an obsidian-bound codex. Yeah, I did have an Alath who I memorialized not too long ago, so it is possible that that was written here. Those are copy. Copy. Dreams and Dwarves. It's a Gabber-bound codex. It's a 63-page guide. It's encircled with bands of billin, and this object menaces with warthog bone and well-crafted lavender jade. Sounds tasty. On the subreddit where a couple died and was resurrected as intelligent undead and got a new marriage with an announcement and everything. Oh, that's cute. I mean, they keep kindred spirits, but they lose lovers, so... I mean, they still feel emotions. They're just a lot less severe, if that makes any sense. I really love stuff like that. That stuff's great. This dwarf is telling a story. They are telling the story of... In the early winter of 311, they performed Amber is the color of your energy, and the Armored Company formed in FireOrb. That's one of the first guilds we got, in fact. Any soldier if available, Real Crow? Do you prefer beard or no beard? It's 2 hours past midnight, so it's time to call it a night. Hope for some good sleeps. You snooze good. Shadow Absorber, go absorb the shadows and have some good sleeps. Thinking the same thing. If you gotta go to bed, go to bed. I will be on tomorrow. Although, you know, of course I would like it and appreciate it if you leave the tab up, but you do you. It doesn't matter so much at the end of the day. Just note that I do appreciate it if you do. You'll just lurk. Enjoy your loiks. We got another 15 days in game before we let the dwarves out of the tavern. But I will say, I think we're making some good progress in here. Got 58 copies of books. The writing material is continuing to rise. This is, of course, part of Great Elf. It's a 15-page essay entitled Great Elf, authored by Awimi Remesethi. It concerns the authoring of And They Sang Greed by the elf Awimi. Tour pack in Romance Girder in the late summer of 126. The writing is a bit stiff, and overall the prose is amateurish at best. One beer, maybe still. Well, there you go. I like the way you think. For me, it was like 11 o'clock last night. I'm like, it's not too late to open a beer. I only have to go to bed at midnight. Then I went to bed at midnight, and I was like, I should have gone to bed at 11. Romance Girder is one of the hillocks around here. It's a local fort, basically. Dreams and phases. It's not a phase, Mom. It's only a dream. Glad that I'm seeing some dwarves making friends. In order for them to make friends, they literally have to be in the same space as that dwarf for quite some time. They looked at Till Death Do Us Part. Well, maybe they did, and then they just hooked back up afterwards, you know? Like, they were like, you know what? How about we do the Till Death Do Us Part thingy, but then we just come back moments later. And also, if anybody wants me to check in on their dwarf, now's the time to do it. Catan, the Duke of FireOrb, says, I was separated from short-ass whipped rots. I cannot give in to sadness. Were you now? Oh, is it your child? Short-ass whipped rots is your kid. Aw, dude wants to see his kid. What a sad day. Jeez, and most of his family who lives here are dead. It's like Shinobi's dead. Sean Enjoys Bacon is dead. Terminal Wetness is dead. Like, his grandfather doesn't live here. His best friend died. His master died. This poor guy. This guy's had a tragic goddamn life. At least Deep Sea Fishin's still alive. They're kindred spirits. Might get another song, even. Oh, no, they're reciting poetry. Ilmirin has suffered a pretty bad injury. Really bad jagged scars. Check your dwarf. It would help if I spelled your name right. I don't think you're still alive. Yeah, I think you, like, were named and then died, like, shortly later that evening. Oh, Yvonne is your dwarf? Did you change your Twitch name? Okay, this makes a lot more sense now. Thank you. Anyway, let's see. You have a pet puppy, apparently. You're friends with the tantrumy dwarven kid. And a peasant was just found dead. I beg your pardon? Oh, that seems bad. You seem to be doing all right. I mean, nothing super bad. You kind of need some new shoes, but things could be worse. You are content after eating a wonderful dish, and you're satisfied after getting into an argument. Oh. You're interested after learning about glassmaking, and you felt fondness after talking about an acquaintance. And all you see are, when I open my family tree and all you see are corpses. I mean, at least you see the corpses. It'd be weirder if they were just gone. You know, like the Back to the Future thing where they just kind of fade away. You have several friends, including Mind and Aerith and Dusum. Good for you, Dwarf. Yeah, Krug Smash has done some great things for the community over the years. I'm gonna make Kel into a scholar because Kel can't move her arms and wait. Never mind. This is a Kel that's not a member of my fort, or like a Kel that I can't make join this. What? It's the wrong Kel. Oh, I see. Ko, not Kel. Huh. Anyway, I'm going to make this dwarf into a scholar, who's now officially a naturalist. Because this dwarf can't move her arms and can't stand, which means they're just kind of doing the worm to get around, and thus have a lot of, like, default negative moods. So I'm hoping that pondering things will help them get a little better slowly. Have Zach's drawing. You have one of Zach's drawings on your wall? I have two, and I feel like I'm cheating because of it, because I have one on my wall of a drunk dwarf with a puppy dog looking at him, and the dwarf is like sleeping up against a tree, and then the other one is a small postcard about this big with just a dwarf's face, and that was sent to me during after the PAX East meetup that they did last year. I think it was 2022 PAX East. It wasn't this year, it was the year before. The Fey Mood Society or whatever they called it. And they mailed people who asked for them postcards, basically. And I was one of those people that got a postcard because I couldn't make it to the event. Which is very nice of them. Because I was invited to it, but didn't go to PAX East. Maybe I should have gone to PAX East, but I don't know. Pretty solid little crafting industry we have. I'm actually just gonna go to here and go to a bunch of different locations. I'm gonna pause all of these sand collection jobs. I'm also going to pause all these make glass blocks jobs. Probably also the obsidian blocks too, because I don't need them right now. Keep the farmers things going. Gonna clear all those. Keep the paper industry up and running, I think. Cloth and paper will keep going. I'll just let that sit. I mean, I've gone to PAX East before. It's just a little bit redundant to go to PAX East because PAX West is like right there. And most of the same stuff that goes to PAX West also goes to PAX East. So it's just kind of redundant, that's all. It's very far and it's like kind of redundant. And also I can stay with a friend at PAX West because I have a friend who lives real close to the city. It's like a 30-minute bus ride out of the city. So I can just go crash on his sofa or in his guest bedroom, depending on if there's other people crashing with him or not. And then, you know, the next day or so, just after PAX is over, I just go catch the train home, and it's real nice. What's up, Shy Phantasmia? Normally it's Elfie Bean I see posting that email. The old technology. I used to collect stamps years ago because my parents did. Is Kobold Civ a thing? Yes and no. Like, you can't play as kobolds, obviously, outside of mods, but they do have their own little civilizations, and if you ever, like, run into them in adventure mode and wonder why you can't talk to them, it's because their language isn't understandable by anybody except for other kobolds. And also not understandable by other kobolds, because they speak literal gibberish all the time, so they make up their words at the time. So unless they are friends and know each other already, they will just kill each other on sight because they can't actually communicate. You got a picture for being a Patreon supporter years ago? Yeah, that's the only way to do it. I do wonder if those, like, drawings are going to be worth something someday. It's kind of a weird thought I have. Don't let them fade. Keep them framed. You have one close to your fort, and you see that? Okay, so if it's called like a kobold like a kobold town or something, is it like a location that says that it's just like it looks like a human location, but you hover over it and it says kobold whatever that spot is? I mean, that's pretty cool. Demon Mist or Damon Mist. Hello, Chiller Whale. What's up? They understand each other, but it's primarily through their body language. It's a contextual language that, unless they know the context for the invention of the word, they can't understand. If I understand it correctly. I might not. It's totally possible. So we're going to go here and remove the kids from this one. And then I'm going to go here and remove everybody from this. And then add the kids to this. Festival's over, dwarves. Back to your normal duties. They're all probably going to go harvest plants. And dump stuff. Oh, shit. Pilot, I will fix that one in the near future. I'm very sorry that one doesn't work yet. Here, I'll do it with my lights. Sonic prop. There you go. Anyway, what's up? How's things, Pilot? I'll fix that, I swear. It's a kobold fort. Okay, so that's likely a human, because forts are made by different factions as like means of, what's the word? They're created by different factions as a means of like basically military outposts, right? So because they're made for the purpose of like military outposts, they often either get abandoned when the war is over, or alternatively destroyed by whoever they're at war with. So it's pretty likely that one of two things happened there. It's pretty likely that it was either a location that was once used like as a defense outpost, or the people who were running it got defeated at that location, and it's called kobolds because kobolds moved in, which doesn't necessarily mean that they actually have control over it. It might just be like 2 kobolds living there, but the kobolds didn't build it. It just means that there are kobolds living there. Kobold fart. Ew, abstract. Gross. Also, question chat. Are my closed captions working? If they are, that's fucking witchcraft to me, and I don't know how they're working. Currently you are sleeping. And kind of mixed mentally, but doing okay. It's working for you? Cool. Yeah, that's fucking witchcraft. I have no idea how those are working. Setting up that particular plugin has been kind of a pain pain in the ass on not Netflix, on Linux, not Netflix. Brain, please work with me here. You're killing me, Smalls. Twitch is providing them? No, Twitch is not providing them. Twitch just simply supports the use of them. I am providing them. Or actually, Google is providing them. Deep Sea Fission's ghost has appeared. So the thing is, this isn't the original, this is, yeah, okay. That was the original Deep Sea Fission, whereas Deep Sea Fission 2 is still running around. And also I need to zip down here and place some memorials, methinks. Yep. Took him long enough, he's a lazy ghost, okay? I could be wrong, but I think there's a maximum of 2 ghosts that can be on the map at any time. Unless there's just an overwhelming number of ghosts. But even then, I only really see 2 of them appear at a time. They tend to just blink in and out. So they tend to kind of come in single file and they take a while to reappear. We're gonna make bone amulets, methinks. You know, you could also say that about literally any academic's route of career path, right? Like, if you want to go into, like, I don't know, astrophysics, you have to take a shit ton of courses, which in a lot of places in the world aren't cheap, but after a while could theoretically pay quite a bit. Just saying, that's, like, not too uncommon for career paths, where it's like, you have to invest a lot of time and money into being able to have the cool job, right? Let's also go up to here. I'm going to start queuing this up. I'm also going to need to make some beds, I think. Just giving the non-permanent residents to the fort a place to sleep. Yes, pilot guy. Post beers. You're drinking your daily beer. What's your drink for the day? What kind of beer? Yes, I do need more beds. You've always waffled on whatever when you post your own post beers. If I'm supposed to post beers yourself, I mean, you don't have to. I think some people just like posting beers, so they use the thing a lot. Shamed at the lack of chairs. All right, well, I guess we need to make more chairs. Actually, how much sand do I have? Powder. 60 yellow sand. So let's do 30 chairs and 30 thrones. Green glass throne. Green glass table. I'm willing to admit and aware that I said nonsense, but it's okay. It'll work out. We'll do 25 of each. Green glass throne and tables. I'm going to encrust furniture with glass because I think I have cut glass, and I'm going to encrust furniture, or not ammo, it's too valuable. I'm going to encrust finished goods with cut gems. We'll do that. 2 treasures. Hey, look at that. What? An elven caravan has arrived. Well, look at that. Deep sea fishing. I can probably deal with that now. That's not the right one. I really wish that there was a separated out option for slab and engraved slab. So if I just wanted to make decorative slabs, I could, and then like if I want only engraved slabs, I could do that too. It'd just be really nice. Speed things up a lot. Okay, so I'm just gonna dig down right there and see what we get. I'm also gonna go up to here. Dig down right here. Gonna go down to this lowest layer right here. Start building this stuff.
Played since DF2014.
Wow.
Looking forward to the next 10 years.
Hot damn. Played longer than me, Eurist Rio. Thank you very much for the, well, actually, no, sorry, no, not longer than me. I thought you meant version 2.14, not 2014. But seriously, like, probably longer than me, though, because I took long breaks in that era. But thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back with Prime. Greatly appreciated. Remember, chat, check your Primes. If you happen to have Prime, like now is the last time to use it before it probably loses some value because they're getting regional pricing next month on my birthday, unfortunately. But, you know, it does mean that now is a good time to use it if you happen to have it. What a great birthday gift from Twitch. That's what I said. I was like, why are you lowering the value of Prime subscriptions on my frickin' birthday, guys? Like, come on. What the hell? That's kind of low. All the things you could do for me, Twitch. It's okay. It's not like I depend on them to make a living. Bracken Soul, thanks for the 9th month.
Crypt beer.
Welcome back. Room for arbitrage. Explain? What? This I don't actually need built. Oh wait, no I do. Goddamn. It does take the dwarves kind of a long time to get down here. Good news is we're about to start mining more adamantine. Which means probably our artifacts are about to get a bunch more valuable. Because they will steal all of them for the artifacts. Well, here's the thing that you need to realize, Saw. In where I live, Amazon Prime costs about $10 a month, right? It's a little more than that. I think it's like 12. In Turkey, it costs like 50 cents for me, right? So a Prime sub from Turkey is going to be worth pennies, whereas a Prime sub from the US is still going to be worth about $2.50. So they're not lowering the value of the thing. They're making it, like, make logical sense. They're making it go from being a loss leader to be a free trial, as personally I think it should be. And it is brutally honest and real and kind of sucks for a lot of people. But from my perspective, it's not an illogical thing for them to do. Another forgotten beast has come. This is a towering ape with lidless eyes. It has 3 stubby tails and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its webs! That's terrifying. Anyway. So it's like, on one hand, it absolutely blows, and I completely agree. On the other hand, I kind of get it. Like, I don't know, if I was in the same kind of situation, business-wise, I'm not, I would get it. Wait, what the fuck? I just learned that humans managed to land a probe on the moon before we managed to orbit the moon. I'm confused. Only 1 month difference in time, though. I mean, land is relative. It wasn't ever going to take off again. Yeah, it's the problem is like arguing logical business sense when you're arguing in favor of Amazon is kind of fucked up. I completely agree with that. I don't like arguing in favor of Amazon. I'm not a big fan of Amazon, even though they pay me. But it's just the reality, right? At the end of the day, they're a business and they have to do what makes business sense. I haven't played Kerbal, but I would assume that this is true, Bobtron. Or rather, I never landed on the Mun in Kerbal. Speaking of Kerbal, I heard that like the studio that was making Kerbal 2 shut down. Is that game just DOA? Like, is it just done? Like, did they just like completely kill it? Yeah, it is. It's done. Ay, ay, ay. That sucks. That shit makes me so fucking sad. It's like it's not even a game I care about nor play, and it still makes me really fucking sad. It just makes me feel so bad for like people I know and peers I know who dedicated like thousands of hours to making content for games like that. Okay, so I just lost a star sapphire that's gonna melt. But there's water back there, so I'm gonna dig through that. Let this stuff out. The studio making Kerbal 2 got shut down by its publisher. Or owner, parent company, Take-Two. And I hadn't looked into it, so I was and they said that they were still gonna update it, and I was like, really? Are you gonna actually update it? I thought that Luna 9 just like went splat and was like never gonna have the chance to get back, but I'm sure my history's wrong. I'm A-okay with being corrected. Oh. I went to dig down and just realized that, oh, right, okay, I dug directly to where there's lava. Probably just gonna let this out in a minute once all this stuff's constructed. And we'll also well, actually I could just do this. Let this water hit that. You only found this out because you were comparing your first orbit date, August 1930, to the historical timeline. Interesting. You know, it's kind of fascinating. Like, there's so much shit that I don't know in the world because it's just not the first thing that came up in like the natural order of how things are taught. If that makes any sense. Like there's so many things that just make me feel like an absolute moron because it's not the first thing that I was taught, you know? And that's a very good example of stuff like that, where it's like, well, now I feel really stupid. Like there's many things that I've learned embarrassingly late in my life. Pale metal, oh, it's large pale metal chain leggings. Man, human-sized pants. Why couldn't they just give me dwarf-sized pants? All I need is dwarf-sized pants, man. Gosh. Well, it's not really out. It's in early access, and it's been in early access for quite some time now. So I wouldn't say it's out necessarily. Not all of it. I've definitely had dwarf-sized stuff. Okay, so this is gonna go down. This will spill out now, which will just get rid of these trousers for me and probably maybe this hood, maybe not. And then I'm going to go over here and channel this out, which is going to let this water into here and hopefully put out those diamonds. And I am in an ad now, so I will pause. We have 2,500 hours in KSP1 and 13 in KSP2. It's kind of amazing how both Kerbal and City Skylines did the same thing within like a year of each other. It's kind of insane. Except one wasn't an early access game. Casual Elephant, how are you? Sorry, we're talking sadness right now and depression about very sad things. If you guys don't know who Casual Elephant is, Casual Elephant tries way harder at streaming than me and has a way better production value than me, so you should go watch his stream sometimes because he's very entertaining. Seriously, you should go watch him. He's a good dude. Good, he's good bean, has good beard, head blow up on stream, much entertainment, much humor, much Lamau. And apparently the one guy left playing KSP2. Yeah, I don't know. I feel real bad when I see people saying dead game about a game, and I feel bad calling a game a dead game, but sometimes you can't lie to yourself about reality. It's also one of the reasons I'm very, very, very happy that Dwarf Fortress isn't owned by a bigger company. Really happy they went the route of just like, you know.
Fuck, it's been ages.
Whoa! What, since you first subscribed to me, or since you last spoke to me? It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Something like that, probably. Anyway, it'll be like 1 week, and then we get to high five again and get drunk in downtown. You looking forward to it, Orange? I'm looking forward to it. I'm just not looking forward to getting on an airplane. Fuck that shit. That just sucks. $40 months? You think that's a long time? We need a big boy resub in here at some point. Although, well, actually, there are some people who could have some pretty big boy resubs. Hobo, go flex your badge. Where are you? I don't even know if Hobo's here. I don't know. There's a few, like, almost 80-month resubs around this chat. There's a few 80-plus, too. Fly once a week now, and you still find it uncomfortable. I fucking hate flying. Yeah, there you go. Hobo's got a good long time. 84 months. Mm-hmm. 84 months, and can you believe it? It's a Friday once again. It's not. It's Thursday currently, but 8.5 years. I actually have officially a 100+ month resub to a channel now. I have a 100+ month resub to Cat on Mars, which I casually dropped in his chat the other day while he was streaming and like didn't even unmute the stream. Because like that's where I'm at with all those channels that I've just been subbed to for a billion years. It's like, well, I'm subbed to them now just like on principle because I respect them and I like their work more so than, you know, actively watching, because he streams at hours now that I can't watch. I watched him a lot when I worked nights, and I don't work nights no more. There we go. I put them diamonds out. Diamonds have been put out and extinguished. Excellent. Good news, chat room. We are about to begin mining adamantine once again. They flew you to the wrong place? Sorry, that's really funny. Where the fuck am I? That kind of incompetence is just amusing when heard secondhand. You're at 96 months in Cherno's stream? Jeez. It was a $2,000 fuck up. Hey, at least you didn't have to pay it. How old is Twitch? 2009? Or was it 10? It was somewhere between like 2009 and 2011 that Twitch became Twitch. But before that, it was Justin TV. So it was Justin TV for a really long time, and then it became Twitch. So here we go, chat. Mining the old adamantine. So I'm going to queue up some very important jobs. Metal strands. Wafer. Wafer. And I'm just going to set both of these to 0. The reason I'm setting these jobs to 0 is that is the equivalent of do forever and ever. Because forever we will be together. And up here, something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. I need to check that in a sec. And this is going to become a dormitory. And this dormitory is overlapping, which I need to fix. And this is going to be attached to the tavern. Still overlapping? Where? I mean, here. It's fine. Let's do it this way. I don't want to take away from the value of the other spot. What? The bananas? Oh. There we go. So this is now connected to the FireOrb. So this is a dormitory that anybody staying in FireOrb can now use. Dwarf is found dead. Oh, that's not good. Whoops. I'm like, we have adamantine, we're not finding adamantine, and then a dwarf immediately sets himself on fire. I guess I should have expected them to do that, but I kind of just hoped they wouldn't. Oops. Well, that's awkward. Anyway, there's this thing. This is a blind brute. It's a me brute. Well, since that dwarf has just like spontaneously combusted, I'm gonna go over here. Yeah, pretty much. We're gonna go over here, and I'm gonna go metal Casmos. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm gonna dig through here and dig down there. This right here, I think I might actually just do this. And just fucking lock them in there for now. Just do that. You know, just lock them in there. It's fine. Assuming they can actually build those, we'll see. And we're just gonna dig down here and just slowly start spreading this area out a little bit. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I do love churros. Churros are delicious. Got a forgotten beast and a demon fighting. Heart of Midnight is covered in the abstract. It kicks it in the rear leg, breaking the tissue. It appears that the forgotten beast won. So, you know. Churros are like an S-tier dessert, I will say. What material is the floor, YouTube chat? The material of the floor is green glass. Sorry, it took me a while to see that. Somebody was being really silly in the YouTube chat earlier, and it's kind of left a bad taste in my mouth, so I've been looking as much. Okay, well, these haven't been canceled yet, so that's a good sign. Let's get these out, that out. Well, I mean, the type of demon it was fighting with is literally just like a ball of like ashes. So anything with any kind of density to it is just gonna win by default. Like it's not even gonna be a fair fight. Oh shit! No, I don't want those to be automated, auto mined. I just want those to be normal mined. There you go. Because then otherwise they'll dig directly into this creature, which would be not optimal. Okay, so you are mostly sealed in. Okay, so down here I'm going to do this, this, this. Okay, should be safe. Keyword here is should. We might very well not be, but... Gonna kind of slowly go on and mine out the adamantine specifically. Oh, remember how I said we might very well not be? Right, Dwarf. Rolf. The Horned Slayer. Run away from the lava. Shame. Such a shame. Such a horrific waste of life. What a shame. Speaking of a shame, well, when we got rid of that water, I need to fortify this. Because I'm getting ready to actually dig this, like, just pump this stuff out. That's what we're going to have to do here. So let's deconstruct this, deconstruct this. And also maybe check for heat. What devilry is this? Oh no! Damn it, Dacost! Stood in the wrong place at the right time, and it got you. F, once again, despite the danger, the dwarves continue to enter the mines. You kind of gotta respect the dwarves for their consistent ability to just throw all caution to the wind and continue digging deeper, regardless of the well-known threats. That's respectable, I gotta say. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a pump. And we are going to pump the lava out of here and out that way. That's what we're gonna do. Dead indeed, yep. Because I gotta get this adamantine out of here, damn it. This is what I need to deconstruct right over here. So we can let all of this into one spot. Well, this could be... Yeah, okay, this should be fine. This should be fine. There is water right there. Oh, you've never seen a plain churro. You confess that you're mesmerized by the idea of that with a chocolate chip. The best churros I ever had were at a pretty hipstery, like, taco place. And they had dipping sauces for the churros. And the dipping sauces included tequila and brandy and a beer. And it was, well, I got very drunk, but it was delicious. One of the greatest desserts I've ever had in my life, I gotta admit. It was like, just here's like a caramel dipping sauce, just like with tequila in it and brandy in it. And it's like one with tequila, one with brandy, and it was like, oh my God. Excuse me while I go to die. This is where I go to die. I'm not, oh my God. That seems bad. You know, you're sure now's a real bad time to take a nap. You know, at least he won't ever notice. He just like evaporated in his sleep. I mean, it's not going badly. It's just, I could have lost no dwarves instead. Some migrants arrived despite the dangers. At least they're very enthusiastic about replacing the lost dwarves. Yeah. This is going very badly as the dwarves melt. I mean, well, okay. On the bright side, most of the gems are, shall we say, not the type that are gonna catch fire immediately, and as one catches fire. Let's just, yeah, there's water right there. Go right here and channel that down. So I channel this down, that'll let this water out, which will help some of this stuff go away. And around here we can just do that. And this. On the bright side, well, it's not even a matter of the gems being fine. It's more of a matter of how annoying is it going to be to have to put the water out on the gems, right? The answer is quite, usually. Yeah, I like they can't feel pain while they're sleeping is a very funny little tidbit about Dwarf. Because they can't feel pain while they're asleep, that means it's extremely easy to, well, shall we say, ooh, okay, so this is a terrible idea. I'm looking at this going, oh, I have a bad idea, but like this does give them cavern access. I channel up into this. I need to put a door here and then lock it. That's what I need to do. But I could do this. This could be quite helpful. I am calling it. We'll see you later. Closing in big cleaning day coming up. Yep, well, I will be on tomorrow if you have time. Otherwise, I will be on Monday, which happens to be my birthday. And then after that, I'm taking a break for a week and won't be back until the 11th, probably. If not the 12th, one of the two. I may need an extra day to relax after, you know, a full day of traveling because I have a 4-hour layover on the way back. Hell yeah, thank you, casual. I'll also be streaming the day after my birthday, so there will be several days still to see my stream before I vanish off into the ether. And Kodok, the glassmaker. Actually, do it this way instead. Okay, so right here I'm going to smooth you. And then fortify you. So This is going to get smoothed and fortified. Once it's smoothed and fortified, then I can channel this down, or dig this out. I can dig this out, channel this down, and then put a walls here, and then channel that. Actually, how do I do this safely? What is a master? It's like a teacher. It's like a master apprentice type deal. Usually masters are a scholar teaching like academia. It's like having a professor, basically. They're training them. They help them learn faster, essentially. Macadamia nut schooling. Yes, sounds way more delicious than university, if you ask me. I'll tell you this. There's nothing wrong with Tex-Mex churros. There's nothing wrong with naturally homegrown, original, classic, traditional Texas food. Even though it's directly just taking ideas from other places. You're allowed to ape ideas. This is why creativity exists. Creativity wouldn't exist without the taking of other people's ideas. Your favorite Tex-Mex place is closing down this year? That's unfortunate. I'm sorry. Sorry for your loss, dude. Hello from Canada, Aurora Boreas, in the YouTube chat. Hey, game, why'd the frame rate just get bad? What did I do? There's a bunch of stuff fighting? Oh, wrens and grasshoppers. Got it. Makes sense. Good news is moods have, like, improved a lot, but still not perfect. Uh-oh, we've got a bunch of crimes committed. Green glass tube. Green glass cork. But how you doing, Pax Mac? It's good to see you, man. Yeah, the hunt for the next best place so far is acceptable. The best... Acceptable is the best you found. Well, I mean, acceptable is the first stage towards getting towards good when it comes to the consumption of foodstuffs. So that's at least you didn't get catastrophic or terrible or horrific or offensive. All of these would have been worse than acceptable. I will do my damnedest, Salva. Take care of yourself, dude. I have a feeling that there is water right there. Yes, there is. Well. I have terrible news, everybody. Absolutely horrifyingly terrible news. Danny DeVito is dead. Danny DeVito apparently somehow died to a forgotten... What the fuck? Citation needed. How the fuck did you get in here? A beggar pardon? Like, genuinely. How the hell did you get into here? Monsieur Beastie. Okay. Here comes the highlight. I mean, maybe, but... Okay, okay, hold on. Fortification. Did I not build a fortification on this side? Okay. So that is terrifying. Because I have absolutely no idea how it got up there. So this thing has killed 4 dwarves, Raul, Ezem, a dog, and most recently Danny DeVito. It's killed a giant otter. It killed my giant otter, which is over there. Oh boy. I think that this is a really big problem. I'm gonna be kind of cheeky. Oh shit, Napalm Sideburns is right here. Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set all of my squads to training. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers for good luck? I kind of need it right now. Please tell me you have ammo in your quiver. You do. Would you look at that? You even have bronze. All right, Napalm, are you ready to be a fucking hero? So this creature, for those of you who don't know, I certainly don't, is a gigantic serpent composed of flame. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. This was the one that like literally just appeared. So Napalm Sideburns. I just want to say, you are a fucking hero. Save the fort, big old buddy. Look at that. He fires a bismuth bronze bolt and strikes the Forgotten Beast in the neck, tearing away half of the tissue. I must withdraw, I must withdraw. The mountainous domain is so brief. This does not scare me. I must withdraw, I must withdraw. He fires a flying giant honey badger bone bolt. He fires a honey badger bone bolt, and the Forgotten Beast jumps away. And Napalm Sideburn says, "I've improved my crossbow. That was satisfying." And then the flying giant honey badger bone bolt strikes the Forgotten Beast in the head, breaking away a piece of tissue. And did you get credited with... He did, in fact, get credited with the kill. And Unib's on fire. And so is a war dog. So, how the fuck did it get up here? It appears to have come in the front door. So I'm not entirely sure. I mean, wow. Napalm definitely rolled well, and Danny DeVito rolled a 1, which, you know, checks out. That Danny DeVito rolled a... Whoop, that's... How the heck? That Danny DeVito rolled a 1, and you know, napalm rolled a 20. Well, I gotta say, rest in peace, Danny DeVito. Your career as a religious figure is now over. We will appoint a newbie. The Holy Ancient is going to now be Rakust. Boom! Headshot. Yes. Wow. That is not something I was expecting to have happen today, but you know, I guess first time for just about anything. That's still kind of wild that happened. Sorry, just the whole naming a dwarf Danny DeVito is too funny. And Stupid Head, my human, is filling a bucket. Did it pass through the magma from a mother? No, there is no connections to the magma pools into the fort. So it's possible, but unless they went through the magma sea, it's extremely unlikely. I need to go use the washroom. I'm going to go use the restroom. We are going to go a little bit later, chat, but not too much longer.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Bark, 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 bark.
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Heal, damn it!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit. Put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Bah, things are dying? What is happening? Oh. More things are dying? Okay, so I think things are being discovered dead. Not that more things are dying. I mean, more things might be dying, but I don't think it's my dwarves currently. Yeah, it's been a week. It is kind of alarming when that happens. Okay, so let's go UNIB, NOMA. So for those of you who missed the discussions earlier, my goal is either to end this fort tomorrow or on my birthday. And I want to end this fort by caving in the glass ball, which isn't necessarily going to be completable, but I'm going to try my damnedest. Tomorrow, the plan is to stream hopefully hopefully long enough to be able to get the secondary spire prepped, do a second full-scale invasion / assault of hell. And then after we've completed that, doing another invasion and letting that happen. But we need adamantine before we can do that. And then after that, the plan for, or the idea for the next fort, I suppose, is we want to do a fortress that's maybe a little bit calmer than this one. So, you know, less violence and whatnot, but with the theme of every dwarf gets their own house with their own workshop and their own tomb. And I think I can call it Tomb Home, which would just be a really good name for a fortress like that. So I think Tomb Home is what we're doing next. Do I not have... Oh, actually, I'll bet you I know what's happening. I need to go down to here. Find all of these jobs. And these jobs. So I'm playing on Linux now, Gazoom. Adventure mode is quite literally unplayable in Linux and vanilla. I could, but it would be me playing like in, what do you call it, with Proton. Which isn't bad, I'm okay with that. But there is kind of an issue, which is, it's still not really fully functional, mate. And I've kind of done everything that I want to do in the non-functional adventure modes. So I'm waiting on updates like all the rest of you, you know? Like, I don't really see the point in playing a mode that is inherently non-feature complete and is gonna be less feature complete for a while, or not less feature complete, but it's still gonna take a while before it becomes feature complete. So I'm next time there's a patch and they add a menu or two, I will play more. Basically, that's the way it's gonna work until the beta's done. And it's gonna take a little while before I just, you know, do a whole bunch of stuff because quite frankly, what is even the point? So me playing on Linux and like crashiness on Linux is one thing, but I can play on a you know, with I can play with Proton, that's fine, it's not an issue. It's just I don't see the point. Twitch freaking out at you? Normal. Yeah, it works fine in Proton. It's just I don't really want to, if that makes any sense. And the reason I don't really want to is I'm getting really goddamn tired of explaining to people, no, it's not done yet. No, they haven't added butchery. No, they haven't added this. It's exhausting for me. It's mentally taxing for me. It feels like shit. Like, I've been pretty open over the past like 48 hours that I'm pretty fucking burnt out, and that's largely the reason. Because whenever I play adventure mode, all I get is this done yet? Is this done yet? Is this fixed yet? Is this fixed? Did they fix it? It's like, I'm sorry, but I only have so much mental capacity for doing, like, not
Let's see if
cover
number
work.
goes up now.
I only have so much mental capacity for doing Kit Fox's job for so long. Devilish Potato, thank you very much for the 17th month. It's good to have you. Appreciate you. Glad you like the censor. That's really all it is for me at this point, is I only have so much mental capacity for doing Kit Fox's job. If it was complete or like out of beta, yep, we would do a day of adventurers first, but I'm waiting like everybody else is. Have some of your energy? I wish it worked that way. No, I mean, I'm just tired. Today's stream has been just fine. Devilish. So it's a Balrog? I mean, kind of. Well, I mean, Balrogs are human-shaped, right, James Williams? In the YouTube chat? It wasn't a humanoid, so I wouldn't call it a Balrog. If it was humanoid, I would have called it a Balrog. I have been attacked by quite literally Balrogs before, like winged, horned humanoids. Made of fire. That's literally about as literal as you can get for being a Balrog. I still think the funniest Titan I ever saw, though, was a gigantic one-eyed chicken that breathed fire, and I was like, that is the shittiest dragon I've ever heard, I've ever seen. It's just like, congratulations, you're a crappy dragon. Okay, well, let's do this. Makes sense. I was going to be surprised if it did work on Linux because the last time you played on Linux, it was always crashing. Yeah, you're heading to bed? Yeah. No, I mean, if there's a patch, I don't care if it works on Linux. I'll just play in Proton. But for right now, I'm enjoying these forts, you know. Winged horny humanoids that spread fire. Yeah, sure. I mean, actually, yeah, I guess I am kind of breeding Balrogs, aren't I? We do have humanoids composed of flame with wings that are literally multiplying in my giant glass ball. The stream stuttering, or is it just you? It doesn't look like it's me. I've discovered a treasure of the gods. It's a large, slick metal gauntlet. Ooh, 2 of them. Yeah, I have to wait for that to disappear before I can do this safely. Let's find out. Weird. Wonder what caused that. I mean, I saw my bitrate drop briefly. Maybe my internet's being fucky. It doesn't generally happen, but it does happen sometimes. I do pay for the super duper uber duper faster, like insanity, stupid fast internet, but like, doesn't mean it's immune to falling over once in a blue moon. Nothing is immune, no speed is immune to service outages. We're just metal genres. I once had a world where the most popular form of music was power metal. So... And also I had a world once where a very not popular format of music was future metal. Both of those are pretty good. We had much discussion as to what future metal would be in real life. We kind of came to the conclusion that it was whatever Devin Townsend writes. Which, honestly, I think is pretty fair. So that gem right there is the thing we need. What did I just see? Oh, it's that. Okay. I thought I saw webs, something spitting webs, and I was like, what? But yeah, no, the scary thing about that Forgotten Beast being able to get into the fort, it means technically all of the Hellspawn could get into my fort. That's what's scary about that demon getting into, or about that Forgotten Beast getting into my fort, is anything in hell could theoretically get into my fort right now. which is kind of terrifying. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of concerning slightly. Very much so, actually. And I've got all these dwarves that keep on showing up missing for a week. Like, what the fuck is happening? Well, at least the queen is still alive somehow. Don't you, Chad, how often does Dwarf Fortress start to feel like a slasher movie to you guys? Peasant's been found dead. Okay, that seems suboptimal. Let's open this up. Because that often happens to me in like later game forts when there's obvious threats around the map. It just starts to feel like a slasher movie. Because suddenly it's just like, oh, it's people dying in weird, unexpected ways, kind of out of nowhere. And it just starts happening more and more and more. And then at a point, it's like, oh, this is just life now. It's like everything from people just randomly being found dead to like, you know, just significantly scarier and worse things. All right, so now we're going to pump all this water out of here. Once we pump the water out, we're then going to probably dig through, or once we pump the lava out, we're going to let this lava over here, maybe, or maybe do this way. I don't know. Something. You would like the next miner. Which one would you like? I don't have many. I don't actually have a single dwarf in the fort that is specialized as a miner. So, which one would you like? Stealth. You gotta tell me. Because the next miner doesn't mean much to me. Define next miner, please. We'll go with Rith. R-I-T-H. This one, okay. Who's currently going off to drink, and this is going to be Stealth CT. Stealth drops any activity at the slightest hint of difficulty or even the suggestion of effort being required. He is bashful, has a low sense of self-esteem, tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, rarely feels discouraged, tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, has an active imagination, often nervous, and isn't particularly ambitious, has little interest in joking around, tends to reveal personal information, and rarely speaks when he's exasperated. He points and shakes his finger when he's angry. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Sees power over others as something to strive for and values self-control and respects the development of a skill. He likes brass, white opal, and sheep's horn, and giant white stork tooth, giant penguin bone, and the color pale blue. Male shirts, bins, and chains, and beef owls for their coloration, and bobcats for their short tails, and peach trees for their fruit, and the words of the adorable monk, and the sound of the ivory diamond, and when possible prefers to consume oyster, apricot wine, and hates brown recluse spiders. You have no friends. You're a member of the communion, the communion of Dominion, and you are embarrassed upon dwelling upon wearing old clothing, and you're not even wearing old clothing, so fucking grow up or something. Welcome back, Salva Daddy. How many dwarves did blind melt whilst you were gone? I thought you were going to bed. But, probably less than you think. But more than you're expecting. It's a lot of adamantine that I really want to mine. But anyway, welcome back. It's good to have you around. Oh, you were eating dinner. Oh, okay. Somebody else must have left then. It's too early for bed. 6:23 p.m. Yeah, true. You are correct. It is the same. You are in the same time zone as me. I should know this. A stoneworker's been found dead. I beg your friggin' what now? I don't know why my military's outside, but they are. That's concerning, slightly. Except I'm just going to pop up here and go child. There we go. All right, well, you can stop pumping. And the dwarfs can begin digging. Although, not for very long. Because they almost immediately had to stop. But what I can do is I can dig this out. And I can let this water out of here. And there's diplomacy, apparently. Freeway speaks to the diplomat Kickrost, which is from the home civ, and they say, "Why didn't you speak with us for so long? We've been locked in these dangerous animals." And I go, "Because I was scared." Eh. Did you see the forgotten beast that somehow managed to get its way directly into the center of my fortress? That's probably the most exciting thing that's happened in the last little bit. Which, honestly, pretty fucking intense. And Napalm Sideburns 360 no-scoped it with a crossbow. It was made of fire. It was a giant danger noodle made of fire. And it turned into a smoke, basically. But also kind of concerning, because it means that literally any demon could get into the fort if they wanted to. So, you know, that's terrifying. And I don't know how it got in. Shutterbug, thanks for the 6th month. Welcome back, dude. Didn't you didn't see the hole? Seal the hole? I've sealed multiple holes, and I don't know how it. That's what I said. I do not know how it got in. If I knew how it got in, I would have sealed that hole. I don't know how it got in. The only thing I could think is that it passed down through the magma sea and into the fort that way. But even that's like kind of impressive and unlikely. Let's just go over here. We checked for heat. What devilry is this? Did you just catch yourself on fire? Oh, you did. Kazoom, no! I'm gonna give this dwarf a chance.
Bring out your dead!
You know what? Never mind. I can't remember the command, so I'm not going to worry about it. Goodbye, dwarf. The water's right there, Kazoom. Rest in peanuts, Kazoom. You will be missed. I still maintain, I don't like this. I miss the old one. Old one was better. This stuff's too tedious. All right, good news is we can mine this stuff out now. What thing? The way digging too deeply works. They used to have no, we checked for heat, what devilry is this? There used to be no demons in it, there used to be no gems in it, there used to be no lava pockets in it, there used to be no water pockets in it. It used to just be pile of blue stuff, and you'd happily start mining away with almost no threat, and then suddenly, boom, hellfire! And it was a good time. This just makes the process of digging too deeply slow and tedious, instead of quick and exciting. Which is what it used to be. The elves have also told me I can chop down 8 trees. That's fine. I was kind of hoping the bike shop would call me today and tell me my bike was ready to go get picked up. I'm waiting on repairs on a bicycle, and kind of sad they didn't call me today, because they called me yesterday and said they would probably call me today, which generally that's a good sign, but kind of sad they didn't. Oh yeah, no, it's just slow. I mean, most of the deaths in this version of Digging Too Deep, at least for me, don't come from actually digging too deep. They come from me getting lazy. You know what? I actually don't want you to do that. Let's wait for this to get done first. Do this side down here first. Like, I get lazy and then screw up is where most of the deaths come from. Which I don't think is the most interesting gameplay experience of all time. You need to get a bike, but that shit is more expensive than than you initially thought. I mean, how so? I mean, you can get a bike for a couple $100. I mean, it's like anything. If you want to get a nice one, yeah, you got to spend some money. You don't need a nice one. It really depends on your use case. You just need a 10-speed, and a 10-speed is like $800. Or you can get a used one for less if you are careful. But then you need some elbow grease to repair it. It's kind of like buying a used car or a new car, right? Like, yeah, you can spend a lot of money, but you don't have to. Just keep an eye on like Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace and stuff, and you'll find something. Gazoom's been missing for a week. I can go memorialize Gazoom now. On the bright side, now there's only one Gazoom. There used to be 2 Gazooms. Oh my god, look at all these different names that I haven't memorialized yet. Jesus fuck, dudes. This is getting out of hand. It just goes so fast and goes Gazoom the whole time, you know? It all started with Danny DeVito. Danny DeVito was the first dwarf to die to the flaming beast. It's terrifying, man. Let me tell you. Okay. That's all of the tombs that I have to make for right now. Let's jump back down here. Queue up some more of this nonsense. Lava is going everywhere and making obsidian. Dog blood just appeared there. I don't know where that came from. I'm assuming it came off of a dwarf. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to channel down from up here in a moment, and we're also going to channel this stuff out. Although, actually, I don't want to do it here. I want to do it right here. Gonna go grab a slice of pizza from across the street. Ooh. What's your go-to? Or actually, just for chat in general, what's your go-to pizza? I'm a criminal in some people's eyes. I like ham and pineapple. I apologize, it's my Canadian. Some of the greatest things were invented in Canada, including ham and pineapple pizza. Sausage and pepperoni. Works. I also like a Mediterranean pizza. Like, if I'm with people that don't like ham and pineapple pizza, I generally get a Mediterranean pizza. I'm also gonna fly up here for a second. What? This dwarf is steaming. The fuck? I don't think I've ever seen random steam up here before. Why is that, Pick My Dear? Are you hating? I mean, just remember the words of the famous internet philosopher. It's okay to not like things, but don't be a dick about it. Your wrist is smoking hot. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. What you honking at? Come on. It's balanced out. Can we at least go with somebody who's like, you know, if we're talking about like Hawaiian pizza, like ham and pineapple pizza, Trav, can we at the very least compare it with something equally pointless and not like world destroying, like Nickelback or I don't know, Justin Bieber? As a wise old internet person once said, Newcom it's okay to not like things, but don't be a dick about it. It's genuinely one of my favorite internet shorts on the internet. Hawaiian pizza is pretty good, actually. You know what's also pretty good? Anchovy, avocado, and white sauce pizza with goat cheese. I've had that too. Also pretty fucking great. I don't fucking care what you put on your pizza. I don't care how accurate it is to actual pizza. If you ain't in Italy, you ain't eating pizza anyway, so who fucking cares? Put weird shit on your pizza. Live your life. Life's good. When you don't give a fuck what other people think about what you put on your goddamn pizza. You just finished baking pizza 10 minutes ago. Homemade dough, tomato, garlic, jalapeno base. Ooh. Ham, salami, red onions. Too many types of meat for me. I would take ham or salami, no, but not both. Black olives, smoked cheese, and herbs. Sounds good, though. Yeah. I don't like super meaty pizzas. I like more veggie pizzas, which is funny because I'm not... Like, I do eat a lot of vegetarian and vegan food, but I'm like not strictly anything. It's just I find pizzas that are like 90% meat to be kind of gross, personally. I mean, aside from OBS, like I figured out why. Okay, no major issues, but I figured out why OBS was crashing. It didn't like my backed up profile, so I can switch to the backup profile, and it works. But if I close the game, or if I close OBS and restart it, it doesn't launch properly with the backup profile. So, yeah. But aside from that, no, everything's been fine. Aside from like mild annoyances, everything's been fine. I'm just like figuring things out slowly. Yeah, I mean, it's just OBS being weird more than anything. Chat was yelling at Linux earlier. I'm like, I'm pretty sure this is actually like OBS's fault, not necessarily Linux's fault. Yep, no, I could agree. I could get down with that stealth. That sounds pretty good. I'm all about the dough for pizza lately. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, it's the base that builds the flavor for all of it, right? Deep sea fishing's been put to rest, finally. Your idea is putting different meats, but in smaller amounts. Okay, fair enough. I guess I'm just burned by like the how do I word this without sounding like an absolute supremacist asshole? I'm very burnt out on the meatitarian pizzas. Like, you know, like there's always that one dude who's just like, I want all of the meat on the pizza, double meat, extra. And like, I went to too many birthday parties as a kid where like, that was all there was to eat. And it's just like, oh, cool. So it's like flatbread with 50 kinds of meat on it. This is like flavorless grease. And like, I've had that so many times. Like, that's where my brain goes immediately upon hearing meat on pizza. You mean disgusting? Deep sea fishing? It's more like grease lovers. But yeah, I've always found that shit to be kind of nasty. Yeah, no, like that. It's yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't mind meat on a pizza. Like, most of the pizzas I eat have meat on it, but I usually just kind of cap it at 1. Because anything more than that just gives me bad flashbacks. Check for heat. What devilry is this? Nobody's on fire. That's good. Okay, how many wafers are we at? Cool. Getting strands. Double cancer it is then. Or, you know, heart failure. I don't know. I feel like heart failure is probably a bigger risk at that point. Oh yeah, no, I absolutely like meat too, but you know, everything in moderation, right? Like another thing that I think I have, like, calling it PTSD is way too extreme and ridiculous, but like, I have very bad associations with just like everything, air quotes, everything that needs bacon on it. We found another treasure. What this? Large, sleek, flowing metal mask. Ooh, fancy. Sounds like something got from like an Assassin's Guild in an RPG or something. But yeah, I mean, like I have negative associations with just like everything is better with bacon on it, because to me, bacon isn't even a meat product. It's like a seasoning. You know, it's like, it's an additive. It's something you put on a thing to give it a little bit of extra flavor, but not, you know, something that you eat as like, it doesn't work for me. Is the easy way of putting it. Yeah, it's like something you sprinkle on top of to add extra. It's like adding salt, right? It's like, would you eat a meal that's just 90% salt? I guess somebody is stupid enough to do that. But like, that's all it is to me. Is it's like, congratulations, you've ruined a good meal. I guess. So many people are like incapable of comprehending satire. It's not unique to specific people. Just a lot of people are real bad at that. Like real bad at that. You like to hand apply your anchovies? You like personally placed anchovies. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. This is a Petrosaur fiend. Has noxious secretions. It has a stubby tail and it appears to be emaciated. Its gray feathers are overlapping. Beware its noxious secretions. I can't remember. Was this one of the ones that just like immediately makes things bleed to death? Let's try this. So many people are incapable of comprehending. Oh yeah, no, me too. Everybody makes mistakes and messes up from time to time, you know? That's just being human. Okay, let's see how we're doing on wafers. Okay, people are making wafers. Out of 5 wafers. Well, we're getting there slowly. I beg your damn pardon? So Stealth is dead. Stealth got, I think, sealed inside of some obsidian. So, sorry about that. I'll give you a nicer tomb. That's not the world record fastest death since naming, but it's close. I kind of figured you wanted it based on the fact that you said that you wanted the next dwarf that's mining. Like, I kind of took that to mean you wanted to be the next dwarf who dies, but I didn't intend to actually do it, so, sorry? So if they do end up actually being able to dig all the way in a circle around this, we're going to channel down into here from up here, which is going to let all of this... Okay, well, they haven't even hit it yet. Come on, move up, you pansies. There you go. Fired a bolt. It's now injured. Actually tore its muscle. I fired again. Still injured. Tore its muscle again. Just the bone bolts. Nothing fancy either. There we go. It's bleeding. It's heavily injured. Got hit by an iron bolt, bismuth bolt, iron bolt, llama bone bolt. Dwarves are still continuing to shoot at it through the tiny little hole. You picked a miner for a reason. You wanted confirmation. I mean, you got a complete story. You got a complete story, and it ended with you becoming Han Solo. You know, flying cowbone bolt. There's something about a cowbone bolt that's funny to me. I don't know why. They're continuing to just shoot at it. Iron bolts are lodged firmly in the wound. It's full of bolts now. Let's just send the squaddies down to here. And once I see a melee dwarf get down here, I'm going to... There they come. I'm going to tell the dwarves to go mine through that. Or maybe actually this. I'm just waiting on a miner to get down here and do it. We're also waiting on stealth to get carried out. Let's see, is anybody actually doing that? Yes, sweet. Job's in 2.5. Jesus Christ, go to bed. Quit, like, ruining your day over my stream. It's not worth it. Holy crap, dude. Go the hell to sleep. We checked for heat. What devilry is this? Probably from that. But fortunately, we had water to sit on. Come on, dwarves. Jesus, man. I mean, there we go. Okay, so Darius Cardrin is fighting with the creature, stabs the Petrosaur Fiend in the upper body with a spear. This particular spear is made of iron, fracturing the left true ribs and the left lung. A tendon in the left true ribs has been torn. The creature is also fighting with a swords dwarf who has stabbed it in the upper body with an iron spear. I think that's actually... No. It's actually this one, the swords dwarf, who's stabbing it with a spear. Terrified while in conflict. Nope, this one actually just got disarmed and lost her weapon. The dwarves continue to fight. This dwarf is now somehow stuck in the fortification, which is terrifying. It's probably been flung backwards even. Yep, was kicked backwards. Yeah, it got taken down. So was basically wrestling with the Petrosaur, and the Petrosaur took it out. The dwarves dogpile on top of the creature, and the creature flies to tiny little pieces. Means the dwarves have won. The demons will not win on this day. sending the dwarves back to training. But Deucim here is bleeding very heavily and faint. Hopefully somebody comes to rescue. We do also have Moldath here, who also got rather injured in the fight. But overall, solid victory on behalf of our dwarves. You're glad your work's not for 15 hours? Yeah, I gotta agree with that statement. I have to be awake in 12 and a half hours. But that's a bit different, right? I checked for heat. What devilry is this? Looks like water gonna come down, but could also be from up above. Ah, water. Look at that. Should be able to get down into this, no real problem. Oh, save the game? Got it. So yeah, I'm just very carefully carving this thing out so that when we do decide to attack the demons again, we can actually have a decent chance of winning. Just due to the fact that we will have much better weaponry this time. Probably going to save your points for the next fort, seeing as this one ends like tomorrow. Yeah, if not tomorrow, then the day after, or the stream after. But I think my plan for tomorrow is to try and end this fort and build a structure in hell. Hopefully win a fight against hell, build a structure in hell, and then drop the ball and release hellfire after sealing the fortress off. And then play some Manor Lords. That's my plan for tomorrow. But we'll see if that actually happens. That is what I would like to do tomorrow. Forgotten Beast has shown up. This one just has gas. It's fine. It's a skink. Just don't worry about it. Okay, so we're just going to get the rest of this adamantine out. How many wafers do I have? There's 10. Okay, so let's see. What do my soldiers need? We need gauntlets. Okay, so I'm going to make 10 adamantine gauntlets. I'm going to send some green glass blocks down from up here. There's also adamantine up here. That's going to get canceled immediately, but, you know, they can skim the edges. Or what have you. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. This is a large black metal right mitten. Ooh, black metal mittens. Who doesn't love black metal mittens? It's like metal mittens, but with extra Satan. Check for heat. What devilry is this? It's fine. We're standing in puddles. So I'm going to carve a fortification here, and then I'm going to dig through the lava down here. Once everything has been taken out. Like these, all these gems and rubies, as much of the adamantine as bloody well possible and all that nonsense. Check for heat. What devilry is this? It's really good when you're mining in an area like this to have a little bit of water on the ground, because when the water or when the fire shoots out like that, it just goes away immediately, right? Yeah, good night, Neutron. We'll see you on the flip. Upper floors are also getting mined. Although this one I don't actually want to do. So I want to be able to dig this out. Okay, so right there, you're now going to do that. You're going to fortify that. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not trying to do a dubstep impression. There's actually just lava there. Back up, dwarves. Don't turn into... Wow, shit. This dwarf damn near turned into obsidian. Oh, boy. Run away, Kubak. Be gone, Kubak. Oh, boy, your opponent's blocking the exits. That's exciting. Oh, boy. Well, you know, about that. Also, now there's some gems on fire. That sucks. Well, I'm not sure how they're getting down here now. But it's okay. Can dig some stairs. Fix this problem. You think Dwarf did become obsidian? Certainly possible they did. I think it would have been either here or there, right? But yeah, it's certainly possible. Oh man, I was really hoping that that water right there would put that out, but it didn't. Darn it. That's a water source. I need it as a bucket dumping spot. Okay, that's getting brought down, so that'll allow us to get this stuff out here. There you go, Dwarf, you can go. It's a giant bat fighting with a forgotten beast. It's fine. Okay, yes. Udib did, in fact, become obsidian. Rest in peace, Udib. You were a dwarf of all time. You dwarfed as much as a dwarf could dwarf. And for that, we adorf you. Chat, can I get some Fs for all of the dwarves that have died trying to dig into this goddamn pit? Pretty positive that there's a way through here, because you can go sideways there and then over here and nick that out. There's so much smoke. Okay, well now we just need to wait for all these gems and stuff to get hold. Not gonna do any more mining in this location. Oh, yay. Hallelujah. I'm not gonna lie, burning gems, one of my biggest pet peeves about this whole thing. Although I will say, I don't think I ever would have learned that gems could burn if it wasn't for this form of digging too deeply and greedily. Like, genuinely, I don't think I ever would have learned that gems could burn. Not that, you know, that would have, like, ruined the gameplay experience for me for life or anything, but I think I probably could have gone the rest of my life without knowing that gems could burn, but it is just the reality we live in now. You did not know that? They have to be really hot. Like, really, 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 really hot to burn. But they can burn. Maybe too hot even. Let's just mine all the way around here. And that... Uh-oh. Apparently, I've unlocked a Beast of Forgotten Divine Retribution, which is a Dock Soldier Crossbowman. We fought one of these things before, chat room. It's a small humanoid composed of steam, which means it's very brittle, which means it's a very good chance that we could probably kill it very quickly. I'm just going to tell my soldiers to get the hell down here as quickly as their little dwarf legs can carry them. Right here is Adil. Adil is going, oh god, there's a creature behind me, a Beast of Forgotten Divine Retribution. Puphead is right here, and seeing the creature terrified while in conflict and chasing after it, it is, of course, wielding weapons. In this case, it is a pale fabric quiver, thin pale metal bolts, and of course, a bulky pale metal crossbow. The creature is currently fighting with Puphead, who is one of my longest running dwarves. The flying bolt actually misses him. He dodges a bolt, which is kind of impressive. The soldiers, however, are not too far away, but they're far enough away that Puphead could very much die here. This is one of my longest time nobles, and it has vanished into thin air. Where the hell did it go? Oh, I see. It jumped backwards. I don't know why it's blinking in and out of existence, but it is. It apparently, it's jumped backwards. The creature lands on its feet, fires another bolt, which misses the count. Puphead is continuing to dodge out of the way, dodging out of many bolts. Okay, one bolt, admittedly. But still, dodging out of the way of bolts. Dozens of them. Then the military are how many layers up still? I should probably station them closer, I think. The creature is now on the upper level, right next to a bunch of dwarves right here, and they are continuing to fight with it, it looks like. A bunch of dwarves run off while terrified while in conflict, and the creature is seemingly just making a beeline for the surface and not actually going after my dwarves. It is kind of confused. There's so many different targets, it doesn't know who to go after, aside from the fact that it finally hit somebody. It hit Kavish. In fact, it hit Kavish with a thin pale metal bolt, which struck it in the leg, which tore the rope reed cloak. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for good luck for these dwarves? The creature is then following the dwarf down the stairs. He's running away in pain, and very much in pain. The creature just dodges down the stairs towards him, and he's in fact taken another bolt to him, and he says, I must withdraw, says the dwarf. And there's teeth everywhere that have probably been knocked out by this creature, and used to belong to Kavish, and no longer belong to Kavish. Our first soldier shows up, which is Manom, who's a legendary spear dwarf, who is currently wielding an adamantine spear. Charges directly towards the creature and begins dueling with it. Bits and pieces fly everywhere. In fact, the militia captain kicks the soldier in the head, and the severed part sails off in an arc, and it explodes into steam. I think that angel, chat, is just full of hot air. Not gonna lie. It's like, it's all gas, no real brakes. Thanks for the beers. We couldn't have done it without you, chat room. You've saved us. Just would like you to know that. Truly, you've saved us. I'm gonna shed a single tear for it. It's a beautiful day. Glorious, even. Okay, so now we've got to get the remaining bits and pieces out of here. And once these remaining bits and pieces is out of here, then we can do stuff. Ouroboros, I am very offended by your terrible sense of humor. In the YouTube chat. Just would like you to know that. The key to humor is being funny. You seem to be pretty bad at that. Okay, so this side's going out first. Yeah, it should be fine. Although you are challenging your luck there, Dwarf. All right, fortunately the rest of them are walking in the opposite direction, which is good. Tempting fate here, I think. I wonder if the demons are going to notice that there's lava falling into their home. Do you think they will, chat? Got a little warmer. Strange. Strange indeed. Strange times, Stranger measures. And just like that, some more gems catch fire. Anyway. What, random lava appearing in places? God damn it, the dwarves are ruining poker night again. These diamonds are gonna catch fire. All right, so once... Yeah, okay, so we can channel this out right here. Get rid of the last of this. Got these two right here to dig up. And this one right here. So I'm gonna put holes above all these flames and we're gonna start doing the thing that we do, which is turning them into pit ponds and dumping water on them. This one can go away because there's no burning gems underneath it anymore. Why do I always hit water source when I'm going for pit pond? And then down here is the last chunk of thing that we got to dig up. I think we have like, yeah, a handful more layers. We're going to dig all the way down to here is the plan, but it's going to take a little while. So we've still got a ways to go, but we are certainly making good progress. And digging up a second adamantine spire. And looks like we already put one of them out. That's good. Just gotta get that one now. Although it caught back on... God damn it, it caught back on fire. What a buzzkill. All right, let's go down to here. And this up and that up. Up to here. Do those. And all I have to say at this point, chat, is I think today has been a good stream. What do you think, chat room? Have you guys had fun? Do you enjoy it? There's a lot of demons in the fishbowl. Man, there is a lot of demons under the fishbowl. So plan for tomorrow, I think, is finish mining up the rest of that adamantine. Extend the defense tunnel along here. Or not along there. Just extend the defense tunnel down here quite a bit. We're going to extend this. Maybe... Can't really drop an Armox hammer down here, but... Set something up that's, you know, going to be more effective than what I currently have. Maybe, like, make them go this way or something and, like, try and section them off a little bit. Get a better area set up for my Marks dwarves. Another thing that I've thought about doing is building around the edge of this and setting up like Marks dwarf fortifications all the way around this, and then like let the Marks dwarves just like play target practice at these guys for a bit. See if we can take out some creatures that way. Yeah, it should be exciting. Should be exciting. I'm looking forward to it. This is good out of 10. Yeah, no, this fort is very glass out of 10, whatever that rating means. We'll rate it Philip out of glass. A+ points if you know what that means. Chat room, it's time for us to shut down the YouTube stream, so that means it's time for you guys to say goodnight, YouTube. YouTube, thanks for hanging out. If you would like to raid with us, pop over to the Twitch stream, and we're going to go raid somebody playing Dwarfs. If you don't want to raid with us, that is absolutely fine. Although I'm looking right now and going, there's kind of nobody playing. So I will be raiding somebody who's not playing Dwarves because, well, there really isn't anybody playing Dwarves right now. So, if you want to come raid with somebody with us, pop over to the Twitch stream. Otherwise, I will see you guys tomorrow, normal time for normal stream for normal dwarfs, where we will try and finish up this fort. Okay, well, not bad, 10-hour stream. Don't run off, though. Help us out with the raid, because raids do support the channel. Like, go help, stick around long enough just to complete the raid. And then you guys can go do whatever you want with your time and day and life. And I will see you on the flip. In fact,